too much energy? Was it too much? Never. It's never too much. Never too much. What's up, bros? Okay, I need to get my watch along up. Oh, that's why. There we
go. Welcome back to another Creep TV. We are going into probably, dare I say, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, horror video channel on YouTube, dare I say.
I think you might be right. I think this is the classic. This guy was doing it before there was any, like, you know, money to be made in it, before it was popular. This is purely for the love of the game, which I gotta appreciate.
Yeah.
You don't see that kind of je ne sais quoi
anymore. What?
You know?
No, just a Japanese man with a very demented, crazy Japanese man.
I need rope laces.
A crazy Japanese man. That's all I can say. And he's just like, oh, YouTube.
Not all shoelaces are created
equal. I have constant nightmares. I'm screaming. He's like, I'm gonna put it on video.
Yes.
This is before the days of.
Argue with you, and I'm just gonna
this is before the days of analog horror and stuff. I don't even know what kind of inspiration this shit would be. Besides, like maybe just found footage horror films or something. I don't know what else.
A lot of this kind of almost births off of like early web 1.0 stuff, you know? Like when it's like, oh, there's all these websites that if you go to, things happen, or there were like web rings and stuff like that. Like way predating any modern social media hub or trends or something like that. Like truly a visionary in the genre.
Yeah. And of course, we're talking about Nana.
825-763.
827-563.
876-853.
874-5912. Nana.
6969, yeah.
I said we got some twin Roblox ASMR later featuring me in the background.
On this podcast, we've learned a few things, like how you don't let strange men into your home to raise your children. So then why would you pick up the phone for a scammer? There's nothing more scary than having your personal information stolen. Trust me, after reading my credit card information out on a live stream, I get all kinds of crazy calls. But I found out that I'm not the only one. Recently, Ticketmaster was hacked, and the data of over 500 million users made its way for sale on the dark web. The stolen data included names, email addresses, phone numbers, and credit card information. And tragedies like that are why you need Aura. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and stops them in their tracks. Aura also protects me from hackers and other scoundrels who try to access my social media or bank account. It gives me fast fraud alerts and does the work for me when it comes to removing my sensitive information from data broker websites. Aura is also an antivirus, a VPN, and a password manager all in one app for one price. Take back your security when browsing the web and have no fear with Aura. Go to aura.com/creepcast or check the description to start your 2-week free trial of Aura today. That is right, 2 weeks free at aura.com/creepcast. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Aura for sponsoring the show.
He's one of the classics. We're going to be focusing mostly on, I believe it is 4 videos, which is username 666. The Idol, right? Is that the one?
And it's me, it's you, it's him, it's us too. Club as hell is coming to fuck you.
Oh, on Idol, but yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Idol.
Idol, creepy doll, creepy Japanese doll, and then it goes into exploring ruins, and then the house walkthrough. Which actually, the reason I decided to tell Isaiah that we should, like, hey, we should cover this one, is actually someone on our subreddit said, hey, you should do this for.
Keep talking shit over there, bro. They don't need. They don't see you. They don't. You're irrelevant.
My house walkthrough, and I watched just a little bit of it, like probably 12 seconds, and I was like,
they talk shit. They hate us because they ain't us.
Dear fucking Lord, I really get a large kick out of people with a bad camera walking through a place they should not be, even if nothing happens.
You heard it here first from Baba Ganoush.
From point A to point B. It creeps me out more than anything.
A lot of his artwork too, it reminds me of a lot of those like early Japanese horror games that are kind of the same thing, where they're like point and click-esque.
Yeah.
There's the guy who made LSD Dream Emulator. I can't remember his name, but he made a bunch of projects that are kind of like in a similar vein. to
Okay,
this.
I've never heard of that.
That's a whole nother.
Because I thought
can of
I
worms
didn't know
to
if you were
go
talking
down.
about like the original like clock tower or whatever, like that kind of stuff. No, but LSD simulator seems a bit more intense than
Just-
clock tower for PC or whatever the fuck that was
Hold
for.
on. Let's just give you like a 5-second.
They're delaying it again.
Just this. Like,
The fucking Awala, man.
Yeah, this is awesome. Almost
Yes,
reminds
the
me of
idea-
like a Pilot Red Sun video.
so the way the creator made it is he took a bunch of dream logs that he himself, as well as like
They're
his
talking
friends
about
had,
the day after my
and
birthday.
just made it
Oh.
these
Fucking cancel
explorable
that shit.
areas to walk through. It's like these really weird menus and effects and stuff like that to pop up. So it's all supposed to be
I was
like
using
you're
that to watch
walking
my
through
streams, so
dreamscapes
I kinda-
alone. As far as I know, there's no real
Call them on your phone.
objective other than just like
Yeah, have a
See,
panic
I don't
attack.
know what that white
Pre-
button
have a
is.
panic
It says
attack.
cancel
Yeah.
order.
Yoshimo ruins. This is actually what my bedroom looks like with me and my wife.
Yeah.
You know, it's just this, seeing these graphics and stuff makes me think. The graphics of this game makes me think.
None of your shit's
When I was younger, I had Quake 3
I
on
just forget it.
Nintendo 64, and I remember I used to love walking.
Amazon
through
is
there and playing
scumbags.
the game, but I
Amazon
used
is
to get so scared I would
scumbags.
call for my
In case you
mom.
guys ever wanted to
Like, hey,
order
watch me
something from
play
Amazon, let you know they fucking
Hey, I
suck
just saw
dick
something
and
really
ass.
cool in the game just 'cause I wanted
Fuck
someone
you,
to play with me,
Amazon.
but
I
was
worked for you
scared.
and gave you all of my years.
Hey, come in,
I
come in
sweat
here, watch me
blood,
complete this
sweat,
level.
and dick cheese.
There's something I want to tell you, but you have to come in here and wait a few minutes first.
Well, my mom would be like, she'd be like, "What is it?" And I'd be like, "Okay." And I just like, I wouldn't even acknowledge she's there. I'm like, "Okay, so it's you. I'm fine." And I play the game. She's like, "How long am I supposed to stand here?" And I'm like, "Not long. I'm getting ready to show you." She's like, "Are you just scared?" I'm like,
Nothing. Gosh.
I'm not scared, Mom.
Shut up, Mom.
Shut up, Mom.
Mom.
Yeah.
Idiot. Gosh. Stupid.
But it seems like, so from what you were telling me too, and what people have, at least from what we've seen online on YouTube and stuff, which you know is only full of truth tellers, never any liars,
course.
is that it seems like username
What, real
666
gamers?
might be, that video might be the first actual urban
What's
legend
up, gamers?
to come out of YouTube. Because it seems like even in the comment section of that video, people were like, "Remember when this shit was?" Everyone probably thought
Everyone's
it was real.
a
You know,
gamer
probably
here,
like, "Oh
bud."
my god, this is insane." I mean, it
Yeah, I
dates
mean,
back
probably.
16 years ago. How crazy is that?
The only thing I could think of that was as old was the Grifter, which is another classic like cursed video, but that was 14 years old. So username 666 predates it by a couple years. I can't think of anything else around that time. So I'd say username 666 was probably the first YouTube urban legend.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, like, I love the media back then too. Of like, I remember just seeing people be like, "Remember when we thought this was real?" Just makes me think of going to see Paranormal Activity for the first time in theaters and thinking that was real because there was no end credits, and that's literally all it took was just no end credits. This is real. And like,
Wait, what?
and I
No.
miss that childlike wonder that I had back in the day, where it's like that's all you really needed.
You could be tricked by stuff, yeah.
Oh yeah, and then there's also like Blank Room Soup.
Blank Room Soup.
I remember
yeah,
people
stuff
thought
like
that was real. That's fucking horrifying.
Red Mist, the classic, Squidward's Unaliving, as discussed before.
Classic.
Let's wreck
An
some fucking
extremely
shitters!
popular Squidward sewer slide that has been discussed on this channel in length, and people love it. It's probably the fan favorite. I would say it is the most favorite out of the Creepcast catalog. So there it is. Well, shit. You want to just start diving in?
I think
missed
so.
him.
Let's get into it.
Three
I'm very
times.
excited. I will say, thank you all so much for the support you showed on the first episode of Creep TV. As mentioned, it was very brave of us to do that. So it's very kind of you all to show so much support. Like, that video is already pushing like 1 million views in a week, which is insane for a podcast that's been going for like 20 episodes. So thank you all.
Hey everybody! Hey everybody! We want to let you know that we have merch now. We have an awesome shirt. This is what it looks like. But on the back, it has the spider that goes down to your ass crack. It's very good, and I can confirm that you'll make tons of friends when you buy this shirt. And not only do we have the shirts, we have something else. Take it away, Isaiah.
I can.
Not unless you have a hiking hole.
In addition to the t-shirt,
You can also get this really cool hat.
Not only does it have a raised font that says Creepcast and these cool spider webs, but it also has like ripping across the bill and the hat itself to make it look like this old, weathered, tattered thing. And it even has a cool spider there, so it matches your shirt if you want to wear them together. But most importantly, by getting the hat, you'll be supporting
Left side frozen.
independent
Fuck, I
creators
tried to
like
tell you, dude.
myself,
I'm
and
sorry.
definitely not Hunter.
So be sure to click the link in the description or in the comment section or wherever we pasted it, or go to creepcast.com or whatever the actual website is. Put that over what I'm saying. Go to creepcast.store and buy your bundle today. You do save money when you buy them both.
You can get in on the hat and t-shirt at the link below. They'll only be available for a very limited amount of time, and then they're gone forever. So get in on them while you can.
Skeleton left
Thank
side,
you all so
Tastic.
much for the
Be
support
careful.
that
And you,
you've
Simple
shown the
Jack.
show.
The last day you can buy this is July 21st, and then it's going to be gone off our website, so you have until then. Stop asking us to make merch. We've done it.
And watch around the corners.
All right, back to the episode. I love that it's like, it's pretty much, it's shown like it's supposed to be a tutorial.
Yeah. That's the idea. So if you type in 666, youtube.com/666, and keep refreshing, eventually
it'll
something
pop
will
up.
happen.
Yeah.
Look at that classic URL, or the YouTube homepage.
YouTube homepage, the video's popping up. The guy probably has like Make Me Bad 35, Shane Dawson TV videos on his homepage. Oh yeah, I see it. It's just slowly, progressively getting more and more fucked.
Yep.
Dude, if I could totally see myself being like, what?
Evil tube, I suppose.
I
Well,
don't
mean,
want-
think about it. 16 years ago.
she good?
Yeah.
No, she's done.
16 years ago. What? Refreshing what?
Oh, look!
It kind of has the same vibe as Candyman.
On top of the
Or
roof,
Bloody
G.
Mary.
On top of the roof.
Yeah.
By the.
What happens if I keep doing
Yo!
it? And then you
Yeah,
eventually get a
done,
video.
bro.
Yeah, now you get the video. Man, these
Or
old,
channel.
these old
Oh,
channel
shit!
pages, man, I forgot. They look like MySpace.
Terminal.
Can you swing any
I love
lower?
his captions. Nice and crispy pizza looking flesh.
Bitch, it is not that expensive.
Important piece in satanic history.
Middle
Man, how
corridor.
fun is that?
I know, right?
The build up too of like
So
the like pounding at the end, which it almost seems like I can't.
He's
tell if
running,
it's
he's
coming
running.
from
Middle,
computer or
middle.
Someone at their own door. I think is fun.
Fucking dropped you.
But it's also funny how much more effective this is than like all of the videos that have come, or like all of the movies
Got
even
him.
that have come out that have been probably inspired by this. Like the what was the Skype horror film Unfriended or whatever?
Unfriended, yep.
It has that kind of vibe to it. You know what I mean? Like all the interfaces and like kind of like POV from a screen capture.
The idea I get from this video, or like what lore I guess you could call it, is that he's like seeing glimpses of hell, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So there,
He's in
the
Burger
video
Town.
he clicks on, it doesn't give the name of, I don't think, but he says no faith for the drowned woman in hell. And we see like the images of this person. It's like we
One
see a
sec, I
face
want to drop this, dude.
that keeps going up and hands are reaching for. It's like they're drowning
where'd
in
he
like
go?
this red or whatever. And then at the very end of the video, you see it look at us and then like throw a hand out.
Almost like she's trying to grab you or something.
Yeah, like you're getting pulled into it. Yeah, I remember people getting freaked out over this face. Like this.
I mean, it's
image
fucking
right here. People
amazing.
would send that to each other. It's so well done. Like, especially 16 years ago to edit all this.
Oh my
and to make all
god.
this,
Dude,
and
Dorian clapped him.
That's what I was gonna say too. Is like to not have the assets that you do today and be able to pull something like this off is super incredible. Also makes it so much more believable too, because people would be like, "Well, how would you even do this?"
Yeah.
Oh,
and
you're a
when everyone
bitch.
would send
I
it,
hate
like,
you and
okay,
your fucking shit.
Explain this. Explain how this isn't. If
Now
this
you got-
isn't real, why is it like this? Yeah.
Now you got fucking like 15-year-old Kane Pixels making like
Yeah.
full length, perfect
Take this,
CGI stuff. You know what I mean? It's just incredible how far technology has come. I love. I love the aesthetic. I love everything about this. It also shows too, like he had. I think it was like the ant ritual.
Oh, I
It's
hate
like
you,
some
bro. I don't
caption
care
that
what
said,
this
like,
game
it's like
says.
Some kind of ant ritual.
Oh,
or
the
something.
Watch
sacred
middle.
ant
Watch
ritual,
middle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Simple Jack.
I've seen a lot of on his channel, his fascinations with like bugs and that kind of like reoccurring theme of bugs too. So it's
What?
interesting to see that continuous motif. I'm curious to see in the next videos we see as well.
Fucking douche.
If that continues to come through.
Hiding like a
Yeah,
bitch.
he's a fascinating creator. I still don't think
Oh
a
my-
ton is known about him, at least not in
Alright,
the
bro.
United States. So it kind of adds this
Yeah, we
veil
can
of
play that.
mystery to everything.
Yeah, just like a no-name kind of like horror machine that just is uploading uncanny shit.
What a classic video. I remember like being, like we would watch this as kids, and the friends would be like, "Okay, we'll type it in and like hit refresh a bunch and see what happens." And they'd be like, "Nuh-uh, you." Here.
Yeah,
you do
dude,
it."
that's what I love that so I love that too because and I'd be like, all right, fine, I'm typing in once, and you would click it and like.
Oh
nothing
my
happens.
God,
Which,
skeleton.
actually, now is there something that that URL has to be taken, right?
Username 6. I don't know. Let's find out.
Got you.
YouTube.com/666.
YouTube.
Dude, careful.
Bro, you do it. You
Dude,
do it. I'm
careful.
gonna type it in.
You're a puss.
I'll send you the link. You do it. You do it. Yes. There's a channel called 666 that has 6,000 subs, I imagine because of the name, and it just has a playlist
How?
of
It is
two
unavailable.
unavailable.
Oh my God.
songs.
Oh my God!
Lordy Hard Rock.
Dude.
Oh wait, don't worry.
Here's one.
One of the videos is
Poor Sakura.
Make it pepper nerve.
I headshot. How do I get a hit marker with a
Here it is,
headshot?
Western man.
That is
Here's
ridiculous.
Your YouTube horror legend. It all leads to this.
That's so
All
funny
leads
that
to
that's what
Naruto edits.
that on YouTube. That's just what the 666.
Dude, you're a fucking pussy. Why are they
This
all
is
up
what
in the
it's come
spawn?
This is
a Barbie
truly,
a Barbie girl rendition
this is ridiculous.
of an
This is so
edited
ridiculous.
clip of Naruto is
bro.
pretty cool.
We probably can't show it because we'll get copyright claims, but man,
Dude, if I
this
get
really
killed
is.
from
The
behind
West
me, I'm
has
gonna bug out.
fallen. This is
Yeah.
what our 666 legend has come to.
Yes, that is unfortunate, but also somehow it is equally as
That's
horrifying.
gonna kill me, isn't it?
So it feels.
It used to say channel unavailable,
that shit.
so people would sit there and be like, okay, it was like hot potato. Like
Yeah, no, you do it.
Pass it over, like, you do it.
Got
okay.
him.
I don't want to click anymore. I don't want to click
you
anymore.
do it. Oh, you do it. It's your turn. Like,
Do you
yeah,
think we?
it's doing this
Do you think
over
that?
and over.
Have we
I do
left
too.
the realm of possibility since we're so far into
I killed you, dog.
technological innovation?
Tastic, you better kill him.
and
He's
that
in
even
there.
At a young age, people are so like
Oh
smart
my
or informed
God.
that it's impossible to have those fun urban legends anymore, like curses and shit.
Yeah, but they just have to come different ways. Like, you can still convince someone of it. You just have to push it to the next layer up.
got fucking
right. So, for
Gaddafi.
example, say, are you familiar with
Here's someone positive.
the King's
Shout out
Pact
to
thing
Skeleton.
that goes around some like message boards and stuff like that every now and then? The King's Pact concept.
I don't think I did.
Yeah. Okay, so there's this belief, which like, okay, I'll tell the story as it goes online.
Dude, that was
So,
fucking awful.
So King Solomon, right, of the Old Testament, he had demons construct his temple, according to like some mystic urban legend. Like, he commanded them to, and he wrote or the Lesser Key of Solomon was composed of his knowledge of how to entrap these demons, etc. So the idea is Solomon's Pact is the law effectively he made for the demons, and the law states that demons have to speak. What is it? They're not allowed to speak, or it's something else to humanity. Let me just look up the troll face meme.
Let me dive deep and see if I can. I need to get the historical context of this.
Here it is. Yeah. It's that they see without seeing, speak without speaking. Yeah. So the idea is that demons, like the urban legend is, demons can only communicate through humans by speaking or creating indirectly, right?
Grow house. I got
So
mad
the
dank for
urban
the low.
legend is that some of these like AI, for example, AI accounts you see online or maybe something in circuitry. Like, look at this. Like, a bunch of ancient seals. People will say, oh, well, that's how circuit boards are constructed. It's demonic seals. They're entrapped within there, something like that. So you can still get people with that, but it just has to be the next layer up. You can't get people on, like, YouTube format anymore, but you can get them on, like, oh, well, AI is a conglomeration of, like, you know, nebulous data that's in the air.
You guys
So
ever
what
dance with
if
the
there
devil?
was an entity that was trying to communicate with humans but couldn't directly? What if it inserted itself into
belly
that
itching.
data? in
Almost
order
like,
to do it?
yeah, AI is
I was like, why?
indirectly like a conscientious
It's because what I was doing
being
earlier. Isn't it?
from hell or something like that.
With my
That,
truffle
like, that's
shuffle.
why it knows all these things and everything as well. Do you think that as well? Do you think that has kind of like some of these curses have taken
When you
on
get
the
ripples,
face
that's
and,
how you
like,
know.
conspiracy theory
You
people?
got a lot of gut in you.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I mean, look
Oh,
at the
God.
AI stuff. There's so many videos.
It's probably
you can find
seductive.
online of people explaining how it's like Moloch who's creating like these images, or how it's demonic. I've even leaned into it myself a little bit. Hold on.
Alright, guys, follow
for
me to
funsies.
the promised land of buds.
Because
Oh, this guy's made out of weed. Holy shit.
It truly is like
Follow
so nebulous, right? What can be done with it? Because like people, like you said, people understand YouTube now enough. You're not going to get them on the way YouTube works.
Oh, I got
But you
stuck.
can
I'm
get 'em
sorry.
on the
I
way
can't
that,
go down
like,
there.
circuit boards work, or the way that, you know, AI or, you know, composite data research stuff like that works, right? You could do stuff like that. Oh, here it is.
Superman my ass.
So, asked an AI to show
Oh
hell,
my god, I got
and
shot.
It's like this kind of thing, right?
They're downstairs. Oh god.
Wow.
Which obviously, I don't know how
I
true
love
the
that
caption.
that first. Can you just play this first part again?
Oh yeah, yeah.
The guy sliding through is insane.
Yeah.
How cool is that, dude?
Yeah, it looks great, and I don't know how true the caption is if they just typed in hell. I mean, I'm sure they did more specifics.
They definitely had to do some other kind of like keywords or something to make it look cool. But
Exactly.
still, it's still pretty amazing. Like, just to see like a computer's like, hey, this is what hell is just scary. But yeah, it's also then lean into the thing as well, where it's like, oh, are these actual real glimpses or like real interpretations? It's kind of fun.
So yeah, so like I said, I'm not saying AI is a demonic tool used to give demons a way to speak without speaking, further the
Oh
influence
god,
of
you
Satan.
be
But what
back
I
there
am
the whole
saying
game,
is
huh?
anytime they're asked to show something of hell or damnation, they're pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where like you can still get like urban legends, supernatural stuff, things like that. But like you said, we're too learned about one thing. We have to go another layer up now.
Yeah. You
What?
have to
Dude, they be
introduce
a
new
butt buddies
approach
over
to it
there.
where you're like, oh. You know, like, I never thought of it that way. Or like, just, yeah, you have to surprise people in that way. But it's because I was just wondering, because if not, it would be such a shame, man, to not
Yo,
have
you
that
are
kind of-
annoying.
that piece of your youth where it's
They
those
just be
kinds of things
camping this game, bro.
Because I think it's just such a pivotal fun
I
thing
got you in your
to
head.
be horrified.
What?
I mean, they're fantastic. That's why I love spreading horror stories and stuff like that. Yeah, like boy, I love trapping demons in microscopic silicon megastructures to do my bidding. I sure hope nothing goes wrong.
That's funny.
Some of the AI hell stuff's pretty creepy too. Like, obviously, I don't like AI. Oh, this was actually the original one, the one that I was quote tweeting.
Oh my god. I'm getting wrecked.
The added sound there too is very effective.
Yeah, doesn't this look so pleasant?
It looks so painful, but so
Listen every time.
yeah. I don't really, you know, don't want to support AI in that way or
Hashtag
anything, but just so.
Yeah, yeah. No, I don't like. No, I'm not saying this is supportive of AI. I'm saying this to say that there's demons in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Shouldn't mess with them. Is what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you really
Well,
just
yeah,
love
yeah,
camping,
you
huh?
can still do urban legends
You
stuff,
suck.
You just have to go to the next level up. But back then, 16 years ago, username 666, cream of the crop.
Yeah. New site, new way. People are like, holy shit, you know, anybody can upload a video anywhere. Still a relatively new concept to the world. So then, yeah, it's like they have no reason to believe that someone would lie in that way.
Exactly.
Let's check out the idle one.
All right.
Nice little idle one.
So I think for context to this idle one, I'm pretty sure there were some previous videos made about it, right? Like the
Well, there's one that's like
explore like
Oh, also there's exploring ruins still we need to check out, and the doll is in that. So maybe let's.
Dude,
check
you
that
stay
one out.
back there.
Let's do that.
You
Let's
suck.
explore ruins first.
Yeah, let's check exploring ruins.
I also see what you mean about the bug imagery. It does pop up.
Oh, you're camping.
Yeah.
Nice.
Later on, he fixates too on he fixates on like
You're gonna stay there because
queen
you're
ant.
bad.
Like up there, if you see like queen ant.
Oh, I hit
egg,
him too.
Egg diaries and
Good
stuff.
shit.
It's just
Good
it's
as tag.
something
Fuck
very
'em up.
that
Fuck 'em
was
up
something
bad.
that used to kind of creep me out when I was younger, when I would see stuff on
I
YouTube,
cannot get
especially
that
people have
thing
videos
down.
of like them feeding their snakes. And it's like
You
a relatively
stay
normal
back
thing, but still to
there.
like see the visceral imagery of a snake eating like a mouse, and it's just up on the internet. To me, that always just kind of fucked me up when I was a kid. I was like, what?
Did you ever watch like the bug fight videos on YouTube?
It sounds familiar, but it's not piecing
They
together
would
in my
like
brain. But
they would like drop. There were all these videos
Oh.
where they would take like a praying mantis and a
Yes.
spider and put them in a cage
Yeah,
together
yeah.
and make them fight.
Mhm.
There are people that would do that several times a day, every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what those guys are like.
It's weird too. Whenever it's just such a weird hyperfixation, and especially like a lot of these, it was just like a cage.
Oh
or
my
terrarium
God,
of
dude,
some
how?
kind As well, so there was
There's
just
an
like,
unlimited
the
amount of fucking
perspective of that with
grenades.
like a heat lamp on above it. So it was just even just the imagery of that. You have no context of who this person is or the room they're in. It's just the inside of this like a terrarium, pretty much, or like an aquarium type case. So I don't know. It fucked me up when I was a kid.
But you actually have to buy it.
Obviously,
Yeah.
this day was I was like, huh?
Everybody's
Alright,
still
so
making vlogs.
exploring ruins. Let's see where this goes. So this is actually the one
God,
video.
oh my
we're looking at
God.
Today I haven't seen before. I can already tell you it feels very similar to my house walkthrough.
Yeah, I figured. It feels like definitely the predecessor to it in his catalog. I love these kind of videos too, because we're just going through. We have no context on what any of this is. It's just
Yeah.
East Road.
I had you. I
There
don't
could be
get
some
why
kind of
this game is doing me like this.
implication or something that we don't understand too. I'm thinking
I
about
am
this
dead.
could legitimately be some kind of, who knows what this is the ruins of, really.
Oh, why is the subtitles in Portugal? Oh, it's just Portugal subtitles. Okay, well. So it seems to be a house, right? It's like a one-layer structure covered with steel plates. It's like one-level structure. The walls look like a house, like a Japanese
sitting
house.
back there.
To me, this is exactly how I want a found footage film to start. Like, I would love to see a found footage film that starts with, like, we don't really know who the person is. We're coming up on a place we don't understand and just going blind.
Instead of what most of them do where they cheat, and the beginning's like, a film crew made up of these 4 people, Donna, Jason, and Ashley, went to a blah, blah,
Yep.
blah. Like,
Well, yeah, the
Every
thing about the
time,
beginning
bro.
of found footage horror films is they have to continuously justify
How?
why they would
Oh
continue
my
to
God.
record. Versus, like, I feel like if you just set the thing, and it's like, yeah, the guy never stopped recording, that's believable enough, in my opinion. Because we don't know who this person is. He could be just a fucking psychopath or something, or like, who knows? Maybe he's trying to capture something and we don't know.
and if you were going to be attacked, if you're being attacked by something, you wouldn't quit recording, right?
Not my ass writing down horror movie ideas during this.
There's no door.
I love that little diagram. Also
So
calling
there's
it
I'm good off
item
this.
he cannot access. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
room he can't access on the first floor and the second because he said there's no door. So he's looking over the top of that room. And then there's a second room he can't get to upstairs.
Alright.
Okay, first floor, no window, no entrance. And then there's a window on the second floor, but he can't get up there because there's no stairs.
Labeling it isolation room is so disturbing to me.
It's a wild name. It's a wild choice.
Well, yeah, because there's so many implications to it. Because like when I hear of isolation room, it makes me think like, oh, someone is kept in there to be isolated from the world
Yeah.
or whatever. But it could just be like, oh, it's a non-contacted, isolated part of this house.
He's now going up to the second floor through the window.
Especially the idea that there's just no doors in the house is so creepy.
Oh.
Nasty smell. Smells like Takis and Doritos in here.
Uh-huh.
It's Nick Cottas. speed room.
This must be Asmongold's streaming setup.
Yeah, we're in Texas right now. There's just Starforge PCs all over the place.
The camera just pans over. It's just him.
Shirtless walking around, like hiding, like the giant baby man and at the end of Wreck.
No one cares if you don't like AI art. AI art is fine.
Oh, rusted
sword.
Japanese sword. This stuff is always weird to me too, because there was what I thought was a deserted house near. I lived on this farm when I was younger, and like all these country roads, there's houses very far in between. And me and my friends were riding bikes down this road. We came across this what looked like a completely abandoned house. I mean, it was pretty dilapidated. You know what I mean? We go inside, and there's just like, very dirty, dusty shit spilt over, whatever. We go in this room, and there's a bed, and there's just cans all over the floor, and we're like, what the fuck? Like a mattress on the floor and cans? And I was like, surely no one can be living in here, right? And we're looking around, and my friend was picking up some stuff, and we left. And as we were riding away, whatever, a fucking car pulled into the driveway of the house. So we just literally broke into someone's house. But it was disgusting. Like I remember I told my mom about it. I'm like, well, we should probably call about this guy because it's disturbing if someone lives like this.
Hunter just finding some dude's house. Yo, you live like this, idiot?
That's how it was just something where I'm like, it was just like wet. Like there was obviously holes in this roof. It's like water was getting through. It was just disgusting. And it just made me think like, what kind of person could even live like this?
This sounds like an elaborate way for you to justify breaking into a stranger's house.
I did commit a crime. Okay, I'm not going to say that I did not commit a crime.
Entering home invasion is a pretty serious offense.
Not only did I break into some man's house, but I also judged how he lived almost immediately.
Yeah,
so I don't feel good about it.
Stuff around, just being
but I will say that I was so scared that because also one of the scariest movies I saw when I was younger was Jeepers Creepers, and it's that part in that movie where they go and they explore his death slide, whatever, Justin Long and his sister in that movie, and they get out of there and they're like, oh my god, there's bodies, whatever, and when they start driving away, the Jeepers Creepers van comes after them. So I was almost positive there was going to be a Jeepers Creepers thing where we saw it was this old 2003 white Ford Taurus pulled in, and I'm like, dude, that guy definitely knows we were just in there, 100%. We were on our bikes, and my friend's like, let's get out of here. Whatever. I was almost positive that Ford Taurus was going to back up and start driving towards us. It was fucking horrifying.
Maybe you would have deserved it. Not the dying, but the being scared of it. You did just break into someone's house.
I'm not. I mean, first off, I'm young, right? We didn't take anything.
Yes, you.
Right? Yeah.
Classic.
And also, the door was cracked up. It looked completely isolated, dilapidated.
Imagine that you're like a near homeless man. Poverty's hit you pretty hard. You're down on your luck, and you're like, well, at least I have my things. And then you leave for a bit, and then you come back, and then Hunter, Meat Canyon, a child Meat Canyon, is just in your house like, nice place, loser.
Okay, first off, didn't call him a loser, and also he had a pretty fucking sweet 2003 Ford Taurus. All right, so I don't think he was doing all too bad. I think he probably could have fucking thrown a goddamn bed sheet and got a $6 bed frame or something. I don't know anything.
Yeah, that's right. Dig in further.
You know what? I will. You know what? Actually, fuck that stinky old man. Whoever that was. I didn't even get a good look at it. But anyways, also another thing too was it was not super far from my house too. So I was also extremely scared that he was going to come and get me while I slept.
Man, what if he's still been following you all these years? When's the last time you saw a Ford Taurus, Hunter?
I feel like I see it every day.
You never know.
I feel like I see it every day. You know what I would say to him? I say, why don't you get on in here and give me a little raspberry on my belly? He does one of those things that people do to babies where they do that on my belly. Why don't you get in here and do that on my big old belly? Is what I would say. You've been following me this long. You're not gonna come in with a little raspberry on the belly.
I'm just gonna go.
I'm like, you get in here. You get in here. Force his face on my belly. Do it.
I didn't like that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave now. I think I'm just gonna be seeing you all. Have a good one.
The door just locks immediately. You're going to give me a raspberry on my belly, and I'm going to pretend to be a big baby.
I'm going to pretend
Yeah,
to be a big
that guy
baby.
probably just died.
Like,
I
well, you
was
should
just
have
going to molest you or something. I didn't want it to be weird.
No. None of those memes. Only raspberries.
Man, that poor guy. That's worse, actually. We're going to go back to the video now.
I thought there was like blood there on the floor for a second. That, like, what the hell is that?
Who knows?
How cute, a tiny little baby. I wish I could find its baby belly and give it a raspberry. Oh my god, I thought that was someone standing there for a second. That kind of got me. I was like, oh shit.
What?
Oh, what the fuck? Are those
I have
seals?
my.
God, the lighting on this is
What?
incredible.
Makes the
Yeah,
color look so
I'm opening Snap.
deep.
It reminds me of like, well, it feels very hellish
Yeah, I'm on
first
stream.
off because it's completely
They can see me,
oversaturated in
yeah.
yellow and reds, so it's very like damning and I mean.
Did
like,
you
the-
really
the-
take a
the
snap of
black
that?
is
I can't
super
believe you.
Deep. And
How'd you have that like
dark,
readily
but the
available?
shadows are just infinitely black, so it's what kind of void could be in. Oh, do you see something?
What was I supposed to say?
Whatever
No,
you saw
old
there.
lady,
Yeah,
do it
you
yourself.
have it backed up. Just even that
Get out of my
traffic
face.
going by. Oh, it's the fucking doll. Oh. So this character that he found, I'm pretty sure there's like meat stuffed in that, by the way. So this doll that he uses on this channel, he found in just like this abandoned building of sorts.
Yeah,
How
hung by
creepy
its
is
neck.
that, dude?
Poor doll.
There's something too with this channel about how casual he, like almost jokingly, he puts into the
The
videos.
captions.
That makes it, it gives it another level of like surrealist, uncanny horror. I can never tell what his intentions are. I think is why it makes it so creepy. That shot is. He'll stomp it. He'll stomp it.
Immediately, like this, like black cloud flies out of it.
Yeah.
Forever. Yeah.
Silly smoke or whatever. I will cherish this doll. I want to get a tattoo of that doll's face and put that underneath it in Japanese.
I will cherish this doll.
All right. Well, we got that. So now we have context
that
where the
out of the way.
doll came from, so we can at least see what he's doing with the doll now.
So there's more videos with the doll.
Yeah, looks like there's a
Yeah,
ton.
There's a bunch with the doll. There we can click through a few of them. They not show up in this one. So I have to see how this is just ant videos.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry
it's
about
the
the Odyssey,
video, but
guys,
It
you
looks
know.
like there's like little bits of context or audio cues. Yeah, just like
Top
weird.
comment, man. These guys never get tired, dude. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. But here we do see the doll. I believe that's the same doll.
Yeah, just behind the. Oh god, how creepy is that?
Just in these otherwise unsuspecting ant videos. I love ant very much.
I had $5 and I
Fucking
lost
doll.
it.
Oh, you son of a
That's
bitch.
The $5 in cash, I have it.
What does he? What the hell?
Put it on here because you had it.
Evangelion, take notes.
That's pretty good. How it just like it's watching the ants.
It's just extremely impressive what staging can do if you understand interesting staging.
Mine says Lily.
Oh my god. Good god. Is this stop motion?
No, I think he's just filming it with water coming out of its eyes.
Wow. Good
So do I
lord.
really have $5 on this?
All right. So
Yeah, go to
We get
the
that.
idle video that you had seen. I want to see this one now. The
well,
thumbnail.
hold on. There's look at it. There's more. It keeps going. More keeps. See this? You don't want to miss out on all this joy, do you, Hunter? Look at this at the end of this one.
Okay, you already looked at my phone. There's no need looking through it again, okay? What?
I tell you what, he's not wrong. He didn't lie though. He is cherishing this doll.
He is in fact cherishing the doll. So it shows up in a bunch of like the background of other videos, stuff like that. I don't know if it does more. Didn't like the audio, did that? She is sleeping.
It's almost like they're supposed to be like cutesy in-screen cards with just little.
Yeah, if only it wasn't terrifying.
Yeah, well, it's extremely uncanny.
Well, he's having a normal go of it.
What's interesting is to do this kind of content so long ago.
Like I said, man, for the love of the game, dude. This one he did, it was like another cursed YouTube channel one, like 666. Actually, I haven't seen this one before. It's obviously less popular, but yeah, he just called it another YouTube, where it's like similarly,
Yeah, another
there's a
YouTube.
curse happening.
Another username 666 thing.
So now, the doll continues to show up throughout those videos. I assume it shows up in the backgrounds of these other egg ones, and then we get this one.
What's kind of interesting is I don't actually think she shows up in. I don't think she shows up in all of them. I think it's just like periodically, so you never know really what you're gonna get.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know when it'll show up. I don't know what this means. This whole description. I'm gonna shit.
I thought it was a URL at first.
Those little Budusi coochies.
No,
It
because
looks
it's all like these aren't URL keys.
Wanna
Like
try that $5
Yeah.
Budusi coochies
That's
parents.
Do you think this audio is played backwards? Oh man. Ooh, that got me. Holy shit.
I'll be back for that.
Hi. Good food. Happy. I don't like those arms. I like bread food. I cook the tomatoes. Let's cooking. Average family vlog channel.
Yeah, yeah, no shit. Ruby Frankie's kitchen.
Yeah.
Like,
This is what the Ace family is.
The
Yeah.
third of Budusi.
Austin
This is-
McBrim. Be like,
Please don't cut your nut. Yeah, this is what all the families do before they go on, so that they can be blessed by the algorithm gods.
please burn bacon.
This is what it is.
2029.
Do you think the audio that's happening is being played backwards?
Yeah, that definitely is.
I love all the close-ups of just like focusing on the eyes are so good.
I can't explain to you how scary this was watching as a kid with your friends in the dark at like 3 a.m.
I mean, dude, if you were to be completely honest, I mean, I don't know if I'm over exaggerating or not, but if I was by myself and I was just like alone, cranked the headphones up, and I was in the dark, I would that still feels just as unsettling as anything else I've seen.
It's creepy. It's creepy. It's very well done. Very effective.
Beautiful set dressing too, like a little backdrop. Because you know
All
what
the
it makes me
reds.
all the draping cloth, but I keep feel like I keep seeing seals, like protective seals or some kind of like weird weird
It's
seals.
those pieces of paper with the writing on them. It feels It feels purposeful.
This only
Why it's
feels only in my only real context of that, admittedly, is just from like movies like The Wailing, whenever they put like the seal over the archway to the person's house, or even like Incantation, that kind of thing.
Yeah. There's a bunch of other videos of like happy-go-lucky, cutesy stuff getting corrupted, which seems to be his thing, right?
Well, there's like a weird,
I hate poo.
there's like a weird balance going
I think
on
everyone
with
hates
like,
poop.
oh, this is just me with my bugs. Oh, here's a cutesy little thing. What's interesting about it too, Isaiah, that I'm thinking about is that it almost seems like it's like from the perspective of the doll, the girl,
Oh, yeah.
where I wonder if the person running this channel is cursed and she is like taking control of him somehow. I mean, look at that. Good fucking God. My word. But all these cutesy stuff that's happening too, because you have all this stuff, but then you also have like tons of weird Minecraft videos with weird audio in the background. It's just very interesting.
It's almost like it's too
Shut up.
much, you know?
How do you mean?
Like the happiness aesthetic to it and everything.
Oh, it
shit.
doesn't feel
is-
genuine. No, it feels
It feels
no.
like it's too painted on.
It's a
And
ploy.
then you cut to like the real perspective of it almost.
And I don't know,
Like
once
all-
again, this is just me, but every time he sees these ants and these bugs, it feels like just like almost if you were going to take any interpretation out of like if he was being controlled by this little girl, or like you're watching someone else watch somebody else through, or you're watching somebody watch creatures trapped inside of a cage, basically. So I
Yeah.
wonder how indicative that's supposed to be of the situation the guy's in as well. If he,
I mean, it feels purposeful, you know.
I think so.
Oh yeah.
Now, I
so
will
whenever he hits
say,
him with
after
that,
the
he fucking
Fukushima
heals,
travel
of
one, I'm
course.
not seeing the doll pop
That's
up in any
annoying.
of the stuff until we get here. Where obviously we see it pop up.
No, and he hit me with it again. I suck.
Oh, she's
Yeah,
like
that's
hidden
it-
perfectly on
that's
that
it right there.
transition. That's,
Yep.
That spin reveal.
The head's back over there. Yep.
Oh my god. I am
I
a
am
baby.
pretty face. I am baby.
What's weird too is he keeps making new farms for them to like build, right? Like all these different tunnels and stuff. He keeps recreating them for them to do that, but it's god damn, this is just fucking unsettling.
Oh my god. I'm not
I don't like the way that thing moves. It just shows up at the end.
I'm getting my ass beat.
How is this making you feel, Hunter?
It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's it.
In the sense of like I keep
Console that.
swaying
I mean, I should
on
be able to,
like
whatever.
stuff of like I either think that it's a oh my god, it's just like a video of a baby in a crib.
That's a baby doll. That's a baby doll.
This is a baby doll? Okay. This frame makes
Yeah,
it
look
look
at its
real.
arms.
No, it's a real baby.
Letters, numbers, and typing. You have the periods.
What if I just pay myself $400? What we should do?
Oh, the eyes there, you see that face.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we should put an epilepsy warning on this video.
Is that the Plague Inked music? I think that the audio's from the video game Plague Inc. Okay, so it's definitely related to like hospital, illness, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it looks like an inspection. It looks like an infection spreading.
Uh-huh. And you can hear the
Yeah, the heart.
heart rate monitor. It seems like almost like one of those like interpretive art piece things or whatever about like illness, you know?
Yeah,
Almost
no,
like almost like a manifestation of how someone would feel about it.
it feels like I would see this projected or something, like going to see some certain art exhibits and stuff, like installated art or something. It feels like this way. This is very beautiful, in my opinion. Like
Yeah.
this is very like surrealist and odd, but it has like an eerily calming effect as well in a way. Like yes, there's big like abrasive noises at times that kind of jolt you, but there's something very like I don't know. It's deceptively calming.
I want everyone who's watching this right now to keep in mind this is what Hunter defines as calming.
There's so many different ways you could interpret this. I'm
Yeah.
curious how each individual would interpret how they feel when watching this.
Mr. East loves mom. Maybe it has something to do with maybe someone in his life passed away or something like that, you know? I don't know.
Well, it feels to me.
Well, now he plays Minecraft.
Yeah, I saw that too. To me, it was reading as someone with an illness going through the trials and tribulations of trying to cure themselves through medical expenses and seeing how people, like basically other sick people around them, but then also how it affects people in their natural life as well, and how everything kind of just gets distorted and changed. And then obviously the ticking stop or like the alarm clock at the end feels like it's the end of their life kind of thing. Like
Yeah,
they pass
time's
away at the
running
end.
out.
Yeah.
He's got a passion, all right, for
Seriously,
something.
good lord. Should we go to should we do the house walkthrough?
I think so. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was an ending to the doll storyline. I don't think it was in house walkthrough though. That we're not gonna watch them, obviously, but there might be doll stuff in the Minecraft series.
Well, from what
as
I've seen through a
well.
couple of the Minecraft ones, I think it's just you just hear a little girl talking
Okay.
at times. So I'm wondering if that's supposed to be her talking through it.
Oh, he's making a horror game 3 years ago. Oh, I bet that's awful.
Yeah, I wonder how fucking like crazy that is. Oh yeah, and then he just gave like glitch assets to people. Pretty crazy. He still uploads today.
Yeah,
Almost
2 weeks
20
ago,
almost-
Minecraft.
Almost 20 years, and he's still just kind of going about this whatever storyline he has concocted.
12 days ago. We are self-sufficient in food. Just like it's potato garden. What the heck?
Just fascinating. Fascinating,
like-
especially because you know so little about the creator. So we can speculate as much as we want, but we have no idea what his actual intention is with this. You know, he could just be like, these are legitimately ants, and I think this little doll is cute. Who knows? You know, I just
Yeah.
like being fucking weird with it.
Like he could just be like, haha, I like being strange and
Yeah, that's
obscure.
what I'm saying. It's like it could be just it could just all be a joke of like, oh, I think it's funny.
Oh, okay. His first animation was a video called Akiko, which I don't think's on his channel anymore. The video is about a girl who found a doll at the back of a building, who would later commit unaliving by pouring boiling hot water on herself.
Wow.
So is that... Oh, hold on. She finds a doll at... Here's a re-upload of it.
So we're under the impression too that this is over 16 years old by this point.
It would have to be, yeah. According to Wikitubia, this is the correct one. I can't read Japanese, so I'm gonna assume that's, yeah, something. Okay, well, I understood none of that. But according to Wikitubia, that told me that she took her own life and that the doll's related to that somehow. So maybe it's the spirit of that girl inside of the doll, maybe?
I think so.
Maybe
it
that's
feels like
the implication.
it feels like this is possibly a continuation of that idea through a series of maybe YouTube videos.
Well, now that you have that great image in mind, I am curious what this one is, though, with it over her face. I love how happy these are.
It just feels like the real kind of, it's just like little narrative, just like extremely bite-sized
Just
stuff over time.
breadcrumbs thrown around, yeah. And then, what is this? It's like all redacted. I think this is just more of his standard tomfoolery. I don't like that noise. Alright, well, yeah, normal go of it, as always. So now, you get the gist, the doll, the egg, all that stuff. So now we can get to my house walkthrough, which is one of my favorite videos. Actually, here's some lore for everyone. YouTube had this little show called Watch History, where they asked me to come out and interview. It was a very good time. I do remember, however, they had a bunch of studio lights, and I kept sweating, so they kept putting makeup on my face. So by the end of it, I just looked like... I was like so pale. I had so much cover
You look
up
like a
on.
Saudi prince almost.
I know. I was so done up. But they asked about like my favorite YouTube videos or the scariest YouTube videos. Internet doesn't count. We're good. We're good. I found it. It would be the My House walkthrough. At the time I saw it, I almost thought that I had dreamt it. It's such a strange video. Yeah, so but basically, like, when YouTube directly asked me what's one of the scariest videos you've ever seen, I'm like, oh, this one. And the reason is, I was, when I first saw this, I was I was in high school, I remember. And I remember I came across it late one night. And then, later on, I was trying to remember it, and I thought it was, like, a dream I had. I was like, what was those
I've had
images
that kind of
like
shit happen to me too. I know exactly what
Yeah.
you mean. It's like
Yeah,
very
where I'm like-
uncanny. You're like, what? Like you're misinterpreting media that you've seen as being something where you're like, I could have swore that was just a dream, and when it turns out to not be, it's such a weird head trip.
Yes. It like slaps you in the face because it's almost like my brain was factoring it as a memory of some kind. Because I'm like, what kind of video would that be? And I came across the video years later and was like, oh my gosh, yeah. But yeah, so My House walkthrough has like a personal head trip for me for that reason. But also, out of everything I know of Nano's work, this is by far his best piece. So
Okay,
are you
well, I'm
ready?
stoked.
Let's go. This one sticks with me a lot. The captions tell a great story. It's so well done. All right.
I want to introduce my house. Oh God. In a doll room. Oh my god.
This is the altar and ancestors.
The deterioration of that back wall looks like flesh almost.
This is bathroom. Say hi, bathroom.
Hello. I hear a sutra.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so he's insinuating this. He lives with his grandfather.
Yes. The wall peels off of the ceiling when it rains.
It's like repeating himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he's this is all stuff he said at the beginning.
This is the ancestor wall.
His grandpa sealed off one of the rooms.
This is my grandmother's bedroom. It was closed up by my grandfather.
So creepy. There's like it's like the shuffling, the distorted audio, but it's also the I feel like you can hear breathing. Like breathing through a nose, like. Oh, the thing's tilted over now.
Yep.
Oh shit, are we actually gonna go in the bathroom now? Do not like that.
What, the rat's nest?
Yeah, doesn't it look like a head of hair almost?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're probably just imagining things, Hunter. I hate how quickly he does that too.
I know, it's such a
Just throwing the door,
I think it's digital. I can't tell, but oh shit. Also, like the walls are just like falling off. Like I know he said that earlier. Okay, well, that's tons of blood. Grandma?
What are you up to, Grandma?
Holes eaten by insects have turned black like bloodstains. Ugh, wow.
Do you see why I thought this was a dream? like what reasonable, how would this be a YouTube video?
Well, yeah, it's also just the set and stuff. Like all like the torn apart paper window type stuff. Like it's just fascinating. Also the frame rate and stuff. Like it's just.
This doll's been left there for decades.
Grandmother, my grandfather.
I feel like he's making too much noise, you know?
Well, yeah, I feel like I'm like you're gonna. I feel I want to feel say like quiet. Also, I thought somebody was moving there.
His audio, the lines are getting all messed up, reversed around.
Yeah.
This is my mother. My grandfather listens to Sutra. There's a typhoon in Japan.
The repetitive of this too makes you think of the PT.
That's
game.
exactly what I was thinking. I was gonna wait till the end, but yeah, this reminds me so much of PT to the degree that I almost think PT was partially inspired by this. Yeah,
I mean it has to be. Oh wow, now there's newspaper on the floor. Oh my god.
I've seen this video so many times, but it still makes me tense up.
God, like right there, that felt like a person just standing there.
Yeah, that was the mannequin.
Yeah, just the mannequin. I was saying, but
yeah.
with the lag in the frame and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
it feels like a person.
Oh my god. Grandmother's here. Holy shit.
My grandfather is not here.
Oh my god. That is amazing. That is so uncomfortable. Do you think that this is trying to say too that the guy is like on a loop that he doesn't know about in his house?
To me, this has always felt like a kind of hell. Some aspect of, like him saying there's a typhoon in Japan almost makes it feel like the house was destroyed in a storm and he's like a ghost who can't leave.
Wow, all the blood on the floor now.
There's a doll in the sink.
Uh-huh.
Again, PT reference.
Grandfather's here. There he is. Wow. Wow. This might be one of the best horror videos I've seen on the internet. This is incredible.
Look at the door.
The door is red now. There's another hallway. Oh my god.
Look at that, dude.
I wonder if this is practical or how much of this is digital, possibly.
It's all practical.
It has
I
to
watched
be for how long
I watched
ago
a
it was made,
video
right?
of him explain. Yeah, I watched a video of him explaining how
it
he
looks
did
like
all of it.
paper mache stuff over it.
Uh-huh. See, the sound of wind woke me up. I hear the sutra. It's like he's stuck in time, right?
Yeah, it almost reads like a poem.
Yeah. The suture keeps getting louder.
Also, the holes eaten by, like the holes left by, you could read that as like your soul being torn apart kind of thing, or like your soul being tormented.
And just said, he said, no one's been in this room a very long time. This is my room.
Fan all covered up. It's so simple, but so good. Good Lord, man. Are terribly damaged. Wow. Oh, nice. They have the making of thing. How cool. Man. What a perfect video to end on for this series. I mean, that is definitely his best work.
That's his best work by far, yeah. I think about that video all the time.
It seems like such a accumulation of all these different ideas, but it seems like the most inspired too. Like even just the way he set up that area. I don't know, maybe I don't know if like he owns or in his family if there's just like dilapidated buildings and he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna shoot in here. But like already such a tore up little, basically like it looks like an apartment or some kind of like house of a series of hallways and rooms and stuff, but to be able to transform that with like what essentially looks like paper mache, to give it like, especially with that low quality, it almost looks like skin growing. It looks like some kind of hell, like you're saying, that's forming. It's just amazing.
There's some aspect to it where it feels like the person making the video stuck in a loop. We see his grandmother's body and his grandfather's body. The grandfather's body almost in a position that implies he took his life, maybe.
Well, especially given that it's in the bathtub too, which is I would say
with the blood everywhere.
Yeah, I would say that's a fairly, in terms of a visual, a common trope for taking your own life.
And there's like the blood everywhere, and then he keeps talking about how like the suture's playing, and then he talks about like the wall of the ancestors, the dolls have gone rotten. It feels like he's stuck there, and every time he walks through the house it becomes more and more dilapidated. To me, it always strikes as like a soul that can't find peace, you know? And he's kind of walking through the remains of the end of his life, maybe even the storm, or maybe the storm's just indicative of the afterlife he's in and stuff, and he can't find a way to move on. That's what I've always interpreted it as.
Yeah, I think that you're right on the money with it. I think also too, it could be, you could make it look for reliving like maybe a moment, or it like you're saying, I think the hell aspect of it, or some kind of purgatory, but hell of having to relive the worst moment, makes me think that either he was murdered by his grandfather and the grandfather murdered him and his grandma and then took his own life, or it could even be something where he murdered his grandfather and grandmother and now lives in this state of like misery and regret, and has to just relive that forever, you know, and is constantly surrounded by the storm.
He's
and is
not
never
allowed
able
to move on.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, brilliant. Oh man,
which again is rapping so heavily on the roof of PT, down to the themes of what may be going on.
Repetitive
like
nature
that.
too. Yeah, I mean, like all the aspects of, you know, obviously PT has, you know, some of the more unnatural ghost-like visuals of being able to have the characters in there, but this almost feels a little more powerful just because of everything is just kind of suggested. Nothing's like ever fully said, and also the poetic rhythm of how the narrative kind of keeps repeating itself and becomes a little more uncanny. It just feels like a tragedy almost. It's just I don't know. I love that. Man, I love that so much.
It's so good. I think about it a lot, like how effective it is with how little it says, you know?
Yeah.
Just because of the way it presents it. Like the setting is beautiful. So
unbelievable.
So well done.
Unbelievable. Just true. It really does go to show that like simplicity is always king. Like keeping things simple and then having a vision for something will always be more effective than like trying to go over the top, way more bombastic and stuff. It's the setting, like the really true, like it's a beautiful architecture, like all those tiny slits, like those were probably all like a paper window to diffuse the light, obviously from trickling into, but just like all the beautiful woodworking and stuff, and how over time it just keeps becoming more corroded. The house is folding in on itself until it reshapes into like this fleshy, like paper mache mass. It's just awesome.
There's also the other interpretation I've heard before, where it's like the whole family died in the storm, died in the typhoon, and now they're all like passing each other in the dilapidated hallways. Like the house could have been abandoned, broken like that. Every time he opens the door, he goes through the ages of the house being destroyed, right? Like 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and it's becoming more dilapidated, and their souls are still like passing, going by each other.
I feel like maybe I would agree with something with that a bit more if it wasn't so viscerally bloody.
Bloody, yeah.
It's just so violent of how it approaches. I almost thought at first that how this would be interpreted too, if this guy's like, I can't sleep in this house, or like I just bought this house or whatever, and then you're finding out maybe the ghosts that still reside there and the history that's there. But it almost makes it even more uncanny that it's my grandmother and my grandfather. It's so much more personal. It's just so odd. And the whole aspect too that he is not even like, he isn't like affected by it. It's just like normal to him. Is very cool. But
I think like I remember I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was Rainbot, another YouTuber, horror YouTuber, who spoke to him before, and he was like, I don't like to put any specific theory on my work because I want any interpretation. So really, whatever interpretation sets best with you might as well be canon. But man, talk about solid work.
No, dude. I mean, from beginning to end, I really enjoyed all of this. Especially, I just love the evolution of username 666, which I still feel like ties into my house walkthrough. Like, I feel like all the cohesion between his work and the evolution that it builds and grows to is just extremely cool. And to see somebody that is like still kind of doing this today, you know, maybe not to
the horror degree of it, or
maybe not the
like
horror
that,
degree of everything, but still somebody who actively posts to the site. I think it's just very admirable, very cool.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, man, I feel like I'm going to be revisiting that forever now. I just don't.
Yeah.
It's going to be a constant staple or constant,
just like
in
me.
constant rotation.
I'm also stuck in the loop of it. Hey, dude, it's like, how great is it? How often do you see something like that just pop up on the internet? It's so well done.
To do that
So
too,
well
especially to be one of the first people to see it online back in the day, almost 10 years ago, would have been such a mind trip. Such a mind
pretty
trip.
cool. It was pretty cool.
But I think for, man, Creep TV is starting off with some fucking bangers, man. This one was just incredible. Like, I mean, just in terms of, like, I don't know, inspiration, just like, I mean, I was just awestruck pretty much the whole time. And also, that house walkthrough was so fucking creepy. So creepy, along with the idol cooking video and stuff. It's just so uncanny, so like lowbrow to make it feel so real and aged in such a fun way. I don't know. It's awesome. Really loved it.
Yeah, with this guy, so everyone be sure to support him, Nana825763. And he's working on a horror game apparently, which will be on.
Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to another Reddit Stories video. A lot of you guys have been asking for longer videos, so here you go. This will definitely be a longer video with a ton of great stories, so make sure you stick around. And enough with the intro, this video will be long enough, so sit back, relax, and if you're new here, subscribe. It's the channel's goal to be at 250,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and I think we can do it, so please subscribe. And alright, anyways, let's get into the first story. The man on my patio. Okay, so this happened when I was around 9 years old. I'm 25 now. And it's something I will never forget. It gives me goosebumps to this day. I live in a terraced house, 4 houses combined, and my neighbors and I each have our own little patio. There's a small road 10 meters from my yard where people do their Sunday walks and so on. Only a small fence separates my small yard and patio from that road. I live in a pretty crowded area, with several of these terraced houses spread around in my neighborhood. So seeing people walking on that road is pretty normal for me. Seeing random people standing on my patio is not. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I lived maybe 50 meters away from my school, so my mom figured I was mature enough to be home alone for around an hour before she got home. This one day I got home from school. I did the usual thing, which was to make sure I locked the front door and double check the back door leading to the patio was also locked. I was 9. Being home alone was a little scary even though it was in the middle of the day and only for 1 hour. I then rushed to my room upstairs to play as much PlayStation as possible before my mom came home and made me do my homework. While playing, I heard this noise coming from outside my window. My room was located 1 floor above the patio with a view to the road I told you about before. It was kind of like the sound of a cat, but my cat has been missing for over 3 months. Hope sparked and I thought, OMG, did he finally come back? I ran downstairs to check if it was my cat, but the sight that met me gives me goosebumps just writing this. There was a guy standing on my patio. A tall guy with black hair covering half of his eyes, making him look like a male version of the Ring Woman or something. I could hear him making high-pitched sounds, almost like a cat meowing. A brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I was frozen, observing this. Eventually snapped out of it and screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react. He kept on eating from the ashtray. I ran upstairs to my room, locked the door, and called my mom, who then called the cops. I've never been more terrified in my life. Laying in bed under my sheets, shivering with fear as I hear these creepy, high-pitched noises from the guy eating cigarette stomps from the ashtray on my patio. I kind of blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy saying stuff like, "What are you doing? Get over here or we'll come down and arrest you," and so on. He didn't respond, but the high-pitched sounds was more frequent and louder. I decided to look through my window, feeling safe now that the cops were here. I could see 2 police officers standing by my fence, 1 man and a woman. I did not see the creepy man, however, because he was standing directly 1 story under me and my field of view. The police jumped the fence, and I remember hearing the creepy guy screaming louder than anything I've ever heard before. He charged the female police officer with full force, and he fucking knocked her out cold. The male officer then immediately tased the guy, leaving him shaking on the ground, screaming still. The policeman struggled to keep him on the ground while putting handcuffs on him, but eventually made it. After a while, he managed to wake up the female police officer, who seemed to be badly hurt. He called for backup and an ambulance, and then he sees me standing in the window above him. The expression on my face must have been something else, because he just looked at me and said, "I sure as hell hope you didn't see all that." I started to cry. By this time, neighbors started to arrive, wondering what the hell was going on. One of my neighbors, an elderly woman, made me come down, and she took care of me until my mom came back home. The police took the creepy guy with them in the car and left. Before they left, they promised to come back and talk to us about what had happened. This is where the story takes an unexpected turn. The male police officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy on my patio was actually diagnosed with severe autism. He had escaped a facility where mentally challenged people live, located about 5 kilometers from where I live. He explained that the guy had actually been living in my house 5 years ago, but he had been forced to move when his mom, his only caretaker, died. The poor guy probably thought he would find his mom in my house. He missed the routines and he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from the house that time 5 years ago because he was extremely strong. From what I heard, he had extreme tensions in his body because of the autism, making his muscles grow stronger and stronger throughout the years. This was the reason he reacted the way he did when the police came to stay. Still frightened, I told the police officer that he needed to make sure this would never happen again. He promised it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life got back to normal. The years went by and the guy didn't come back. Until 1 year ago. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I bought the house from them and I'm still living here today. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stopping on the road by my fence. He just stands there looking at me. I look at him and give him a nod, and then I hear the high-pitched noise. Holy shit, it's him. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize. My heart started racing and I instantly remembered the reason why he was back. I realized that he must have managed to escape again because I kept my cool a bit longer than when I was 9. I started to realize how sorry I felt for the guy. 16 years later, and he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly jumped the fence. I started to think he would knock me out like he did that police officer, but he didn't. He smiled, he looked at me and smiled. I offered him to sit down. He didn't respond. I offered him to come inside. He started laughing. We went inside. His face lit up, pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of the life he had with his mom. It almost made me tear up. All of a sudden, he sat down on my couch, turned on my TV, and switched directly to cartoons. I observed him for a while.
To the cross,
He
walk around like
just
Tizo.
completely focused on the cartoons. I just wanted him to enjoy the moment, so I didn't say anything to him. I realized I had to call the facility to let them know. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got back up, crying, and they went back to the facility. I called the facility 2 days later. We made a deal. His name is Tom, and I now consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They say it's the highlight of this week. It makes my heart warm. Now, for several years, my thoughts were, let's not meet guy on the patio eating from the ashtray. Now my thoughts are, let's meet every Sunday to watch cartoons. My friend Tom. Haunted cabin behind my house. This is a relatively old story that my dad has told me a few times over the years, but with Halloween coming up, it's been on my mind again. I myself have never been able to witness the house through the description I've been given by multiple men 20-something years after seeing it gave me a very vivid mental image. To begin with, I would like to mention that my father is a highly religious man, a preacher's son, and does not believe in ghosts or anything paranormal in the slightest. Nothing seems to spook him either, but he swears up and down that he felt something unnatural that scared the shit out of him, even just from mentioning the story to me on the rare occasion that he would bring it up. Back in the late 80s, he and a few friends would regularly hike over the waterfall or creek bed behind our farm and would follow the trails up until they eventually met the frontage road off of the interstate. Well, one night they decided to take a different route to go around the backside of another farmer's land, mostly to see the animals because they owned emus and other large pets that weren't common in the local area. Supposedly, after leaving the area and continuing into the woods at night of all wonderful times, they managed to stumble upon what is described by all 5 men 20 years later as a Blair Witch look-alike house. It was a very, very old home, and my dad claims that just looking at him gave him this ominous feeling. But of course, they had to go inside and check it out. Inside the house was a vintage cottage-style home that was probably built in the late 40s or early 50s, and the group was instantly met with writings and symbols in strange Latin-like languages, with a few English graffiti pieces that quoted a supposed satanic or pagan worshipping ritual, with certain pieces describing how to sacrifice a human soul to some, supposedly demonic deity. My father still claims to this day that certain symbols were painted on the walls in blood, while others were clearly spray painted, and I find it easier to believe because he also worked as a firefighter for years before this happened and had a lot of experience with having to see human blood and dismembered bodies on the freeway after car accidents. Past a small living or kitchen area was a stairwell that was so small that their shoulders would physically brush either side of the wall as they went up, and the stairs went straight. Stopped at a small landing, then turned right, so as you started up, you could not see what might be standing at the top. At the top of the stairs, a door led to a large attic-styled bedroom where actual chain manacles and locks hung from one of the walls near a circular window at the end of the room, which was also completely covered in weird symbols, graffiti, and now more obvious and frightening, large, dried puddles of blood that had seeped into the floors and walls. Allegedly, once they were upstairs investigating the room, they swear that they heard someone moving up the stairwell behind them quickly, but as they looked back, there was no one there. Everyone essentially told me that it almost sounded like heels clacking on wood, and now completely spooked, they rushed back down the stairs to see if someone was playing a prank on them and was hiding downstairs. Surprise, surprise, they found nothing, and no new footprints in the dust and grime that differed from the ones they left on their way in. To keep things interesting, I met with each of one of the guys separately to ask them about what they remembered, expecting to maybe find a crack or something to prove that maybe they were exaggerating, but when I asked them, I got the same answer from each of them with no hesitation. They got the same details right down to the minute that they entered the house and the minute they left. But here's what it gets really strange. They left the house and for some unknown reason decided to try walking back from a different route, using a compass to approach from the east instead of the south. They did this test more than 10 times that night, walking from every possible route or direction, yet they always come at the front entrance of the house, even when the compass and common knowledge of the area showed that it was physically impossible to be at the south end of the house when they moved in a straight line from the north, east, or west. There probably is some scientific explanation for it, but I haven't found one yet. These guys know these woods literally like the back of their hand and still do to this day. The final time that these guys came back and found themselves standing at the front door of the house, they began to feel physically ill, verging on feverish, and finally decided that it's time to give up when one of them nearly faints, and as they turn to leave, the man who nearly fainted turns, looks up, and points at the circular window at the front of the house on the second story. Everyone looks and immediately sees a tall female figure hunched over, standing in the window watching them. Though they see no features on her face other than two large dark colored eyes, and it's sort of shuffled in place, slight before turning and walking away as if it were heading down the stairs at the end of the room. At the sight of the figure actually moving, they all took off running through the woods, ending up on the side of the interstate about 3 miles from my dad's house, where they originally started from. They eventually made it back to my dad's place, though they claimed that they felt as if someone were following them the entire way, and my dad's cousin gets up to get some water from the kitchen, only to be announced that he swore that he saw the same figure standing outside the kitchen window near the edge of the woods, close to the woodshed. Thankfully, nothing ever came from the experience other than the collective state of absolute terror when the subject is brought up. They wrote off what his cousin saw as paranoia or pareidolia, though 5 years later they decided to return to see if the house was still standing. Miraculously, it had fallen in on itself and was nothing more than a pile of rubble,
I have no idea where
and
the
they
corn
never
is
went
actually.
back. I always joked with my dad and would
It
ask
might still
him
be in
what
the
he would
car,
do
baby.
if he went back and found the house standing the same way it had been back then, trying to give him a reason to let me go and see the place for myself. But with trespassing laws being far more prevalent in today's times, it would be nearly impossible without either getting shot or going to jail, as it was not on our property. I don't know. It always gives me the creeps thinking about it. But I never considered the story to be true until I did this little mock interview with all the guys. And when I say that these grown men are scared to death by the story, I mean it. Seeing them get physically worked up and frightened by just telling the story really caused me to be less of a skeptic. What do you guys think? Could it possible that they were just spooked and it caused them to see these things? This is what we found. I'm writing this by my bed. It's almost dawn. I can feel that I don't have much time left. I can barely see anymore. I hope this account serves as a warning place to everyone about what's up there in the mountains at the Pine Palaces. Please, just stay away from it. God, my eyes itch. There are some things we just weren't meant to find. Please, someone, read this so we're not forgotten. This is what happened. I arrived at the Pine Palaces 3 days ago. It was as beautiful as the website boasted. High up in the West Virginian mountains, where the air was untouched by cities and smog, and where you could just feel the purity in every breath. The cabins I would be maintaining, along with the other 2 summer workers, weren't quite palaces, but they were elegant in a natural sort of way. Each log cabin was decked out in all the usual outdoor decor. Animal heads hung silently on the walls. Polished exposed wood filed the interiors with a delightful smell, and a fireplace sat ready to burn the neatly stacked pile of wood that rested beside it. There were 8 cabins in total, 6 for the guests, 1 for the workers, and 1 for the owner of the retreat, Ken, who lived there year-round. They formed a semicircle along the perimeter of tall trees where space had been made for a giant fire pit in the center. Half a mile down the dirt road, there was a lake that Ken rented out paddle boats for the guests to use. I had asked him upon arrival if employees could use them free of charge, and he had winked and told me if he liked his workers. Behind the cabins, down a path that led into the woods, about 400 feet from the clearing, was where our maintenance supplies were kept. Rakes, leaf blowers, a couple axes, a chainsaw, the usual upkeep wares. I remember on the first day when Ken showed us the old shed, one of my fellow coworkers, Carter, had asked why he kept the supplies so far back. Ken had chuckled and told us that we'd understand once we get married and went on vacation with our own families. He slung his arm around my shoulder and said that he had never seen people fight worse than up here when most modern amenities were unavailable. Wouldn't put it past one of them to take the chainsaw to their significant other, he had said, throwing Penny a wink. Penny, the last piece to our trinity of workers, looked at Carter and then at me, her face unsure and a little nervous. Don't you worry, Ken had said. I've never had trouble up here. Real trouble, anyway. Most folks are good people, just looking to get away from all the nonsense. They come up here and roast their marshmallows, eat their hot dogs, and listen to the silence. After that, we all went back down to the cabins, and Ken began instructing us on our daily duties for the summer, and we prepared the site for the arrival of our first wave of visitors the next day. 3 days later, I found that I enjoyed being in the mountains more than I had anticipated. The quiet days, the chirps, squeaks, and groans of nature, the warm yellow sun, and the explosion of bright crystal stars that light the night. Carter, Penny, and myself all got along very well. In fact, it felt weird that we had only known each other for 3 days. We were all outgoing, inspired, and we all wanted something a little different to fill our time between semesters. We wanted to go back to college in the fall and have unique experiences and adventures to tell our friends. And then there was Ken. Ken had been running this place for 28 years. His dad built it, and when he passed away, Ken took over. He was proud of it. You could tell by the way he worked, the way he moved, and by the way he talked to the guests. He was about 60, but he had the mentality of a man in his young 20s. He was energetic, kind, and made everyone feel welcome. He insisted all the visitors call him Grandpa Ken, and if anyone wanted, at sundown he would tell stories about the history of the mountains and land around us. It was charming, and I found myself looking forward to the time of day. That was all before I found that fucking well. I pulled the paddle boat behind Ken's cabin and wiped the sweat off my face with a dirty hand. That's the last of them, I said to Carter. Everyone is in for the day. Penny should be done stacking the wood for tonight's fire. Do you want to see if she wants to go for a swim? Carter, tall and thin, sporting glasses and blonde hair that he was always pushing away from his lenses, nodded. Yeah, that sounds good. I feel like I'm gonna melt. It's hot as hay fever today, isn't it? I snorted. Got that right. You go check out with Ken, let him know we're finished for the day. Make sure he doesn't need anything. I'll go help Penny put the tools away. Okay. I brushed my hands on my jeans and walked around to the front of the cabin. A couple of guests were sitting on their porches, enjoying the shade and starting to wind down for the evening. I spotted Penny by the fire pit, stacking the last few pieces of wood. All done, I asked? She looked up at me. Yeah, that should do it. I hope that's enough. Penny was a cute girl.
I like the
Nothing
story.
to write home about, but her charm came not from her looks, but from the adorable way she always worried she was going to get in trouble. I smiled back. It's fine. You really think Ken has the capacity to yell at you even if it's not? She shrugged. I just want it to be right. It is. Now, do you want to go swimming with Carter and I? He's letting Ken know right now. She lit up. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Can you put the axe back in the shed before I suit up? Sure thing, I said, bending and picking it up. Thanks, I'll meet you back there, she said, and scampered off to our cabin to change. I slung the axe over my shoulder and made my way to the path that led into the woods, nodding my hellos to the guests as I passed. The woods were quiet today, a low hum of wildlife getting lost in the gentle sway of trees that danced back and forth in the sunlight. My boots kicked up dry dirt as I walked, and I wondered when the last time it had rained. As I was about to round the final bend to the shed, something caught my eye. About 30 or 40 steps to my left off the path, I spotted something coming out of the ground. Curiosity took over and I began to make my way towards it. I wondered why I hadn't noticed it in my previous trips back here, but I'd been more concentrating on sticking to the path and not getting myself lost. As I was getting closer, I saw that it was a well, its stone sides rising up out of the ground in the center of a big clearing. I broke through the tree line and stopped dead in my tracks. A heaviness came over me. A thick unease bubbled in my stomach. Something was making my skin crawl and I felt goosebumps form on my arms. I licked my suddenly dry lips and swallowed hard. A warning light was going off in my mind and my unease turned to panicked nausea. Suddenly, I didn't even want to look at the well. I turned my eyes away and stood there, unable to move. I tried to tell myself to snap out of it, but the unbearable avalanche of horror that filled me when I tried to look at the well wouldn't allow it. I needed to leave. I felt my hands shaking at my sides, and I realized that I had dropped the axe. I couldn't even will myself to pick it up. Why are you being such a baby? I asked myself, still not moving. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I knew the answer, because there's something down there. I ran. The terror turned to a feeling of haunting danger, and I fled. I crashed back down the path and back to the cabins, my sudden disruption causing a few of the visitors to look my way curiously. I looked at them and offered a weak smile. Shaking my head and feeling slightly stupid now, I went to find Penny and Carter. The terror was fading quickly now that I was back around people, and I was starting to feel ridiculous about the whole incident. My breath steadied and my heart rate slowed. I shook my head, rolling my eyes. Get a grip, man. I found Carter and Penny, and we all strolled down to the lake and went swimming, the cool water washing the dirt and sweat off of us. I decided not to say anything to either of them about the well, but made a mental note to ask Ken what the deal was after his nighttime stories. Sleep tight, folks, and thanks for listening, Ken said as the guests offered him a genuine round of applause. We were all sitting around a roaring fire, and Ken had just finished telling us about this place was built. For such a mundane story, Ken had filled it with such a practiced flair and charm that only old men seem to be gifted with when telling a tale. As the visitors thanked Ken and lifted sleeping children over their shoulders to bed, I approached Ken. Can I ask you about something real quick? Ken, still sitting at his bench in front of the fire, patted the space next to him. Sure thing, kiddo, have a seat. He pulled out a cigar and cut the tip off, striking a match against the wood bench. I took my place, watching as the last of the guests retreated to their cabins for the evening. Carter and Penny looked at us inquisitively and came over, curious as what was going on. I took a deep breath. What's the deal with the well back by the supply shed? Ken froze, his match hovering inches from the tip of his unlit cigar. After a second, he lit it and took a couple of deep puffs from it before answering. What do you mean, son? Carter and Penny had taken a seat on the bench next to us, and Carter piped up. What well? There's a well back there? Yeah, it's in the clearing a little off the path, I said, pointing in the direction it was in. Ken turned his head and looked directly at me. Don't go near there. You understand me? The seriousness in his voice shook me. His grandpa persona was gone and his eyes were cold black rock. I mean it, son. Ain't nothing good back there. Just steer clear of it, okay? What's wrong with it? Penny asked. Ken took another drag, obviously uncomfortable with the conversation, before answering. It's dangerous. There's something wrong with it. I don't know what it is, but I know for a fact that, well, that people aren't supposed to be around it. There's something unnatural about it. Best you all keep your distance. Carter leaned forward, his eyes lighting up. Is it haunted or something? I could hear the excitement in his voice. Ken shook his head. No, ain't no such thing as a ghost, kid, but there are other forces of nature that humankind just aren't meant to find. I swallowed hard, remembering the terror from earlier. Ken, is there something down there? Ken was silent for a moment, the crack of the fire popping sparks around us. Then he whispered, yes. What is it? Carter pressed. Have you ever looked down there? Ken shook his head. Can't bring myself to go near the thing, truth be told. Suddenly his head whipped around and he was looking hard at me again. You didn't look down there, did you? I shook my head. No. Honestly, I got spooked just being around it. That's why I asked. It seemed so jarring compared to the peace these mountains hold. Ken let out a sigh, but Carter wasn't done asking questions. How do you know something's down there then? Ken tapped his cigar and a hearty piece of ash floated to the ground. I had a horse back when I first took over the camp, he started, then looked at Penny and cleared his throat. I don't want to go scaring Penny. Just take my word on this and stay away. I want to hear, Penny said. I didn't blame her. Something about the sober tone in Ken's voice begged for explanation. I suppose you're all adults, Ken said, staring into the fire, but let me warn you that what I'm about to tell you is rather unsettling.
It's a story in a
With a
fucking
giant sigh,
story.
he continued, summoning the old memories. Back when I took over this place, I had a horse. I named him Cherry. Beautiful creature. For the first couple weeks, it was just me and Cherry. I was working on fixing the place up and getting it ready again for guests. During the evenings, I would ride Cherry all throughout the mountains, he said, sweeping his hand across the dark horizon. Let me tell you, you haven't seen a sunset till you've seen one up here when the leaves are changing. Anyway, one evening I tied up Cherry to that tree over there, he said, pointing towards the path that led back into the woods. We were about to go for our evening trot. I went inside to wash my face and change out my trousers. Wasn't gone but 5 minutes. When I came out, Cherry was gone. I didn't see her anywhere, but I could hear her, he said, his voice quieting and shaking slightly. And she was screaming. Screaming? Penny asked softly, eyes wide. I ain't ever heard anything like it before, Ken continued. But I took off down the path towards where I heard her, and that's where I found the well for the first time. He paused, silently puffing on his cigar. After a few moments, he continued. Cherry was trying to force her way down the well. She was too big, though. She was stuck, her rump sticking up in the air, her head down in the hole. And let me tell you, she was going mad. Her hind legs were kicking and scraping against the stone walls of the well, trying her hardest to push the rest of her body inside. She was thrashing and wriggling all around, all the while screaming down into the hole. His voice started shaking again, but there was nothing I could do for her. I was too afraid. Something was keeping me from getting close to that well. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck rising. Pretty sure I wet my trousers at some point as I stood there watching. Oh, I was frightened, he said softly. What happened then? Carter said quietly. Ken looked around at all three of us, then said, she eventually squeezed down into the blackness. It took her the better part of an hour to do so. She wriggled and kicked till she scraped off her skin and she fit. I hadn't seen so much blood before in my life. How she was still alive, I don't know. But I stood there and watched, paralyzed as she grated herself against the stone until eventually she slipped down inside and immediately she stopped screaming. We were all quiet as he finished. Ken idly flicked more ash from the cigar and stared at the ground. The unbelievable events he had just shared with us chilled me. I remembered the feeling of being close to the well. I shivered. It's getting late, Ken eventually said, standing there and tossing his cigar into the fire. Why don't you kids get some sleep, huh? Gonna be hot tomorrow. I think a lot of the guests are gonna want to use the paddle boats. We all stood up and wished him a good night, all of us somber and a little rattled, except for Carter. His eyes buzzed with light. We retired to our cabin and began preparing for bed. Penny slept in her own room after brushing her teeth and washing her face. She bid us good night. Before she closed her door, I asked, You okay, Pen? You're not freaked out? She gave me an uneasy smile. I'm not sure if I believe everything he said, but it was a pretty creepy story nonetheless. I'll be okay. Thanks, though. And with that, she shut her door. I went to the room Carter and I shared and stripped down to my boxers and laid down on my bed. Carter followed and turned the lights off. We were silent for a while and then I heard him sit up. Dude, let's go check it out. I sat up as well, slightly alarmed. What? No way, man. You heard Ken. We should stay away from it. Oh, come on, he pleaded. It'll be spooky. You know how great it'll be to tell Penny in the morning that we went and looked down the well? I snorted. Carter, you didn't see it. You weren't there. It creeped me out. No way I'm going back at night. Now just lay down and go to sleep. Please just drop it. After a moment, I heard him sigh and lay back down. Relieved, I closed my eyes and stared at the ceiling. Sleep did not come quickly. I don't know what time it was when my eyes snapped open, but something was wrong. I jerked into a sitting position and let my tired eyes adjust. Carter was gone. Shit, you idiot, what the hell, I said, standing and grabbing my clothes. I didn't take Carter as an adventurous person, never mind a brave one. What was he thinking? If he was where I thought he was, then I needed to tell Ken immediately. I had been by the well. I knew the story held truth, and I knew that there was something dangerous about it. I thought about waking up Penny, but decided against it. I stomped in my boots and flung the door open. The night was calm. A fat white moon, dripping its vanilla rays down to meet me. The camp was still and sleep coated the air. I marched down the stairs and turned towards Ken's cabin when something caught my eyes towards the tree line. Carter was walking towards me. He spotted me and gave me a sly smile. Well, well, change your mind? The big fire in the middle of the camp from earlier was almost out, but there was just enough flame that I could make out his features as he approached me. What the hell are you doing? I asked, my voice a harsh whisper. Sorry, man, he said, putting his hands in his pocket and shrugging. I just had to see it for myself. It took me forever to find it. I paused, cautious. You saw the well? He nodded, the smile still on his face. I licked my lips. And? He slapped me on my shoulder. Ken's full of crap, I'm afraid. It's just a stupid well. There's nothing down there, man. I released a breath I didn't know I was holding in. Wait, really? You actually went and looked down inside? He chuckled and rubbed his eyes. Yup, no ghosts or monsters, I'm afraid. Just Ken jerking us around. It was a good story. I'll give him that. I shook my head. Well, I guess I'm just a big baby then. Let's tell Penny in the morning. I think she was a little freaked out. He laughed. Alright, I'm totally busting on Ken too for trying to freak us out. Come on, let's go to bed. As we turned back towards our cabin, the dying fire splashed the last of its light on Carter's face, and I noticed that his eyes were incredibly bloodshot. He rubbed them again and went back inside and slept till morning. The next day was blistering hot. As predicted, most of the guests wanted to take the paddle boats out into the lake. Ken, back to his grandpa routine, helped the three of us make sure they were accommodated and happy. He asked if we could take shifts, staying down by the water and keep an eye on things. Penny said she'd take the first shift, and so Carter and I stayed behind and saw to do daily chores. We had ended up not telling her. After a quick talk in our room that morning, we agreed that it was better if she didn't know because of her constant paranoia of getting in trouble. And if she was frightened by Ken's story, she didn't show it as she went about her morning. Carter was cheerful despite the heat and helped me prepare the woods for the evening's fire. His eyes were still terribly bloodshot, and when I asked him about it, he shrugged it off. Probably caught me a case of double pink eye. Just my luck. They itch like crazy. You think Ken has something for him? Eye drops maybe? He might. It looks bad, man, I said, dragging another log over to the chopping block. He scrubbed at them. Oh, let's finish this first, shall we? Today was cleaning day, and after we finished the wood, Carter went to relieve Penny. He ended up not speaking to Ken about his eyes. Despite my protest, he said maybe a swim would clear them up, and I told him not to touch anyone if he was going to keep itching them. About half an hour after Carter left, Penny came strolling up the hill looking hot. She wiped sweat from her forehead. You would never know I was in the water 10 minutes ago. It is stifling today, isn't it? I nodded. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my shift to the lake. Did you see Carter? Yeah, what's wrong with his eyes? He thinks it's pink eye. She shivered. Gross. Poor guy. She scanned the campsite. So what do we have left? We're cleaning the cabins today, right? Midweek scrub for the guests? I stretched my arms over my head. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun, does it? Ken told me this morning we don't have to go overboard. The deep clean is on Sunday in between arrivals. Just neaten up a bit. Make sure the bathrooms are clean, get rid of trash, all that. Alright, let's get to it then, she said, and we both went to gather supplies for our afternoon of upkeep. Time went quickly with the two of us chatting and cleaning. The work quickly muted to the sound of good conversation and laughs. She was a nice girl, and I found myself unable from growing slightly fond of her. We hadn't much time to talk one-on-one, and I found her to be quite the pleasant person. As the sun crawled across the sky like a dying man in the desert, we finished up the last of our houses. I blinked sweat out my eyes and let out a long sigh as I saw Carter trudging up the hill. He saw us and waved, meeting us in the middle of the camp. His eyes were still bloodshot, but they looked much better than they had the morning. Save any lives? Penny asked with a smirk. Any hot moms rescued? Carter threw his head back and laughed. Afraid not. Nope, just a bunch of whiny kids and drunk dads. You guys finished cleaning? Yeah, I said. All that's left is to rake the grounds. I'm gonna go change and head down for a dip. To keep an eye on everyone. We all laughed and split ways. Carter and Penny going to retrieve the rakes and myself down to the lake. The water was cold and wonderful. As the sun slowly dipped into a rainbow of colors, I spent the remainder of the day swimming and having a casual conversation with the guests. I couldn't think of a more pleasant way to end the day. The story that night was about Ken's vision for the campsite. He told the guests about all the improvements he wanted to make and how he wanted to redo the cabins. He involved the visitors, asking for their feedback and accepting their comments graciously. Most of the people had nothing but good things to say, all of them thanking the four of us for being such wonderful hosts and how they couldn't wait to come back next year and see the place. After the conversation dulled to a murmur and the moon rose high, everyone thanked us again and began to turn in for the night. After everyone was inside, Ken informed us that he was tired and he was going to turn in as well. We all wished him a good night. We went back to our cabins. Feeling exhausted myself from the heat and day's activities, I told Carter and Penny I was going to bed. They both agreed with me and we went to our rooms for the night. "How's your eyes?" I asked Carter, already in my bed with my eyes closed. He turned off the light next to my bed and crawled under the sheets. Still itched like crazy, but I don't think they're as pink as they were this morning. Maybe tomorrow will be better. I muttered my agreement and felt the day disappear into slumber. I woke with my heart racing. I was bathed in a thick sheen of sweat, and my throat was dry. Something wasn't right. My breath rattled past my cracked lips into the dead air. I tried to sit up, but I crashed back down into my bed. Something was restraining me. What the hell? I wiggled around and found that my wrists and ankles were tied to the bedposts. Confused and terrified, I fought with them for a few vain seconds before finally giving up. I raised my head to look over at Carter's bed. He wasn't in it. "Carter?" I said aloud. "Carter, where are you?" Silence. And then, shh. The noise came from his side of the room, but I didn't see him. Heart still pounding, I stretched my fingers out to try and flick the lamp on next to my bed. My fingertips brushed the switch and I pulled my hand back as the ropes binding me cut into my skin. "Carter, what the hell is going on?" "Where are you?" I said, my voice cracking in panic. Silence. Then again, shh. I didn't know if he was playing some kind of joke on me, and I didn't want to start screaming and wake all the guests if that was the case. So I stretched my hand out again, fighting the pain that was burning into my wrist from the rope. Just a little bit there. I turned the lamp on and yellow light pushed the shadows back. At first I didn't see Carter, but movement caught my eye. He was laying under his bed, looking directly at me. He was smiling and in horror. I saw that his eyes were nothing more than two bloody, pulpy orbs, rubbed so raw that he had cut into them with his fingernails and torn them out.
Oh my god.
"They won't stop itching," he said to me, still smiling. And then he was up, like lightning. He scurried out from under the bed and was on top of me. I struggled and was about to scream when he shoved a piece of cloth into my mouth. Hard. I gagged as his fingers pushed the torn sheet deeper, his thighs holding my body still with an iron clasp. "Just keep it down, buddy," he said, his breath dry and smelling of bile. His bloody mush sockets stared down at me and I turned my face away, the gore making me lightheaded. He sat up on me. "Is it gross?" "It is, isn't it? Here, let me do something about that." He reached behind me and ripped apart the sheet I was sleeping under. He tied it around his eyes and back of his head, the blood soaking through and appearing to give him two phantom red eyes. "There," he said calmly. "That's better. I can see better like this anyway. I was hoping you wouldn't wake up, but I decided I need to tie you up in case you decided to go looking for me again." I whipped my head around and tried to buck him off me, terror and confusion slamming into me with every word he said. He held on and gripped my body tighter with his legs, pressing down on my chest with his hands. "Stop that," he said firmly. "You're safe. I'm not going to hurt you. I just need you to stay here, okay?" He lightly slapped my cheek. "Stay." He was about to get off me when he paused, smiled to himself and leaned back towards me, whispering into my ear. "But there's something you don't know. Do you know what that is?" "You do, don't you?" I bit down on that cloth in my mouth and nodded. He licked his lips. "I'm going to cut Penny's head off." My eyes widened and I screamed into my gag, thrashing wildly. He chuckled softly and held me still, waiting patiently till I wore myself out, panting hard around the cloth. I looked up at him, his smile full of teeth, the glistening red outline of the mutilated eyes bleeding through the linen. The well. The thought crashed in my chaotic mind like a truck. It was the well. He had seen something down there. Somehow it had changed him. Suddenly, Carter raised his fist and brought them smashing down into my face, knocking me into darkness. I woke again, face swelling and painful. My vision swam. The room was dark again. I was still gagged and I could feel my breath becoming labored as my nose was clouding with blood. I was going to suffocate if I didn't get this rag out of my mouth. Slowly, in a daze, I worked my tongue and teeth over it until I could finally spit it out. Gasping in deep, grateful breaths, I struggled against the ropes that held me. After a few frustrating moments, I finally loosened them enough to get a hand free. A few more minutes of tearing and I was completely out of my bindings. Penny? Oh no, Penny. I dashed to her room and kicked the door open. Empty. I felt my heart bubble up in my throat and I stood there trembling. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Please, please, please. My eyes filled with tears and I crashed out of the cabin. Get Ken now. The night was thick, the air clawing at my skin with humidity. The moon stared down at me, uncaring and indifferent. The fire had gone out in the middle of the camp, and as I was about to charge Ken's cabin down at the end of the lot, I heard something. Screaming. It was Penny. I stood, frozen and immobile. It was coming from woods. I knew where she had been taking. Biting my lip, my face screwed up in mental agony, I looked at Ken's cabin and then bolted towards the woods, towards the well. She might have seconds to live. If she was still alive, I needed to get to her and stop Carter. Please, God, let her still be okay. Please, please, God. I crashed down the path, bare feet scraping against stones and branches, my toes slamming into rock and wood. I didn't care. I didn't think about it. I flew as fast as my legs would take me, heart beating faster with every step. There I reached the curve in the path and turned left into the woods, crashing through the underbrush. I held my hands out in front of me, pushing inside the low-hanging branches and leaves that reached towards my face. Panting, I broke into the clearing and froze. Carter had Penny bent over the opening of the well. He was standing behind her with a fist gripping her hair, pulling her head back to expose her throat. The muscles on his arm strained as he worked a knife into her pale flesh, slowly slicing into her back and forth, and deeper and deeper. He paused and looked, seeing me. Oh hey. Penny, I screamed. In the moonlight, her eyes slowly rolled over to meet mine. Agony. Jesus Christ, Penny, hang on. I screamed, tears rolling down my face. Carter ignored my outburst, taking the time to wipe sweat from his face and tightening the cloth around his eyes. You know, this is a lot harder than you'd think. Carter, stop, it's Penny. You're killing her, I screamed. He stared at me silently, the blood-stained sheet around his eyes looking black. Finally, he motioned at me with his bloody knife, one hand still gripping Penny's hair. Come stop me then. I swallowed and was about to charge him when I realized I couldn't. My knees had turned to water and all the strength of my body was drained. The forest seemed to press in on me. My breath came out in little gasps and I was terrified. I felt my bladder release and warmth spread down my legs. The well. The fucking well. I couldn't even look at it. I was filled with such nightmares that I wanted nothing more to turn and run. Get out of here. Get out of these mountains. And get as far away from that fucking well as I could. Carter was smiling. You can't, can you? You're terrified. He tapped the top of the well with his knife. Come on, come over here. Look down there. His smile grew. Look down in the well. Please, I mumbled, vision blurring with tears and snot bubbling out of my nose. Please stop this. Carter shook his head slowly. No. In fact, I think it's time to finish this. He raises his knife again and brought it back to Penny's throat. She was slumped over now. But just as he was about to resume cutting, his eyes met mine and she muttered a single word. Run. Hearing her speak, I ripped myself from the terror. Face streaking with tears and mucus, I charged Carter. Every step towards him, my body seemed to increase in weight, pulling me to the earth. I gripped my teeth and steeled my adrenaline, crashing into Carter just as he was turning towards me, mouth agape in surprise. He slammed into the side of the well, hard, knocking the knife out of his hands. We both went down and I hit my head against a stone, stunning me. The world spun and I heard him growling, already beginning to stand. You don't know what you're doing, you fucking idiot, he snarled, grabbing me by the hair and slamming my face into the ground. I bit my tongue and howled in pain, feeling blood fill my mouth. Dizzy, I rolled onto my back and stared up at him. He stepped onto my chest and leaned down, his voice raw. You can't. Stop this. He quickly jumped back and grabbed Penny, pulling her up and across his shoulders. He hoisted them both up onto the lip of the well, and silently, they tumbled down into the darkness. They were gone. No, I screamed, my voice splintering. I scrambled up, sobbing, pleading, and gripped the sides of the well. I looked down into the blackness. I looked down into the well. My eyes went wide, and the world stopped. Oh no, I whispered. And alright, that wraps up Obscure Reddit Stories. I really hope you enjoyed this video. I enjoyed making it. So, like and subscribe since you've watched to the end of this 45-minute video or whatever, how long it is. And yeah, once again, thank you very much for watching. And yeah, until next time, see ya.
Damn, that's how it ends? Fuck. Secret Life of Human Pets. That is not the one I want to watch. Bobby Lee. Maybe I'll watch that.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Is there a theme song or what happens?
No, just it's going.
I made it. I'm here, and it's just like what a blessing. No, just let me finish this. What a blessing. Over the years, people on the internet were like, "Why don't you do Rogan?" I was like, "I don't even know how," and I'm here now, and I just feel so present, and I feel mindful. It's gonna be a great one. Anyway,
so
thanks for having me.
you're here.
You too, man.
Yeah, we talked about doing it fucking 1,000 times.
1,000 times.
Yeah, and it never happened.
And
people thought we had a problem with each other or something.
No, we know. In fact, here's the deal, Joe.
Okay, Bobby.
Not only do we not have a problem with each other, right?
Right.
You've been a really big asset to me over the years on the phone. Like when I'm in trouble, you call, and you're so helpful, and you've got me through a lot of like difficult situations.
I love you, Bobby.
So we're the opposite of trouble. We're in a like family.
Yes, that's how I feel.
Yeah, but you know, but I just didn't know how to do it.
Well, I always said anytime you want to do it, you were like, okay, and that would be like.
But
the
there's
end
no
of the
number. I don't know who do I call?
You call me.
Oh, I didn't know who to call.
Bro,
Yeah.
This whole thing is literally booked on my phone.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Well, now I know.
I have a guy, shout out to my man Matt, who I contact when I want someone to get, like if I want to reach out, like to Cat Williams or something like that. Like reach out to this guy, try to get him on, and that's it. And then it all gets booked on my phone.
Wow. Well, now I know, and knowing's half the battle. You know what they said? G.I. Joe just said that. What? yeah.
It's that way. It's like the whole thing. It's because like I go to Tom's. Have you been to Tom's? Cigars?
Oh yeah.
It's like they have a real production staff.
Yeah.
There's all these people running around with clipboards, and it's like.
I went to Bert's house the other day. He had 8 people behind computers.
Yeah.
Just typing away. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Emailing what?
Social media, going crazy, promoting arena shows. Everyone's going nuts.
Me, no.
I don't want that in my life.
Why would you don't need it?
I don't want it.
You have a white guy.
Yeah.
You're just some average white guy. No offense, but you're not, you know.
With all due respect, Jamie does take the place of like at least 2 regular people, if not 3.
He's great, dude.
How many people?
I don't know. You tell me.
I say at least 2, maybe 3. Jamie might take the place of 3 people.
Wow.
What do you got there? What are those?
These are pouches. They're called Copenhagens.
Oh, okay.
And
I
they're
got
my
these little rogues. I like these.
Is it tobacco?
It's just nicotine. It's
oh,
not
it's the pouch. Yeah, this the pouch.
Those are tobacco.
Yeah, these are
So you have
tobacco.
to spit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I get blisters, I stop.
Okay, when it burns through your cheek. I had a buddy of mine was telling me that.
Yeah.
It made his gums recede.
Yeah.
Chewing.
Yeah. But then when you take a break, they grow back. It's like it's like a plant. Your gums.
Like a little plant.
Yeah.
You're trimming it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like a bonsai.
So when it like a bonsai.
Maybe you get better gums that way.
Yeah. But I quit smoking 2 years ago, so it's like, you know, that was tough.
Was it?
Cigarettes?
Yeah.
Well, I quit drugs and cigarettes.
Well, you went clean. You were clean for a long time.
17 years.
And then, what was the first thing you did?
Well, I relapsed twice. So after the 17 years, my dad died, and he died, and then my mom goes, selfie. So I took a selfie with my mom and the family, and my dad was dead.
Yeah.
And then I decided that was so weird that I took a gummy. I brought one just in case.
How many milligrams?
At the time, it was like 10 milligrams.
Okay.
But then I had other stuff in my mom's house. You know what I mean? And I took the rest. And then I relapsed for like 4 months. Then I got sober again. And then when things got crazy in my life, I did it again.
What did you go with again? Did you go with just weed?
Weed and drinking. And it's fine at first. Like I remember like taking an edible, going to Hawaii because I was shooting Magnum PI or something. And it's fun for like a couple of months, but then I overdo it. And then it's like 24 hours a day. And I'm drinking 24 hours a day. And then like people are like, Andrew, Santino was concerned. Like one time he knocked on my hotel room and I walked out and I had poo all over my body.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I was in a blackout drunk and he goes, you had poo all over your body.
That's a good friend.
Yeah.
Did he clean you up?
Yeah, he cleaned me up, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's like,
Andrew's the best.
He's the best. Well, he was mad. You know how he gets mad.
Of course, you're covered in shit.
You fucking bastard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're covered in shit.
Okay,
But he didn't abandon you like I would have.
I think you would have.
I probably would.
You would have cleaned it, but you would have said, clean up and then 10 minutes I'll see
I would
you.
have chucked you into the tub.
Yeah, like a cold plunge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hose you down.
So it got bad, and then what happened was Bob Saget died, and then Louis died. And for some reason, I was drinking and also when I was coughing up blood.
Oh.
I had these chunks of curdled blood.
Oh.
Right, like a ball. And I had convinced myself that I had fucking cancer.
Oh.
And I always go, death comes in 3. Not that I'm that big like those guys, but in my mind it's like I'm next.
Oh shit.
And I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. It was fucking terrible.
Oh fuck.
But then I got sober and things are fine.
Whew. What was the blood? Did you ever find out?
Then I got an X-ray done, and it's like it's fine. When I smoked so much weed and cigarettes at the same time.
Oh my god!
And
it made your lungs bleed. That's so crazy.
Yeah. Like chunks of blood would come out.
Oh my god! That's
and
so
I remember
crazy.
I would cough into it like a towel or something, and I would send it to my ex Kalila.
Just the photo or the
just
actual
photo?
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
just
less
photo.
creepy.
And I'd be like, I have cancer.
Because if you send her the whole thing, that's like bioterrorism.
That's weird. Oh really?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, I mean if you thought you had like some crazy disease, like you. Oh my God! Did you see this ladies in Denver today? They took a live Ebola vaccine. There's not even Ebola cases here. It's only like
it's in Africa, right?
But this doctor was encouraging people to take this Ebola vaccine just in case Ebola hits. Why does everybody want to freak me out?
I know.
Why does this lady want to freak me out by taking this thing? Like, who knows what the fuck is going to happen to you now? And why does everybody want to freak me out at the fucking possibility of some new disease coming along and killing everybody?
But Ebola's old school.
It's a scary
hot
one.
zone. It liquefies your organs, right?
Denver Health Medical Team receives Ebola vaccine. The team became some of the first people to receive the live Ebola vaccine for preventative measures in case of a future outbreak. The first people?
Oh
Wait a minute.
my God!
Wait a minute. Is the Ebola vaccine new? Did they not have a vaccine before, and now they do?
I don't know.
What the fuck, people?
But back in the day when they had it, they just bombed a village, right? Or
that's a good question. What did
they do? I don't know what they did.
I don't think it's that easy to spread. I think Ebola has to be spread by bodily fluids.
It's not airborne,
right?
Yeah.
But they could fix that.
You think the Chinese?
That lab and,
Wuhan Chinese guys?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And look, now it flies through the air.
Oh man, if it was like COVID, like that easy,
yeah, but Ebola,
we're fucked.
But that's what scares the shit out of me, man. They keep talking about it. These fucking creeps at the World Economic Forum, they all get together and talk about preparation for disease X. They're calling it virus X or disease X. They're scaring the shit out of me.
But do you think it's? I mean, cause I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just ask you something? I don't know. You know me. I don't know much.
Okay.
About nothing, right?
Right.
But do you believe that it was like man-made?
Well, it was
COVID?
definitely man-made.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say definitely because I'm not really an expert.
Yeah.
But every expert that I have talked to that examined the virus itself, the cleavage sites, the way it skipped all like animal forms, like you can't find that virus out in the wild. And then all of a sudden it made a leap to person. It apparently has all of the earmarks of being engineered.
Wow.
But this is something that they do. This is not like science fiction. Like, so when we say that, it's not like we're just making up some story about some lab where they're making viruses. No, they fucking 100% absolutely do it. And they lied about funding it. That was the big thing with Fauci and the NIH. They lied about funding gain-of-function research, and Rand Paul grilled them. You can watch it on YouTube. And then they lied about whether or not this, first of all, was happening, whether or not they were doing gain-of-function research, and whether or not they funded it. They funded it through another organization. So they fund another organization, the other organization funds the Wuhan lab. And there's a bunch of labs. That's not the only lab. There's a shit ton of them. I visited one with Duncan. We went down to one in Galveston, Texas. It's fucking terrifying. And I don't know if they're doing gain-of-function research there, but I know they have some of the most deadly viruses and diseases known to man, all with these crazy ventilation tubes, and everyone's walking around in these hazmat suits and shit. And they let Duncan and I there.
Why?
Oh, and by the way, we hadn't slept. So Duncan and I, this is when we were doing Joe Rogan Questions Everything for Sci-Fi. Duncan and I, we flew together. So we had to fly together to go to Texas, and both of us got barbecued. I mean, we took like 500 milligram edibles and totally missed our flight. In the airport, we were just talking for like hours. Like, oh my God, what time is it? Like that bad. And they're like, this flight's gone. That flight's gone.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Yeah.
So the next flight we had to take place was like 5 in the morning, and it got us there right before we were supposed to film. So we literally stayed up all night, flew in. I think we got a hotel for 1 hour. I think we actually got a hotel for 1 hour.
Yeah.
And then we flew, woke up in the morning, and just got in the car rather, and just went straight to this lab. So we're delirious. We're still probably high. And we're in this crazy bio lab where they have Ebola.
Wow.
They have everything. They have, you name it, they've got it. Everything that kills everybody. And it's all like these big, thick plexiglass walls. You're like, oh my God, it was freaking me out.
Wow.
And me and Dunk were both like, oh my God, dude.
Are you in a suit too? Are you in a suit?
No.
Oh.
No. We only went into like the administrative offices. They did not let us onto the floor. We didn't go anywhere near any diseases. They just let us through but the doctor scared the fuck out of me, because what he was saying to me is because our piece was all on bioweapons. And one of the things that I interviewed this guy who was formerly from the Soviet Union. I believe it might have been Ukraine. I think it was Soviet Union. And when he left, he was saying that they at one point in time had literal vats of anthrax. Just like a giant fucking swimming pool filled with anthrax. He said they had so much of it. Like bioweapons were a big part of the strategy. Like if everything goes fucked, if we just decide to start killing each other, if we decide to start nuking each other, that was one of the things they were going to do.
Did they use anthrax and Nom?
I don't believe so.
What's Agent Orange? The same thing?
No.
Oh,
Agent Orange is a defoliation. It's Agent Orange they would spray on the plants so they could find the people in the jungle.
Is it orange?
That's a good question.
Like if I saw it?
Right, that's a good question.
Why orange?
Right.
Why not yellow?
I don't know what it looks like. There was another word for it, right? What was the other word for Agent Orange? There's like a technical term.
Because if they use it in Vietnam, they should just call it Agent Yellow. No? Cut that out.
I've always said that like Asian people take jokes better than anybody. You know why?
Why?
All emojis are yellow. No one complains.
It's true.
They don't complain.
Yeah.
Yellow thumbs up, yellow smiley face guy, yellow girl. Everyone's yellow. No one complains.
So people get mad at me because I allow comics to do Asian accents in front of me, and I laugh at it because I think it's funny. But then people think that I'm like like an Uncle Chang. You know what I mean?
Right. Listen, first of all, those people are all your friends. And friends mock each other all the time.
Yeah.
My friends mock me for being short. They mock me for being bald. They mock me for being old. It's fun. It's fun. If they mock me from being... See, the thing is, mocking me for being Italian, it doesn't work. Like, no one cares.
Yeah.
It's not a bad one.
Yeah.
That's why you can call Italians guineas. And nobody gives a shit. They'll call each other guineas. You can call them guineas. No one cares. Because people don't really hate Italians.
Yeah.
They find them annoying, like the gold chain ones, the fucking gabagool, those guys.
I put them on the counter, or you might put them in the fridge or something.
Flavor of that culture. It's fun, but Asian hate is a different kind of hate, because Asian hate, like legitimately, people will walk up to Asian people and punch them after COVID. I saw it. Yeah. It's fucking wild.
Wild, yeah.
That's just strict racist hate. Walking right up to someone and punching them just
like an old man.
Old men, old ladies.
Yeah.
It's wild. And they don't even know what kind of Asian it is. It could be someone from the Philippines, it could be someone from China. They have no fucking idea. They're just hitting people.
It was fucking terrible, yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
That shit's real.
Yeah. But when it comes to like comedy, like back in the day, like you're backstage with a bunch of comics, We say all kinds of fucked up shit.
We try to make each other laugh, and it's hard to make us laugh.
Or shock.
Yeah, or shock.
Even, yeah.
Well, shock to make you laugh.
Yeah.
The shocking thing is just so you go, what the fuck is wrong with you? How many times will be in the green room and Joey Diaz will say something like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And we're on the ground laughing.
Yeah.
But that's what he's trying to do. He's not a bad person. He's trying to make you laugh.
And then we do it, publicly around, on podcasts and stuff, and people just get fucking crazy.
You know what it's like? It's like being around any person that's used to a certain thing. Like, have you ever been around soldiers? Like, especially, like, special operator guys, like Navy SEAL type dudes. They get a couple of drinks in them, they start talking war stories.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
They're funny. They're funny stories about people getting blown up.
Yeah.
Like, they have funny stories about it. And guess what? You can't bring that up at the fucking PTA meeting. You can't. Where are you gonna? You have to be around like-minded people that understand those kind of experiences to be able to talk about them. Cops. Some of the cops I know have the most fucked up senses of humor.
Yeah.
They've seen so much. They need a release valve, man. They need fucking something to let out all the gunshot victims and all the deaths and highway act, all the things they see, man. They see so much.
Yeah. And also these port cities back in the day, right?
Ugh.
You'd have different races and stuff, and they didn't speak the language.
Yep.
And the way they would connect is make fun of each other and people's accents, and it was you bonded that way.
But that was the nicest thing they could do to each other back then. Those port cities were just filled with violence.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Violence. It's all gangs in New York.
Yeah.
That's what it was like, man. That's real.
Yeah.
That's when people came here from other countries, like my ancestors came here, or my grandparents came here in the 1920s.
Wow.
They came from Italy, and on my father's side, they came from Ireland. One from Ireland. He was from Ireland. The mother's from Italy. They're all immigrants. Everybody's an immigrant. Those people that came to that place, they all were so wild. They were willing to get on a boat with their kids and travel across the ocean. You didn't know if you had a job. You didn't know what it looked like.
Yeah.
You had to look at a drawing of it.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody had to tell you. You had to get a letter from Uncle Pete.
Yeah.
That, I made it to America. I got a job in the shipyard. It's great. I'm making, $50 a month. And then they're like, oh, $50 a month. And then they get in their boat with their babies.
Yeah.
Those were wild people. And
like the Chinese, right?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the they had three options. I could do laundry, right? Dynamite detail railroad, right? Opium den.
Restaurant.
Oh, restaurant. I'm opium den.
Yeah.
Back in the day?
Yeah, you'd
I would
be
have
a
the
cool
best
opium
one.
den. Yeah, you'd
Right,
be like, we
yes,
gotta go to
Mr.
Bobby
Jones,
Lee's.
right? I'd lay them down on a nice, felt mattress.
You'd have cool lighting.
Yeah, great lighting. Yeah.
Ride the dragon.
Right.
Ride the
I would stick it in their mouth.
Yeah.
Light it for them.
Yeah.
Right?
And then touch their head as they're going under.
Right.
Just like,
Right. Wow. Yeah. Like in that movie, Once Upon a Time in America.
yeah.
Where De Niro was like fucked up on opiates, but
Everybody got fucked up on it once you did it.
yeah.
They get fucked up. That's what's wild about social media. Social media is addictive and it doesn't even feel good. Opium, at least you feel
feels
great.
Yeah.
You feel great. Look at those dudes in the opium den.
Oh my God. Mine would look so much better than that.
I had Peter Berg on. Peter Berg did that. He's amazing. He's done a million things. That guy's the shit. But he did that Netflix series, Painkiller, the one on the Sackler family.
Didn't see it.
And holy shit, dude.
I see. Okay, I'll
the
see.
opioid crisis. But he told me that he tried it once. He said I tried OxyContin once recreationally. And he was like, oh my God, get this the fuck away from me. He goes, it was great.
Yeah.
It just makes you feel so good. That's the problem. That's the problem, those goddamn things.
Well, when I was on Mad TV and I relapsed, because I had 13 years, I got on Mad TV, I got addicted to Vicodin. And I was taking 30 or 40 a day.
Ooh,
and then,
Jesus
and when I got off of that shit, dude, right, it was the worst detox I've ever fucking felt. And then I had to do a Connie Chung sketch on Mad. 2 days into fucking detoxing, and I shit my pants on camera, and they didn't air it.
Because you shit your pants?
Yeah, I went, good evening, I played Connie Chung. Right, and I'm shaking.
Oh, boy.
Good evening, I'm Connie. As I said Connie, I pooed, and I had stockings, and then I had a wardrobe wipe it.
Oh,
it was fucking terrible.
boy.
It was fucking terrible.
Oh, boy.
And I got sober then, but it's like, yeah, Vicodin and opiates are the worst.
What other job can you do that? And they're like, just clean them up.
I know.
He's really good.
At McDonald's,
Yeah.
you're out.
You're out. You're gone.
Yeah.
You know.
Like, we try to finish. Yeah.
Fuck
for
you,
Apple.
McDonald's.
That's a wrap.
Yeah. But even on stage,
You're in the Genius bar, you shit your pants. That's it, Bobby.
Yeah.
No more.
Even on stage, like, you can go to a guy and go, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
Like in comedy, like, you don't get fired for that. It's fucking amazing. If you did that at like Jamba Juice, you're done.
Right. But the I remember
Can you do me a favor?
I remember you telling me a
Say
story
pod, please?
how you had been up all
Please?
night and you got back to Mad TV. You had to get there for some like. Was it a table read or what? You had a giant knife on you. You're super
I was
paranoid,
gonna ask because
tweaking.
I'm beating ass.
You said you were carrying like a Bowie knife.
Yeah, and sometimes a Klingon, one of those guys got love Star Trek.
Yeah.
So I had a Klingon knife. When the curves.
How big was it?
It was like this long. I still have it by my bed, right? And I was sticking right here, right? And an open
Can you
Hawaiian
insert-
shirt.
oh, wait,
and I was breaking out. And they, yeah.
That's what it looks like?
That's what it looked like, yeah.
Oh,
I had one
that's
of those.
Maybe the
Yeah,
juice
That
was
is
just
actually
expired.
pretty
I
dope.
don't
That's
know.
what Klingons we carry
Yeah.
around?
And then they would,
Isn't that crazy? They have spaceships, but they still need knives.
What?
It seems so like you don't have a better, you don't have
never
a
thought
better
of it that way.
weapon. Well,
Yeah,
first
yeah.
of all, they didn't even have the fucking internet.
Right.
It's the dumbest show ever, and they had walkie-talkies. They hadn't even figured out phones.
I never thought of it
Like
that.
Kirk out, click. We'd have to hang up.
Right.
You'd have
You
to
would think
hang
they would
up.
have like a,
Nothing.
yeah, something, yeah.
But yet they could beam you up. They
Yeah.
could literally take your body and reconstitute.
It's still a good show.
It's a great show.
It's a still good
Listen,
sci-fi show.
I love Star Trek.
Next
I love
Generation?
it. No, first one.
No.
The real one.
No.
Old one.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, back up. I'm sorry. You're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Can I just say something?
I can't be wrong for liking something.
I understand that. I think that you're misinformed.
How so?
Because, and do me a favor, season 5.
No.
All right. Can I
tell you
just?
right now, no.
I know, but can I just open your heart?
It's open.
Okay. So may I say what I'm going to say?
Right.
May I?
Yes, please.
All right. Season 5.
Okay.
Second to the last episode.
Okay.
The episode's called Inner Light.
I'm not gonna watch it.
I'm not asking you to, but I'm not asking you to, but I'm not. But I'm asking your fans,
Okay,
right,
don't watch it.
to check it out, right?
Yeah.
That episode is the greatest piece of sci-fi ever filmed. And Adam Egget hated Star Trek. I forced him to watch this episode. He watched every episode after that. Yeah.
Okay,
It's a great episode.
Okay, I will watch it.
Okay, thank you.
Now I changed my mind. I will watch it.
See, your
It
heart
looks-
was open.
It looks interesting.
Yeah.
It looks interesting because he's walking around and shit. Okay. See what he's got to say.
Yeah.
Maybe he's on like a vision quest.
No, the concept is great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I like the old one just for nostalgic purposes.
Yeah.
Because I'm old. And because when I was a kid, that was on television. And I remember watching Star Trek, Captain Kirk. Like, oh my God, he's the coolest.
Yeah, it was the best.
You know, and it was also, it's so corny. Like if you watch it today, it's gone to this point where it becomes funny. It's parodied.
Yeah.
Like there's a scene where Captain Kirk has a fight with like a lizard man on a planet.
Yeah, I
Have you
remember
ever
that
seen
one.
it?
I remember
It's
that, yeah.
the dumbest fight scene
I know.
ever. It's right up there with the $6 million man versus Bigfoot. That's the dumbest one.
Yeah, this
But
one.
this one's pretty dumb. Look
Yeah,
how
look at him.
handsome he was.
So handsome.
First of all, this lizard is so goddamn slow. I would fuck this lizard up. I would fuck. Look at this. I would fuck him up, dude.
Yeah.
I would fuck. Look how
Look at
slow
him, look
he
at him.
is, bro. I would fuck him up. I would be leg kicking him right now. Whap, whap. I take them knees out. Oh, that what a shitty body kick.
Wow.
And he just
fights
threw him.
like Brendan Schaub a little bit.
But all he did is throw him. Brendan Schaub is a good fighter.
I'm kidding,
You better
I'm
shut
kidding.
your mouth. He knocked out Mirko Krokop.
I'm kidding. I love him.
So look at this. He's right next to you and he's not even biting you.
Shut
Yeah.
your
This is
mouth.
the biggest pussy lizard of all time. He's not even biting.
Yeah.
He's not biting. The
Yeah,
neck
yeah.
is right there. He's got a giant mouth
Yeah.
filled with teeth. Easily he could bite. There's
Yeah.
no restraint keeping him from biting.
Yeah. Oh, that was
Look
a
at
good ear
Captain
move.
Kirk, he hit him with the ears.
Yeah.
Now he hurt him with the ears.
Yeah.
So what does he do? He runs away like a pussy. Now he's gonna throw rocks at him.
Yeah.
You gotta hit him in the ear, bro. Get close. The guy's slow as fuck. Look at him. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. It hurts my feelings.
But imagine shooting that day. It's so
Oh my
hot. That
God.
guy in the lizard suit. Oh my
Oh,
God.
he's sweating his dick
Yeah.
off. Yeah, he's having it rough. Because that's probably Burbank or somewhere.
Yeah.
Those don't, like, that totally
These
looks
aren't
like
gonna
he'd be
work. But I mean,
California, doesn't
you
it?
tried,
Yeah,
and
they
that's
must
what
have
matters.
Oh, he's gonna pick up the rock. Look how fake that rock looks. Watch, he's gonna throw that
These are,
rock.
like,
All you have to do is
highlighted
just
green,
get
and
out of the
then,
way
like,
now.
a dust
Don't stand there. Wait for the. Look, get out of the fucking way, bro.
It's a darker green.
Oh,
that was
Jesus
good.
Christ.
Green
What- How
green.
casual did he get out
Let's
of
see
the
the
way?
polls. Let's see the polls in the chat.
It reminds me of when remember
yellow
that
or
guy
green?
threw the shoe at Bush.
This is
Thanks.
picture perfect, terrible acting.
Yeah.
Picture
They said-
perfect,
they said
terrible
it's fucking-
choreography. Everything
kill
about
him.
it is hilarious. Does it end?
Yeah.
He doesn't kill him?
Yeah.
Oh. How dumb. I love that show.
Yeah. It reminds me of old Godzilla.
Remember when Captain Kirk hooked up with that green lady? It was a big deal.
Would you have? So if
I
you,
would have fucked the Avatar lady.
so if you and I had
The Avatar ladies? That lady's hot.
on Pandora. I don't know. It looks blue.
The one, I don't give a fuck. The one that he eventually winds up with?
Yeah.
Ooh, she's hot.
But you know how like the creatures connect with the tails or whatever, then they communicate.
Yeah.
Does that come out of the vagina too? I don't know.
I don't think they have her.
Okay.
All right, guys, I got a butt plug in right now. Let's get it popping.
Up like that,
Oh, you
come in your mind.
come? Oh yeah, I'd love to come in my
Who
mouth.
knows how the babies even
It's all
do that?
jokes, just
can't
props.
look at it.
Don't take it serious.
They don't have. I mean,
It's all
they have
cameras.
things over their dicks, so they must have dicks.
It's all
right? They don't have
cameras
loincloths.
and sci-fi
But I'm 52
technology.
till I
Don't believe everything you watch on the internet.
can't come.
You can't come
I got a
every other
green
time.
screen.
every other time. That's
Yeah.
good.
I got a green
you know what?
suit.
I like-
These
I like
clothes
that
aren't
too.
even real.
But how much are you fucking? You trying to fuck every day?
I just
You jerk
generate new
off
clothes
day?
on every day with my
Maybe you're
green
running out
screen.
of jizz. Maybe you just have a small factory, you know, and you're just demanding too much output.
No, my factory's pretty big, dude.
Your balls are big?
For my size, yeah.
Yeah, but like for normal humans, when you hit 52, like how often are you coming?
Every other day.
That's reasonable.
That's reasonable. But when I'm
Yeah.
in the sack with a woman,
Oh.
psychologically, I can't do it.
So do you just fake it?
I pull
Spit
out.
on her?
No. I make it, I dim the lights.
Yeah.
And I go back.
Joe Rogan
I go
said to
back.
Bobby Lee,
go back.
so you can't come with women? He says, what do you fake it? And you just go, and spit on her back.
In the dark.
Oh, and act it out.
I'm like,
I
bro.
act, well, I'm a good actor, right? And,
Epilepsy.
right, right. And I
Seizure.
go straight to the bathroom like I'm washing it,
Whoa.
so
Okay.
they can't see the cum.
That's a good move.
Thank you.
It's a good move. You want to be deceptive.
Yeah.
I guess that's not a terrible thing to deceive people about, whether or not you come.
Yeah, I mean, but I feel
Girls
bad.
are all guilty of it.
Yeah, but I don't want them to feel bad like they're not hot. It has nothing to do with
Right.
them,
I get it.
right? I'm just being like a
That's
nice
a
guy.
person.
Yeah, I'm.
That's so sweet of
Yeah,
you.
I'm super sensitive.
Yeah.
But it's like because I was in a 10-year thing and now I'm like single, so I'm just experimenting. You
I
know?
get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
You do? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still fun though.
Yeah, you're having a good time, Bobby.
Yeah, I am.
As long as you're enjoying life, that's
I-
what you should be doing.
I
You should be enjoying life.
You know, Joe, may I say?
Yes.
I am.
That's beautiful. Because when you weren't enjoying life, it bothered me. It bothered me because I love you and like you're such a nice guy and you get weirded out by so many different things. And
Like what? Like what?
You were just always paranoid that people didn't like you, and you were always weirded out by stuff.
Well,
You know? Even me and you, like if we hadn't seen each other for 6 months, like you still like me? I'm like, I love you. What are you talking about? Give me a hug.
Because we have history.
Yeah, but our history is all beautiful.
It's a beautiful history.
We have history of we've never been in an argument.
No.
We've never yelled at each other.
No.
We've always had good times.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of laughs.
We have.
Oh my God.
Some
dude.
great laughs.
Oh my God. Have we had laughs?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We've had moments where I even recall that you probably don't even remember. Like one time, you and I were at the Comedy Store. We're in the patio, and Eddie Griffin bumped us, right? And we were talking shit.
So this must be early days.
Early days, back in the day.
90s, right?
90s, right? And then I remember there was a black guy near us listening.
You smell
and
like
he told Eddie
cheese!
Griffin that we were talking shit about him, and he confronted us.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Sorry, babe. It's just.
And we were like, fuck off, you know what I mean? But it was like, because you remember, he used to do hours.
Yeah, well, he would do 3 hours. He would go on at 9 o'clock, and your spot would be at 9:15.
What's the role you're gonna play?
He was
'Cause I don't.
Kim,
I don't.
Dice would do it sometimes.
I don't always do
Mencia
it.
would do it all the
Don't
time.
do
Oh
it.
my god, oh my god.
Don't do
Yeah,
it.
but it was
Don't-
the thing is, it
What's
was
on your
kind of
leg?
the
Oh my
culture
God.
Of the Comedy Store, in Eddie's defense, is that if you reach a certain level
check
of
your
fame,
side of your knee,
and at
left
the
of your
time
knee.
Eddie was definitely more famous than us, and he was when I still to
Likely
this day
story.
maintain that Eddie Griffin's set
Once
on
again,
Def Jam was one of the best
women.
fucking. I don't know, was it 10
Peach
minutes,
cobbler.
15 minutes, whatever he did. It was one of the best sets I've ever seen. He had shorts on. Remember?
Yeah.
And he has so much energy, man. I remember. I'm pretty sure I was in New York at the time when I watched it. I was like, God damn, this fucking dude is talented.
Yeah, I'm not questioning his skill set.
But it's the culture thing. This is what I was going to say.
Yeah.
There was a thing at the store when you reach a certain level of prominence, you were allowed to just do whatever the fuck you want. And people would show up, and apparently Kennison used to do that. A lot of guys used to do that.
But do hours?
I get it, man. I don't agree with it.
You wouldn't do it?
No. But there's certain guys did. Certain guys that are really good did. Chappelle did it. There's a bunch of guys who did it.
I mean,
it was a thing that you were allowed to do there.
I don't know what.
You know what I'm saying? And it was like,
I know ego batteries and shit
I think we probably all should have talked about it.
Yeah.
And said, hey,
don't they have a new version of it?
But
I still to this day went to Emily, and I go, give me a list right now of the people that are allowed to bump me. Right. And she goes, I'll get back to you. Right.
Nobody should be allowed to bump you. If someone
leakage,
wants to do a set, if a famous person is in town, they should ask you if it's okay.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. I never bump anybody.
But it still happens.
And everything.
I know, but it's, I don't. It's a also it's a thing that was the Comedy Store's like mark that you had made it to a certain level. If you could show up, and some guys would try to get it, they would try to bump people. I'm like, you're nobody. Some people are crazy.
Delusional.
Yeah, they're like a YouTube person or someone who's on some show. Literally, like someone who's on some show that you've never heard of. That was on like the WB or something like that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
There's a few guys that like wanted to try that juice before because it was that thing. Like when someone would show up, whoever it was, Chris Rock would show up. That's it. Chris Rock goes on stage.
He's on the list. I have a list.
Hellcat SRT.
Yeah, you're on the list.
Hellcat SRT.
You wouldn't do it, but you're on it.
Yeah, I don't do it.
Yeah, Chris Rock's on the list. Chappelle's on the list. Bill Burr's on the list.
Makes sense.
Right? But then there are people, you know what I mean, that aren't. And they do it, and it drives me fucking crazy.
Well, it's a weird thing. It's like you're trying to appease the talent. You never know who's really going to make it big, and you don't want to piss them off now. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that.
I know.
I always told people, be nice to comedy club owners because you don't want to be one. That was my advice always to comics, because they always get mad at comedy club owners. I go, listen, man, you do not want to be one of these people, and we fucking need them. This is a crazy job. You're dealing with maniacs that may or may not take their flight, might show up drunk, might get arrested Friday night after the first show.
Yeah.
Like, you don't, like, imagine you're feeding your family based on these fucking maniacs that come in every week.
I know.
I mean, these people are regular people.
I would go to comedy clubs and I would look at the office and see the calendar, and it would always say Pablo Francisco with a question mark.
Oh yeah,
You know
Pablo
what I mean?
was a rough.
Yeah. So it's like I get it.
Yeah, look, Pablo is fucking insanely talented.
He's so talented. Oh my God.
Pablo goes to the basement. He gets in there. He goes and looks around those dark corners, son. He goes out there. He goes into the tunnel.
And I just feel so sad about it, but he could have been the biggest thing.
He should have been.
Yeah.
He should have been.
That's how talented.
He should have been huge.
In the 90s, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Crusher.
Destroyer. And so fun to be around. Like a sweetheart of a guy. Like nobody hated Pablo. Sweetheart of a guy.
Sweetheart.
Every time people were around him, you want to hug him.
Yeah. But he had that skill set on stage that was like a combination between impressions and act outs. And he had everything.
And funny jokes.
Funny jokes. Yeah.
He had all of it together. And just so likable. Such a great guy.
Such a nice guy. Yeah. But yeah, it's I see that still to this day. Yeah.
I was really lucky that the thing that I was into was weed. And that the thing I was into made me terrified. It made me paranoid. It was the opposite of giving me courage. It gave me no courage. Like marijuana was a courage killer.
Yeah.
Like it made me feel like courage was foolish. You're so vulnerable. Life is vulnerable. And it made me appreciate people more, like legitimately.
Do you perform when you're high sometimes?
All the time.
All right. Do you ever lose your place or no?
No.
That's what I found.
I take a lot of nootropics. That's one of the keys.
Can I have one?
Yeah. Take
Okay.
4 of those.
Okay.
That's Alpha Brain Black Label. That stuff is the shit.
Whenever I see a show on your online, I always want to try your little things.
Well, that's a good one to try. And this is, I'm affiliated with this company, obviously, but this is not the only one that I try. I'll tell people about some stuff that I have no affiliation with. NeuroGum is one of them. We always keep NeuroGum in the studio. And
can I have a packet of NeuroGum when I leave?
We can have one right now.
Yeah. Give me a packet.
Don't chew on the mic. It's
I'm not going to do it. I'll do it later.
Plenty. We should get some more. We'll probably run and dry. We go through 4 or 5 fucking boxes of that stuff.
And you
every
really,
month.
NeuroGum really works?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh wow.
It's got theanine in it and caffeine and a couple other things, and what it does is it enhances your memory. It enhances your brain's ability to form sentences. And
whoa.
Yeah, well, with Alpha Brain, we did 2 double-blind placebo-controlled studies at the Boston Center for Memory, and it showed increase in alpha flow state. It showed increase in verbal memory, increase in, I think it was a reaction time, but it does something. And we did it at a dose that's half of what I take. I take 4. Sometimes I take 6. I'm feeling frisky. Like if I'm talking to a scientist,
does it hit right away or no?
No.
Okay.
No, it takes a while. If I'm talking to a scientist, I'll take a shitload of them. I'll take 6.
For like Lex. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love that guy.
He's awesome.
He's awesome.
But I mean, any scientist, like any time I'm talking to someone who's like explaining to me some very complicated things about the universe, like I don't want any fogginess. I want to be like locked in.
See, that was one of my fears of doing your show, is science and the things that you guys talk about. I know. I'm just saying. I was like, I don't know nothing about anything.
You don't have to.
Okay.
No. This is just.
I know film. I know some
listen,
film. Yeah.
You are my friend, and we have had conversations thousands of times. That's all this is. It's just you and I having a conversation.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we first met? Remember when we first met at the strip club in San Diego?
Can I say something? All right. But can I just say something about it?
Yes.
I think I might be wrong the way you're saying it, maybe.
How so?
Well, I don't. Let's go by. So
okay.
I met you were headlining La Jolla.
Yes.
I was a doorman.
Yes.
Right. And I think Diaz was there.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think he was there, right?
Yeah.
I knew Diaz.
Right.
So he goes, hey.
There's like a hole in the middle.
And I was trying to be a host.
Was this 95?
Yeah, 95, 96.
Okay.
Right. And I was a kid.
It is.
Right. I was enamored by you. You know what I mean? Not enamored, but I was like.
I wasn't even famous back then.
No, but still, you were a headliner. I was an MC, right?
Right.
So then we go to the strip club.
Okay.
Right. And it's Deja Vu.
Okay.
And I wanted to go like, I'm from San Diego. I know the ropes. I know the people. I didn't.
Okay.
Of course I didn't.
That's not really what happened.
No, but we sat there.
Okay.
And then there were gang members there. Right. And then I don't know what the problem was, but there was a problem between.
I'll tell you the problem.
Okay,
there's one of the gang members who's dating one of the strippers.
Okay.
And when he was over there talking to the stripper, you went over and tried to get the stripper to give you a lap dance. And when you did that, I saw the look in his eyes, and he had, I'll never forget, he had long, straight black hair, this Mexican dude, with tattoos on his face. In 95.
Only two teardrops.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's only 2 people he killed.
Okay.
And this is 95.
Okay.
And you went over, and I said, Bobby, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? I go, did you take a look at that guy's eyes?
Yeah.
I go, Bobby, these are like dangerous, real people. And you're like, oh, shut the fuck up. Nothing's going to happen. They ain't going to do shit. I go, okay, I'm out of here. So I said, I'm leaving. You can either come with me or not. And I got up and left. I saw where this was going. They were getting up, Bobby. They were moving around. They were thinking about coming over to you. And I got us right out the door. And you barely got in my car. You barely got in my car in time. You were dilly-dallying, and someone had to yell at you. And then we got you in the car, and we took off. I go, hey, Bobby, you were going to get a shot. Like, for real.
Well, you saved my life.
I don't know if I saved your life, but I definitely saved you an ass.
But also, if she's working there, she's on the clock. No, just hear me.
No, you're.
If I'm at McDonald's, right?
Joe Rogan and Bobby talking about when they first met, and he tried to get
technically correct.
a lap dance from a stripper whose boyfriend was there.
And you went over.
And he was like a cholo gang member, short Mexican with long hair, and he had 2 tear tattoos, but it was like 95, so the tear tattoos on your eye actually meant something.
Okay.
So
at the time, I found this out later. I thought the teardrops meant that he was emotional or something. I didn't know about that.
He said the teardrops.
If
He thought the teardrops
even if he
meant
didn't
he was
have teardrops
emotional.
in his face.
Yeah.
The look in that guy's eyes, like the whole group of them, they were serious
I don't want to
people.
make assumptions about people.
Okay.
He said he doesn't make assumptions about
Do you
people.
have any self-preservation instincts?
What do you mean?
whatsoever?
What do you mean?
Did you have any self-preservation instincts? Where you
Well, I'm from the
recognize
suburbs.
danger?
We don't know danger that way. We had no homeless. We had surfers.
You should be just inherently like a child sees a dog's teeth and is scared of them. You should see that guy growling and go, okay, this is real.
Joe, I'm 52 now. I've never had anything happen to me,
No,
so I
sure.
feel like my instincts, right, are on point.
You're also very likable.
I'm likable.
People decide not to kill
I
you.
smile.
Yeah.
So what the fuck, dog? I go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good
nothing.
move.
That's a good move.
That's a good move.
Yeah.
But that was our introduction. That's how we became friends.
Okay.
It didn't.
Right.
Fuck up our relationship.
It didn't fucking
We
know.
stayed friends.
Yeah, no, and like I came to LA, and then I think that it grew.
What year did you come to LA?
97 or 98, like in that time period.
Boy, was what a weird time at the store that was, huh?
The dark ages.
It was weird, but it was really good for us.
Yeah.
Because you would go on stage in the OR and it'd be half full, and it was like a real good place to fuck around and practice.
Oh, so the people that did it really did it because there was no like light at the end of the tunnel.
Not anymore. I think the store goes through eras, and it had gone through the Kinnison era. And when Kinnison died, I think there was a big drop-off.
It was terrible times. Dude,
Yeah.
on a Saturday night in the OR, they couldn't start the show without 4 people being in the audience, and there would be sometimes no show.
Yeah.
On a Saturday fucking night.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was crazy, dude.
But then it came back. It came back when the internet came around. Came back in like in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came back.
And I reaped the reward. I'm so glad it didn't quit.
Yeah, I'm so glad you didn't quit too.
Yeah, I saw some crazy. I saw one time at 2 in the morning. I was working the doorway.
Yeah.
And I saw people in purple robes.
Ooh.
Go up into the belly room.
Uh-oh.
With candles.
Oh, Jesus.
Right. So now you know you can sneak up to the belly room through the green room with those offices and stuff, right?
Were they supposed to be up there?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not lying.
This is the 90s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I peeked through. They formed a circle, and they had candles up. What? No, baby eating.
Okay.
You know, I don't have to report that. Okay. And they were doing seances.
The Comedy Store, if any place is haunted,
Yeah.
the Comedy Store's haunted.
They were trying to seance Andy Kaufman's ghost.
Oh.
And when I went back downstairs, the people that went with the robes, they came back down, and they were in their regular clothes. Lily Tomlin, Bob Samuda.
Whoa.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Whoa.
It was fucking crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, why not? You know?
Yeah.
You get a little high. Someone comes up with an idea.
Yeah.
Why do we have to wear the robes? Because it'd be fun. And then you get in the candles.
Right.
It sounds like something me and Duncan would do.
Yeah, nice robes probably too.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Lily Tomlin.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not gonna wear some bullshit robe.
Yeah. But
have some respect.
So, speaking of Duncan, when I got sober, when I had that 17 years chunk, and anyone out there listening, right? I needed to get all my drugs out of my house, so he was the only one I wanted to. He's the only one that could do it. So when I called him, he came out of my house in 5 minutes. He cleaned out my apartment in like 20 minutes, and then he made me a fish dinner.
Aww.
And then he took all my drugs and went away. But I want to, Duncan, if you're listening, thank you for that.
Duncan's the man.
He's the best. Yeah.
We lived together once for a while.
Where?
In my house. For
Here
like 6 months in
Austin?
California.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He got kicked out of his apartment. Or the house. He was dating this lady, and she got tired of him playing video games all day.
Really?
And he calls me up. He goes, dude, I don't know what to do. I'm in a hotel. She kicked me out. I go, come live with me.
Yeah.
I got this big-ass house.
Yeah.
So Duncan lived with me for like 6 months. And I had a sensory deprivation tank in the basement.
I saw that.
Yeah,
when I
so
came to your house. Yeah,
Duncan would go down the basement and trip balls and sort his life out.
Was he messy?
No, Duncan was a great roommate.
Really?
He was awesome. Yeah.
Did you have to kick him out or no?
No. He eventually got back on his feet again.
Right.
And, we had a great time. Like, he had stayed there for years. We had a wonderful time. It was a lot of fun.
Wow.
It was like, Duncan's one of my best friends. So, like, having one of my best friends in my house, and the house is big, so it's not like we were on top of each other. I could be way the fuck. The phone didn't even work in the whole house. I'd have to transfer phones to go to other parts of the house.
Wow.
It's a big ass house.
Yeah.
So if Duncan's over in that side, I'm over in this side. Like, we're not even in each other's hair.
Yeah.
Didn't even bother each other. So it was really cool, man. It was cool, like, having meals with them, hanging out with them.
Wow.
So for like 6 months, we were roommates.
And to think that he was not even a stand-up at one point. He was the talent coordinator.
Well, he was a stand-up. He was trying to do stand-up when he was the talent coordinator. We became friends because I would call up and give my avails, and then we would have crazy conversations. Like,
Yeah.
He's like, did you see this thing with Ram Dass? And he was like, and we would talk about, like, UFOs
Yeah.
and Bigfoot and shit.
Yeah.
That's why when that Joe Rogan Questions Everything show, that's why I did it with him. I'm like, oh, he's the perfect guy to do
Yeah.
this with. And Ari, too. Ari did some of the episodes as well.
Wow.
But, like, Duncan was always trying to do stand-up. He was just, he was just unorthodox, in his approach.
But then he got good.
Oh, he's
like
amazing.
that fucking doll.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Little Hobo is one of the best sets, one of the best bits I've ever seen.
It was so good.
It's so good.
Yeah.
He did it the other night at the mothership.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
He's got a new Little Hobo too. Somebody stole Little Hobo.
No.
Yeah, some piece of shit
Because
stole
Little Hobo was like an antique doll too, right?
Yeah.
So what do you find?
I don't know. I don't remember how someone stole it.
Yeah, but where do you get another Little Hobo?
Oh, you go on eBay.
Oh, you can get Little Hobos on the.
Yeah, the new one he's got is creepy as fuck.
Oh, really? I want to get a Little Hobo.
You
yeah,
can
yeah,
get
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, you can go online and get antique puppets. They have them.
Really?
Yeah,
It's thousands of dollars probably though.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
They're like, there it is.
Is that the new Little
That's
Hobo?
the new Little Hobo.
Oh my god, he's cute.
He's fucking creepy.
He lives here now, right?
Yeah, Duncan lives here.
Everyone's
Yeah.
asking me to come.
You should come. I know you were talking shit about moving to Austin, but listen.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. I watched the video.
No, I didn't.
Don't lie. You did. You did.
What'd I
I'm
say?
not fucking moving to Austin. I don't leave my neighborhood. I don't go to Compton. I stay right here.
Could I say something?
What?
You know what, man? No, you know. You know what, man? You know what, man?
What?
Listen,
What?
you have to understand what you guys did.
What did we do?
You guys took half of the talent out.
Yeah.
So I was just butthurt.
We brought another bunch in too. Like Shane Gillis lives here.
I know. I know he does.
We're doing
now.
great.
I know you guys are killing it.
We're having.
I went to
so
the club
much
last
fun.
night.
Come move here.
I know,
It's-
but
you're more than Paulie's thinking about it. Paulie's here a lot.
I know. And
Paulie
then
was just here the
Theo's
other day.
thinking
He's
about
killing
it.
Theo's thinking about
Right.
it. Yeah. You're all just worried that like people go, oh, he moved there to suck on Rogan's nuts.
I would never suck your nuts.
I don't ask.
I wouldn't do it.
If you did, it would be a problem.
Yeah.
I'd be like, why are you doing this?
Oh, if you we were camping.
If I woke up and you were sucking nuts, I wouldn't hurt you.
What?
I would yell at you.
Like
Like hurt you.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
It
what
would
the
feel good.
fuck, dude?
It
That
would feel
felt good.
It would feel.
I was in the middle of a dream. What if I was in the middle of a sex
Yeah,
dream
yeah.
and you suck my nuts
I would be
and
so
came?
mindful too.
Bro, that would be a real problem like, for the rest
Yeah,
of my life.
Yo.
The hardest I ever came.
When Bobby Lee sucking my nuts while I was
I
having a
wouldn't
dream.
do it.
Chance,
There's
I
no
was
way.
sleeping.
Yeah,
I
I
was
would
having
never
a
do it.
sex dream.
Yeah,
Bobby
yeah.
Lee was sucking my nuts. I don't
Yeah.
know why he was doing it. It was just for fun. He didn't know. I
I've
was
sucked
gonna
nuts
come.
before, but like
I get it.
yeah.
I get it.
But,
I get it.
yeah, me and Santino will maybe
What the
talk
fuck?
about it. Then.
Listen, man, it's a great place to live. It's a great place tax-wise. It's a great place traffic-wise. It's a great place. The most important thing is people-wise. The people here are so friendly. Austin people are great people. They're really nice. They're nice. They're not shitheads. They're not Hollywood people. They're not lost in this fake world of leftist ideology that everybody's trapped in. They're just people. They're just regular people, man. And those people exist outside of these blue bubbles where everyone's gone insane. Well, I used to be a part of the blue bubble. I was 100% a left-leaning person who lived in Los Angeles. I was 100%. I never voted Republican my whole life. I was very left-leaning, especially with like any social issues. When it comes to financial things, I'm a little bit more conservative, but at the end of the day, I'm way more left than I am right. But California went nuts, man. It's gone like full communist. It's out of its fucking mind. And their approach to law enforcement is so insane. It's so insane. The no cash bail, the letting people out for committing violent crimes, the fucking not stopping people for stealing up to whatever money it is. What is it, $900 now? I think they raised it. I think they made it a little higher. San Francisco is non-existent. San Francisco, most of San Francisco is emptied out of like big chain stores and big department stores.
I wouldn't even do stand-up there anymore.
It's crazy.
They
man.
ruined it.
They ruined the city.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you can bring it back. The structure's still there, but
Yeah,
you'd have
yeah.
to have some hardcore Rudy Giuliani type motherfucker to come in there and knock heads.
Wow.
And nobody wants that.
You
Nobody
know-
wants that. They're peace, love, and granola, and fucking wear a mask.
I'm in the middle now.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle.
I never thought I would ever say
Never.
that.
Never. Never.
It only happened in this last year.
Right. Exactly.
I just went, I can't do it anymore. You know what I mean? People that you thought were aligned with you are like now like mad at you about shit.
They're
and
in a
it's-
cult. They're in a cult. It's got all. I mean, Mark Andreessen, who's a brilliant venture capitalist guy, explained it to me in very clear terms, like what the definition of a cult is, how you can get excommunicated, how you get shamed for having differing opinions, the group think, the whole. He's like, it's a cult, and he's right. He's
Yeah.
100% right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's just hard to say because then people in the cult will attack you. But they're not attacking you for a reasonable. It's not logical. Like, the way they're attacking you. They're attacking like someone attacks religious beliefs.
Yeah.
And some of these religious beliefs, it gets into these weird
What?
gray areas, like trans people in women's bathrooms.
Give me a second.
Like, says who?
Yeah.
Says who? How do you know that's a real trans person? How do you not know that's a fucking creep that wants to pull his dick out in front of kids? Because those are real.
We
and if
spa.
you- Yeah, and if that guy was a convicted sex offender.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was doing that. Look, those guys are real. It doesn't mean trans people aren't real also, but those guys are fucking real.
Yeah.
And to even say that those guys are real, you get excommunicated. You get treated like you're a Nazi.
I never even cared about it.
Didn't care at all.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you are, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? But it's like, I can't do it anymore.
I think it's engineered. I really
By
do.
who?
By China and by Russia.
Oh, no, Chinese.
Yeah, I think what they're doing by manipulating social media, manipulating algorithms, I think some of it is natural. Don't get me wrong. I think some of it would have happened either way. It happened during the 70s with the hippie movement. There's always these people that they want to live completely outside of the norm of conformity of society. And there's always people like that. But what's going on now is very different, and it's accentuated by social media. And I think it's accentuated by algorithms naturally, because people are inclined to go towards things that upset them. But also, it's done purposely. And I think it's done, if you have enough stuff about like whatever the thing is, whether it's Black Lives Matter or whether it's Ukraine or whether it's free Palestine from the river to the sea, if you have enough of that online, it moves the needle. And the way I described it the other day is like if two ships are going in a certain direction. This is a ship where people logically work through things, and this is a ship that's adjusted by the algorithm, affected by the algorithm. It just moves that much. Over time, this is what we're seeing. So over time, you and I, who used to be on the left, are now like, where's the left? Where are you guys? You guys are so far away. I can't even see you. You're out of your mind. You're fucking chopping dicks off and giving little kids hormone blockers. You have no idea what the long-term consequences are. You're ignoring the health risks. You won't even talk about the health risks. You use things like gender-affirming care. What are you saying? What are you saying when you're talking about children? Why are you just accepting this? Because it's a noble thing to blurt out, so everybody goes, you're on the right team. That's what it is. It's not like, oh my God, what are we doing to kids? It's not like, oh my God, what are we doing to San Francisco? It's not like, oh my God, why are we letting these violent criminals out of jail? It's like, oh my God, why are we defunding the fucking police? What are you doing? You can't say any of those things. Because if you say any of those things,
But you
you're
just
a
said
Nazi.
it. You get nervous?
No.
Okay.
I live here.
Right.
This is Texas. In Texas, 99% of the people agree with me. Even the left-leaning people here are way more reasonable.
Even last night, there's a joke that I tell that if I say it in a liberal city, it dies. You know what I mean? And it's a joke about, you know what I mean, Down syndrome people making love, and they make up their own moves. Right? And they know traditional moves. And I did it last night. It crushed both shows. And I felt like, oh, this is, you know what I mean, what I've been, I think, maybe looking for.
Well, that club is specifically designed and nurtured just for what's funny. That's it. There is no message here unless you have a message and it's funny and it's in there. You want to do it, that's fine. But what's valued is comedy. Just like if you go to a music show, you don't want those in between the music speeches about climate change. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and play the song. Entertain me. We want to develop stand-up comedy, like real stand-up comedy, because I think it's a worthy art form. I think it's very valuable to people in terms of enjoyment and in terms of mental health and in terms of society. It's an important part of society. Like the Lakota had a person in their tribe that was called the Heyoka, and Heyoka was the sacred clown. And this was the person that made fun of everything. Because if you couldn't make fun of something, it was bullshit. Like if there's one guy, oh, you can't make fun of him. Well, that's probably bullshit. He probably has an disappropriate amount or an inappropriate amount of power. A disproportionate amount of influence. There's like probably some ego going on here too, if you can't make fun of something. Because if you can make fun of something and it's not funny, then you're not funny. But if you can make fun of something and it's funny and people laugh and someone gets mad, they're the problem. They're the problem.
And I want to say something. I never said this before. I want to say it now, right? Just for my personal life, some of the bullying that I received was necessary for me to get to where I am now.
Well, you don't want it.
I don't want it. No, I didn't ever want it.
Saying.
But I wouldn't like go back in my past and change anything.
Right. I wouldn't either.
Yeah, yeah. Because I feel like everything. My dad was fucking violent as fuck, dude. Like he would knock my mom's tooth out. She has a missing tooth right here. You know what I mean? And we witnessed all this trauma. Yeah. Right. And he was like, dude, it was fucking terrible. I have done EMDR on just him, trauma therapy, right? And it's like, and then I was a little guy in an American high school, and people would bully me. I lived in Minnesota. They thought I was an Eskimo. They threw ice chunks at my head. Crows would. Anyway, my point is that all those little things, and even in comedy, it was hard being me, this little guy. You know what I mean? Doing it. People, black comics would sometimes come up to me. Asians aren't funny. You know what I mean?
Well, there was always that knock on Asians.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like, Henry Cho was like the first guy that went mainstream.
I love him.
He was the first guy that went mainstream.
I love him.
Wasn't he?
Yes.
Ronnie Chang's fucking hilarious.
I love Ronnie.
That dude is so good.
So funny.
He's so funny. And he's got so much attitude on stage.
Johnny Yoon was before him.
That's right.
Johnny Yoon.
He's funny too.
Yeah, he's very funny.
But there was a knock, you know. But dude, nobody thought that when they saw you on stage. Like you're a really funny guy. You're very good.
Thank you.
Very good comic.
Thank you.
You're a very good comic.
Yeah, and I also want to tell you the reason why I didn't want to do this now is because I'm doing a special, and I want to promote it.
Okay.
And I thought maybe I could only do it once every 5 years, but then your people said that I could do it when I.
You could do this anytime you want.
Okay, yeah. I feel that now.
You have my number.
I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Anytime you want to.
It's gonna be great.
Listen,
I
love you.
I love you too. Yeah, I get it. All right. Yeah. I get it now. I know now how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was like, I have to do one. I have to do a special. And the reason
you really
being,
should, because it'll also force you to write more and fuck around more. But you need a place to do that, and that's why you should move here.
Well, that's why I'm
There's so much stage time here, dude.
That's why in March I talked to Adam. I go, I'm gonna do shows here in the little room to do Bobby Lee New Joke Night.
Let's go, Bobby Lee.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And then me and Adam are gonna do a Star Trek podcast.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And at that point, you're gonna watch The Inner Light.
That's a big ask. A lot of asking.
It's 40 minutes.
You really think that's the best science fiction ever? Better than Alien, the first Alien movie with Sigourney Weaver?
But you have to think though that because obviously the budget isn't an Alien budget, right? So it's cheesy television, right? But the concept, you know what I mean, was mind blowing at the time. When I saw that in my early 20s, it blew my fucking mind. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't want to give it away now. You know what I mean? Maybe can I try to sell it to you real quick or no?
No.
Why not?
I'm sure it's okay.
Yeah. All right. I wasn't, but you're gonna watch it.
I'll watch that one episode that you told me.
Thank you. And then make fun of me about it.
I will.
Yeah.
Most certainly.
But you also.
But that's not the best science fiction ever. That's crazy.
If you Google the best television sci-fi episode, The Inner Light is in the top 3.
You know what's a super underrated television sci-fi show?
What?
Battlestar Galactica. The new version?
So good.
So good.
I've seen it twice already, all the way
incredible.
through. It's incredible.
It's a really good show.
Yeah.
Like you think of it as a science fiction show, but it's a really good like psychology show. It's like the way they had it set up. It's fucking terrifying.
I just got goosebumps when you said it. Dude.
It's so good, and it's so appropriate to watch today.
And they kept jumping every hour because they're so scared. Oh my God, it was so good.
And also the combination of artificial people and real people.
Oh my God.
It's really because that's something that we're going to have to navigate. They didn't have AI then. They didn't have that aspect of it worked out. You know, there wasn't like a terrifying force that they were dealing with as well. But the Cylons were awesome. The robot murderers.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And they also kept some of the old school Cylons there too, but but the new school ones were like you couldn't tell. Yeah.
There was new school Cylons and old school Cylons. That's a great fucking show.
I can't believe I'm great. And you know I love it. What's it? The pot face guy? Is it?
Oh, the head guy. Yeah,
what's his name?
Shit. Almost.
Edward James Olmos.
He's amazing.
Yeah. So good in that. Yeah.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
It's a great fucking show. Like great acting, great stories, great special effects. It really flew under the radar. I think it was on like FX or something like that.
Sci-Fi Channel.
Sci-Fi.
Sci-Fi
that's
Channel.
what it was. So
But-
people, like, not enough people were on that channel.
But now, you know that I saw it, right? I'm telling you, the inner light rivals it.
Rivals. Okay, that's one.
You'll watch it and go, okay, that's like the same kind of feel.
Rivals is reasonable.
Yeah.
What's your favorite sci-fi movie?
Oh shit. In terms of like entertainment,
Yeah, what's
or
something
like
like
all
you
that's
just
like.
loved?
My favorite sci-fi, Aliens is one of the original Alien was good, yeah, because you know Harry Dean Stanton was great, and the cat. Here's what I loved about it: the cast was so believable.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that was also the first time there was like a female action star that you didn't feel like they were shoehorning it in your face that she's female. She was stuck in that role. That's not the role she wanted.
Yeah.
You know, she wasn't some like badass.
Yeah.
She was someone rising to the occasion, becoming a badass in the face of this horrific thing that killed everybody else on her spaceship. Spoiler alert. It's 1979.
Yeah. They also felt like real truckers, almost like you know, the ship lived in. Right. Oily almost, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing.
It's a great
movie. But
It's a great
Aliens
fucking
2.
Not as good.
Not as good, but still entertaining.
Different kind of movie. That was like the aliens were easy to kill all of a sudden, and there was like a lot of them.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, they're
because-
Marines though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The aliens were so. The alien, the first one, was so clever and so fast and so sneaky.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they're not. All of a sudden they're just fucking idiots. They're just running at you like the British with the fucking white cross on their chest, target mark.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense.
Didn't
It's
make
like
it-
their characteristics were completely different. They were the dumb aliens.
Yeah.
And then the big one, the big female, the mama, the queen.
That was fun.
She should have fucked Sigourney Weaver up like that. It didn't make any sense.
Oh, okay.
With that still, you bitch, with the robot thing. Like, your whole body's exposed, Poke. Now you're dead.
Yeah,
what are you
yeah.
talking about?
Okay.
And why is it moving so slow? All the above. It should have
Well,
been.
she has babies in her belly.
Bro,
Or,
you
I
ever
don't know.
You ever see a praying mantis kill a hummingbird?
I don't watch stuff like that, man.
You should watch that because the praying mantis is like the a human or the Earth-like equivalent of what one of those alien things are. The alien thing's an enormous praying mantis, probably even more violent and more deadly. And I just don't buy Sigourney Weaver with a stupid fucking robot crane suit on, kicking its ass.
Does it make me a pussy when I watch Planet Earth and I see a lion chase a gazelle or whatever, and I fast forward?
No, you just don't want to see the suffering.
I don't want to see it. What does that make me weak, though?
No, it's not weak. You just don't want to experience it.
Yeah, I don't want to experience it.
You know what it is. You've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it happen.
You don't have to see a lion eating a fucking gazelle guts first, over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Or hyenas. The hyenas ones are the wild dog ones. Those are the.
Yeah, I'm already on.
So I think I'm gonna work. So should I just like mute the mic and then just work for a little bit and box work so I have enough money to do like the tutorial?
Do you want the mic muted?
Yeah, because I'm gonna we have to get money to build.
Do you want to be on camera?
So this button right, you see this red button right here? see. So now we can mute this because then you'll be able to hear yourself. And then they'll hear it, so it'll be an echo. So you don't want to hear that, but now you can still see it.
Okay, so this is gonna be a 20K one-story build in Boxburg, and I'm like, I'm not used to playing on computer because like it's first time it's on my computer, so we're just gonna try our best. So usually it doesn't really take any packs, but I do have the 2-story at the basement. If you want, I can do a basement next time I come in here. I do not have large plot, but I do have like packs, building packs. I have all of them except for large plot. So yeah. So first we're gonna start by like the front, which is gonna be like in the back, like more back, because I want to make a porch, but that will take a pack, so it's optional. You don't have to do it, but I want to do it. So yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do about back. So it's gonna be here. So as you can see, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 5 in the front. So when we go to the side, this is about to be gonna be a 3 long block, and then like to like the side, you can't never do just a big block. It just doesn't look good. So you want to do this like 1, 2, 3. And if you want a smaller house, you can always minus it by 1. So it's gonna be kind of big, because I know if you're just looking for a 1-story house, you still want it to be a big house. So that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, and then we're gonna do that on the other side now. So as I said, it's a 3 by 3. So we're gonna do a 3 by 3. So 3 by 3. As you can see, they're about like the same length. So oops, that was an accident. So how do I go land? Okay. So yeah. Okay, hold up, why are we moving? So we're gonna get off of this and we're gonna move back. And then move forward. How are your floors? Okay, that's there's a 3, so you see the ceiling. No, ooh, my bad. So I did just one more. Actually, it's up. It falls in the way, and the people is instead. Or build another add a more wall, which will be a little more tricky. So then we're gonna go like that. So that's a 4 by 4. So now we're gonna do that. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My bad. So we're gonna go here. 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. The measurements could be wrong. My bad.
Well, can I have some vanilla goldfish?
That might be right. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is 3. My bad. We're gonna go. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can see we got the shape, and it's like that's the shape. It's gonna be. I think it's even if it's not even. Oh, yeah, I'm just a big screen. So we're gonna go down.
Oh my god, I fell downstairs.
And we're gonna go. It's gonna be like. Yeah, but I don't know if I can fit my back. You could do it where you want. So yeah, so now we're gonna like make the wall. 15. 15. My god, my god, my god, my god, my god. I'm gonna go 15 one more time. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My god. Oh my god, oh my god. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. So why am I feeling like the so I'm gonna meet it up and when you know 15 you gotta know that you go across. So this is the layout, how big it is, a small room, tiny rooms like here, 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 here. So this is that. So we're gonna look at how it looks in the roof shape. So let's go look in the roof shape because we want to see some roof shape. We're gonna start by doing the roof. So I do want to base that for the roof. So that is not looking hot. So let's see, it's a flat roof. With the flat roof, you might be like, yeah, flat roof. So then we'll go forward, forward, forward. So with a lot of budget with the roof. With the 2000, but it's cheaper than the other one. Trust me, trust me. So I do it now. Yes. It's cheap. It's cheaper because the other one's $2,000 without resizing it, but now this is it. So we use a basic house instead of cute. So we're gonna add color wallpaper. Done here. Now we're gonna do white. Material. Gonna do it like that, and I think that's the color we should do. I like that one, so we're just gonna copy that around. Go full house. And yeah. So of course we can just mark it. Just be bored. Do the rest, and I find doing wrong, like say do a 4x4 example. That's just an example. I'm not gonna probably try not to do that, but that like I'm doing. I see. What in the Doosie Wussies? Since I have my mic on. It's not funny, you're not being nice. Oh, you do a little bit of this. Oh, I can't copy it. I'm not building. So we're gonna go over here. It's a sign. Now color the sign. Looking for ya. Is that like whole second put a roof? Because that's tiny. It's a 1 story. It's those click paintings. You just click what you want. Do it now. Just click. Want me to give you a tattoo? I don't want a tattoo on my face that says, what is you, a Santa? Says, I'll do this when you're on Instagram. And then you can be like, stop, get out of your face, being annoying, saying backwards or anything. So, yeah. So there's no backyard because I just realized it's like where are they next? See, that's gonna move the roof and the same color, and then we have the door and everything. So we want pin, we want pin it. We're gonna go brown, we're gonna go brown, we're gonna go brown. Ew. Trust me, it's fine. Okay, that's right. I'm not gonna do that color. Sis, shut up. Why is it yellow? What are you making, a McDonald's? I'm seeing if I'm coloring the right part of the
Make fun of your sister's bill.
It looks like a McDonald's.
Oh shit, you made that. That's a big fast.
Ooh, now it's poopy poop. That's what it says on the front. Sis, I have more money on you than you. You got $5, I got 10.
10.
Same.
How much money do you have on Roblox though?
Robux, you mean? Like Robux.
Not Robux, but like, I mean, how much does she makes, what did it be? Is that Robux? No, that's not Robux. What's that? Is it just money? Do you just call that money though?
We call it Bloxbucks. It's like where you work and, you know what Robux
Do you know how much Bloxbucks do you have?
Me? Probably not. Because
That's what I would be focused on as a guy. I would just be stacking mad.
Because I gave it to Sissy and her friend Olivia.
I would say I'll just try like get like a
Okay,
million.
so the top. But I can always buy more with. Gotta mute. We gotta be quiet.
Just
So.
trying to talk to them.
Okay, so the top's gonna be black. But no one's gonna realize that is, so let's just we gotta do what you gotta do. So now we're gonna go back and build. So now we're gonna choose a door and a door. Stop going like that, please. Can I get the thingy? don't know. I think I've tried it. But, like, oops, wrong part of the door, girl. Or whatever. No. Okay, we got it. I'm not a blue person. It's fine. Matching my stream right camera.
You got like 9 more minutes, okay?
I'm just gonna do a layout then. So it's just gonna be a layout. Okay, we're gonna need that. Okay, so I'm gonna get off now because my time's like almost up. So turn off mic and turn on my account.
Real gamer, real wide. Real gamer worldwide.
Well, can they see my screen because I'm putting my password?
No, no, they can't.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, the mic is on. They can hear us. Let's see if they typed anything.
Okay, I'm not a bot, and I know that.
Alright, we're good. Alright, let me turn it back on.
Yeah, and I need another machine to play in the background.
I got you. You want the headphones?
Yeah.
Put the headphones on so you can listen to it.
Wait, if I stream into this, will it be loud?
No, don't scream. Leave it up because then if you turn it down, if you put it down, then they can hear you through that, and you don't want to hear them with your vote because then it'll put an echo. Let me take that. You can take it off.
Yeah.
Alright, now let me play the. Can you hear Roblox playing?
It doesn't have music.
Alright, this.
Now we search up.
YouTube.
Let's
Or
play.
let's go YouTube music.
Now let's play Melanie Martinez. It's right there. Now I pick. Let's see. Let's go. K-12. Should I shuffle?
Do you want to shuffle it?
Because the songs aren't that. I know what I want to play. Hold on. Okay.
Click the play symbol. Tell me if you can hear it.
I can hear it.
Okay, let me make sure it's not too loud. Oh, it's already low. Let me hear it. Or actually, no. Keep it on. I'm gonna hear it through here.
Everyone's so soft, everyone's so sensitive. Do I offend you? You're hanging on my sentences. You could keep your costume or you could keep your mask. I'm sick about so you can kiss my ass. I've never signed up
I can hear you. I don't have it too loud. What did I do? Oh, this. I'm gonna go back to live stream.
But what if I want to change the song?
Well, we might be able to do this. Let me instead here. We're gonna leave this. I'm gonna go Melanie Martinez, and then
Actually, I want to play numbers.
Numbers. Let me look up just numbers. Do you know what album that is? Is it the same album?
Yeah. No, let's not play this.
I'm just looking.
Alright, there, and then Test Me will come on after this. So,
I never listened to
I could try to switch it, so here's what you can do. Look.
Count up your portion, count up your checks,
right
eat
here.
in your fam while
And
you're
then
coming in my
maybe
neck.
you can
When you
try
go to
to
freeze
see
with the
if
cool
it'll auto-play the
dramatics.
next one,
I'm
and
not
if it
inspired
doesn't,
by your
just
distracted.
push it
Why do you
this all the way
emotions?
over.
Side up your
What?
friends. I'm just a chicken giving you the egg. Soon you're gonna see that your breath was wasted. Don't speak too soon on your doubts you're making. A big deal out of a little thing. Why should I try to conform to formulated past when clearly all my instincts let there's something more magical? It was just a number, cause it seems like that's your goal. You push us past our limits just to watch that someone's grow. Oh, I need a reason why I'm looked at like a joke. Until I prove you wrong, like I've done time and time before. And all your adult teachings and your criticism lack the attention to penetrate my solid golden path. To decide what my future is, I'm my own clairvoyant. There's no control in me, imagination on the sand. Take me to Venus, let me explode. I'm ready to pop like a volcano. Jump over me like you're playing hot lava. Motions on 100,000, who's gonna shake me like soda? Clean but of course, use all your words to distract from the source. Where all the growth on the paper happens, leave me alone in my own concoction. Breaking all my fingertips to carve out many roads. Pushing out the paddles from the blood of what I know. It was just a number, cause it seems like that a jester, entertain ya to the best of my ability. When I suffer your fragility, when I enter, came here for a reason. So stop complaining, all have our seasons. It's not just a joke or a lesson to live through. Every which way in second is a break through. I'm mortal, defected by this form. So I'd rather be tested by goddesses, resting their heads upon pillows of all the healing. Not to be forgotten. Drop your books when I walk in. Magic talks without talking. I make the most before the coffin. Gonna be the siren of. Gotta learn, eyes are always on the next floor. But space isn't there to always be filled up. It's the quiet, the downtime to breathe in my lungs, 'cause I'm mortal. Defected by this form. So I beg to be tested by goddesses, resting their heads upon pillows of all they learn, 'cause I'm mortal. Test me, I'm mortal. And I beg to be tested by goddesses, resting their heads upon pillows of all they learn, 'cause I'm mortal. Defected by this form. And I beg to be tested by goddesses, resting their heads upon pillows of all they learn, 'cause I'm mortal.
Give me an A+ if I'm doing this thing right.
And I'd rather be tested by goddesses, resting their heads upon pillows of all they learn.
Oh my god, I'm so scared. Ooh, I'm scared. Like, it's kind of scary. Because, like, they chase you.
Over my shoulder, eyes peeking in, analyze my every move, what current state I'm in, 'cause you are colder than ice on my skin. Wanna get that A+, baby, so you take my shit, 'cause I am little, right? I won't call you out. Teachers saying you get credit, why would you stop now? You are so desperate, craving that spotlight. Shine it on the ones who do the shit, 'cause it's their life. But I know that people around you say, just do what it takes to make it all the way. You're a copycat. You take it then you leave it, honey, just like that. Just like that. You're falling flat. You find someone like me to bring you up right back. Up right back. Can't be that. Can't be that. Obsessed with power. You want it for yourself. Feeding the misogyny, but still you call yourself a feminista. If that were really true, you wouldn't feel as if I were a current threat to you. But I know that people around you say, just do what it takes to make it all the way. You're a copycat. You take it then you leave it, honey, just like that. Just like that. You're falling flat. You find someone like me to bring you up right back. Up right back. Can't be that. looking for your babies. College just eating all your savings. My blood's for me, so no more taking.
Anything you can do, I can do better. In prison for stealing, I'll write you a letter. Courageous and clever, creative director. I raised the bar higher, sir, I broke the record. I'm hot as peppers, summertime and leather. Scuffed up my boots, boy, I'll stump you in Skechers. They wanna be like their first name is Hector. Back against wall, bitch, I am a projector. From the projects, don't check on my ex. Like you never brought that, I'll be broken necks. Wish you the best, won't show you my next move, so I guess you'll be upset. Don't cry, no baby, you'll find your own way. Think for yourself, it'll all be okay. Copyright lyrics, you can't steal my spirit. They live from my music, they're buying it. Imitated, never duplicated. You wish you related, you wish you'd have made it. Imitated, never duplicated. You wish you related, you wish you'd have made it.
You're a copycat. You take it and you leave it, honey, just like that. Just like that. You're falling flat. You find someone like me to bring you up right back. Up right back.
Usually sometimes they get so full, I have to like stop. Okay, I don't really listen to songs. Ooh, what's this? Open it. No. Bye.
I've never fit into any category. Always deep in outcast since I was in Sunday school. And all the cool kids said I was weird. It's exactly the same. They say, why do you dress that way? Why do you act that way? Why aren't you just like me? So is that what you really wanna say to me? You play games with me, telling me if I'm a kind, still you abandon me. Calling me words or not, painting a picture that's false. You must not know my heart, but I know it isn't your fault. You live in a world in your clutch, you don't get out very much. Living in a fake world filled with facades and chaotic behavior. You pull the lever for fun, you'll fire, then you just run. Fire drill, what would happen if a nuke just hit? Would you say bye to your family? Would you post about it? Fire drill, if it all went up in flames one day, would you give your mom a hug before your house burned away? It kills. I wish the best for you, and you think I ignore you too, but really I'm trying to live my own life. Be present more, and so should you. It's alright to crying inside, 'cause nothing I say ever comes out right. We're on the same side. If I'm honest with you, you just run and hide. I'm bad at public speaking, but I'm speaking now, so hear me out. I personally believe that everyone is fully capable of more than what they're doing. All of the bullying, all of the screwing around with people they don't even really know. Eating a hate souffle and an angry bitter sorbet, all 'cause you were bored one day, losing your wits and your grace. Fire drill, what would happen if a nuke just hit? Would you say bye to your family? Would you post about it? Fire drill, if it all went up in flames one day, would you give your mom a hug before your house burned away? It kills. I wish the best for you, and you think I ignore you too, but really I'm trying to live my own life. Be present more, and so should you. It's alright too. I am not the government, I am not the fucked up man. I am not a part of anything that is hateful. Love is seeping out my pores. I don't hold anger anymore, even for people who hurt and betray me. Okay, I am not the government, I am not the fucked up man. I am not a part of anything that is hateful. Love is seeping out my pores. I don't hold anger anymore, even for people who hurt and betray me. Fire drill, what would happen if a nuke just hit? Would you say bye to your family? What you're supposed to die? Fire drown if they're going up in flames one day. Would you give your mom a hug before your house burned away? It kills. I wish the best for you, and you think I ignore you too, but really I'm trying to live my own life and be present more, and so should you. It's alright to. I'm getting out of telephone, you feel so far away. You tell me to come over, there's some games you wanna play. I'm walking to your house, nobody's home, just me and you and me alone. We're just playing hide and seek, it's getting hard to breathe under the sheets with you. I don't wanna play no games, I'm tired of always chasing after you. I don't give a fuck about you anyways. Whoever said I give a shit about you? You never share your toys or communicate. I guess I'm just a play date to you. Wake up in your bedroom and there's nothing left to say. When I try to talk, you're always playing board games. I wish I had Monopoly.
I'm not
Hopefully
close
you're mine. I wish I didn't care all the time. We're just playing hide and seek, it's getting hard to breathe under the sheets with you. I don't wanna play no games, I'm tired of always chasing after you. I don't give a fuck about you anyways. Whoever said I give a shit about you? You never share your toys or communicate. I guess I'm just a play date to you. Ring around the rosy. I never know what you need. Ring around the rosy. I wanna give you what you need. I don't give a fuck about you anyways. Whoever said I gave a shit about you? You never share your toys or communicate. I guess I'm just a play date to you. You know I give a fuck about you every day. Guess it's time that I tell you the truth. If I share my toys, will you let me stay? Don't wanna leave this play date with you.
Let's check. No clue. Sean! Me or anybody? Sean, how do I end the stream? Mom?
all enjoyed that. Alright, well, that's that. Boom. YouTube.
Those are the ruthless ones.
Yeah, those are crazy.
Because they're
Yeah.
pulling the guts out while
Okay.
the thing's trying to stand up.
It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
At least the lions kill you first. The cats always kill you. They don't just eat you. Cats grab you by the neck and they fucking kill you.
Wow.
But dogs, wild dogs and hyenas and bears, they just start eating you. They
And then
just
the
hold
alligator, you have to do
down.
a twirl with them.
Yeah, you might
You
not
do a little dance.
You might not die for an hour. You
With-
might be
with an
alive.
alligator?
With a lot of different creatures.
Well, oh, really?
Depends on what. Well, alligators will take you underwater. They'll drown you because they want to stuff you into a log so you can rot. So
Yeah.
you're easier to consume.
What animal could I think I could survive, you think?
A mouse, maybe a mouse. Maybe.
No.
A really angry mouse, you'd probably run into a wall.
Well,
hurt
with a
yourself.
bear, maybe. You don't think so?
A bear.
Yeah, but I would just not freeze.
I don't think that works.
Freezing doesn't work?
Depends on why they're there.
All right.
If they're there to eat you, no, that's not going to work.
Right.
If they're there to scare you away from their children,
Yeah.
maybe
But
it'll
do
work.
you know what to do?
No, there's no what to do. There's not a lot to do.
Because when you go to Hawaii and you swim with the shark, they give you rules. You
That doesn't even
don't
work.
splash.
Did you hear about that kid that was just in the Shark Tank? Was in the Bahamas? He got bit. They had some Shark Tank experience, and some kid got bit by a shark. Some kid, I think, from Maryland.
Really?
Yeah, don't fuck around, man. They don't know that it's a Shark Tank. They're sharks. They're sharks.
Yeah.
And a bear is like to think you know what to do. Maybe if you spray it with pepper spray, it'll run away. Maybe it won't. Maybe if you shoot it, you'll stop it in its tracks. Or maybe you only have like a 9mm and you could pump it full of 4, 5, 6 holes, and it still tears you apart.
Wow.
Yeah, you if you're gonna shoot it with a gun, you want a large caliber rifle. You want like a 300 Win Mag.
Yeah.
You want something big, something boom, boom. You
Yeah.
wanna put large holes in that gigantic monster predator.
What about sword? No.
No, you're
Oh,
fucked.
okay.
It's gonna knock
All right,
you
all
out.
right.
You won't even-
Oh, with the glass
you won't
in
even-
the way.
you won't even. You'll fucking bounce it off its nose and it'll just get mad at you.
Yeah.
You'll miss. You'll panic. It's just hard. The speed that it moves at will astound all your senses. You'll panic because you'll realize you don't have the reaction time. You don't have the physical movement time capable of dealing with how fast it's coming at you.
Yeah.
Your body doesn't work good enough to do that.
You know, I would run toward it and just get it over with.
That might work.
I'll just run and I'll just jump right into the head, maybe.
It depends on where it bites you. The thing about those things is they don't necessarily kill. They just hold down and eat. They just hold you down and start eating.
Okay.
You know Grizzly Man, that
Oh
documentary?
yeah, I saw. Yeah. Wow.
That video where the lens cap was on, but they have an audio of him dying. It's
so horrifying. I know.
It's like 5 minutes long.
Yeah.
5 minutes of that thing eating him alive. 5 minutes is so long,
It's so long.
before you're dead.
Yeah.
You got to think of how long it is. Something just weighs 1,000 pounds, putting its paw on your chest and just pulling your guts
That is
out.
very true.
Screaming,
It's like
eating your
I
dick
bombed
first.
for 5 minutes, and it seems like 20 minutes.
Right. Imagine getting eaten.
Oh my God.
Right.
Forever.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Do you bomb anymore?
Oh, a bomb, a joke bomb. Yeah.
Yeah.
We also do bottom of the barrel. You know, bottom of the barrel is
No.
like one of those shows where the audience has suggestions, and you reach in the barrel and pull out the suggestions, and then you just riff. Boy, I bombed on those shows.
Oh really?
Yeah, you can. Sometimes there's no suggestion.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like green sneakers.
Oh
And
my
you're
God,
like,
it's so
okay,
hard.
The fuck am I gonna do with this?
Yeah.
Because sometimes people are trying to trip you up. Sometimes people have good suggestions.
Yeah.
Some of them are actually like almost in the form of jokes. Like some of them are really funny.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you just randomly pull out a topic,
Randomly.
and the audience
Yeah.
fills it out.
Exactly.
Wow.
And it's like sometimes it's an amazing premise factory because sometimes because you're on the spot like that, every now and then an idea will pop into your head. You're like, oh shit, that's a bit.
Yeah.
And then that bit, you get home and you listen to it and you write it down. Like there's 3 or 4 bits that I've gotten that are actual bits now because of that show.
I want to admit to something to you right now, if I may. I do. I want to admit something to you right now, if I may.
Okay.
The reason why I haven't done a special is because of the fear of doing new shit.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
It's shameful. I get.
Yeah, but this idea that you have of a Bobby Lee new joke night.
I'm
that's
forcing
perfect.
myself to do it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Because when you guys left the store, and I don't want to make fun of. I love all the comics, dude. But it's like, sometimes when the headliners, like the guys with names, leave town for the weekends, you look some of the lineups there. You know what I mean? And so they're not as strong. So when I'm in town, I'm in the main room. I have the prime spot. It's packed. I have this fucking pressure to crush.
Of course.
Because I just know that they're there to see me, and I want to give them a good show.
Well, you could do sets other places too. Do sets other places. Go to the Ha-Ha. Fuck around at the Ice House. Go to Flappers. Go fuck around in other spots.
Flappers?
Yeah. I know you're saying that, but it's like, go up there. It's a crowd. The humans. Fuck around. Burr fucks around there.
Oh, well, yeah.
Burr likes to do that. He likes to go to the Ice House. He'll fuck around there.
Yeah.
You gotta kind of fuck around. You gotta like come up with ideas and sit down. Like last night, I told myself I'm gonna go to bed early. But I was in front of the computer at 10 o'clock, and I was like, I'll stop at 12 and I'll go to bed. But I caught an idea, and I wrote it out till like 3:30 in the morning. I was just writing.
Wow.
And when I do that, I'm like, okay, that was productive. Even though I'm tired, and I woke up late today, even though I'm tired, I'm like, but that was productive.
Wow.
And if I can force myself to do that 3-4 times a week, and sometimes, dude, I'll just sit in front of that fucking computer and it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. It's nothing. It's embarrassing. It's terrible. It's, like, it's nothing to this. I'm trying to work it out. I'll fucking take a little of that, go over it again. But sometimes nothing. Sometimes I got nothing.
But when you write something, though, and you look at it, right, do you go, okay, this is like a 60%? Like, do you do that?
It totally depends.
It depends.
Sometimes it's like 100%. Some bits, like, as I write them, that's exactly how I perform them. It's not normal, but it happens.
Yeah.
And then some bits are just seeds. It's just a seed, and I gotta throw that bitch on stage and see where it goes.
Yeah.
And sometimes it doesn't go anywhere.
Right.
Sometimes like Ron White was telling the story the other day about this joke that he thought was really funny.
Yeah.
And I had it planned in my mind.
They both stopped
when it was gonna be
early.
applause break.
I told the other one 9 minutes. She was done within like.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But that's the beauty of creation, because
It's not as
every now and then
entertaining
I have
as
I have
it
this new
looks.
bit that's killing. And it's so exciting to get to.
Yeah, it can.
Because
It
it's
can
like,
be
this
boring.
is like this.
Sometimes
bit is
I'm doing it until I'm
It's
like
it just,
tired
it's
as
just
shit. But I used to be on the
Yeah.
computers
It's
until I saw 4
flexing,
computer
you
screens
know?
when I was a
It's
kid.
fun.
So like,
Yeah.
it's just
fun, but
normal to me.
It's also hard.
Is my
but you
it's not
gotta,
muted,
you
I
know,
think.
You gotta
Just to let you know, the mic's
pay
not muted.
devotion to the muse.
I don't give
To
up.
sit down and try.
Oh, I put
to,
it under.
like,
Yeah,
let
it's still
the
in
ideas
the.
come
It's
to you.
still in the paper.
If you don't have a moment
I
where you're
put
just
the
sitting
paper
down and just letting the ideas come to you, you're gonna miss those ideas. And some people say, "Oh, I only write on stage. I only write with my friends." That's great. You should do that too. But there's nothing wrong with like sitting. It's not gonna hurt you to sit in front of a computer and go over your ideas. And every now and then,
Well, if you
maybe
treat it like a
every
video
2
game.
times or 5 times, every 10 times, you
Okay,
sit
what are
in
you
front of
trying
a
to say?
computer or that notebook, something pops up that wouldn't have popped up without it.
Yeah.
And you gotta like suffer through the ones that suck.
But then how could I make us millions of dollars?
Not being able to come up with anything.
But in due time,
My
I will.
problem is I have these second addictions I have, like
You don't
video
know.
games.
Right.
It's
And you're
okay
part
that
of
you
the
don't
computer
know.
and stuff
But
like
once
that.
you know, you'll know.
Yeah, and
you
I'll
know?
just start playing Starfield or something, and 16 hours
I
later
will,
I'm on a
one day.
planet, and I'm making
I'll
an
have more than that
outpost,
one day.
right?
Yeah.
And I feel guilt.
Right.
Or I'll
Cool,
play Stardew
but
Valley.
You gotta be
create a
like, hey,
farm.
my boyfriend is this
Right, and
cool
but it's a
kick
haunting
streamer.
thing. Like, what the
He's
fuck are you doing?
total
What the fuck are you
Sigma.
doing? What the fuck are you
You
doing?
know,
wasting
like
time.
I'm
brain
wasting my
rotted
time.
to
I know
the
this,
max.
but for
Total
some reason I can
edgelord.
convince myself.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you do
Can
the work
edge
first,
like nobody's
like say if you
business.
sit down, you say, I can only play computer games if I write 1,000 words.
Because not everybody knows what it's code.
So when you get to 1,000
Daddy
on a
isn't-
Word document, you'll hit the
isn't
bottom,
code
it'll
for
tell you how many
anything.
words you've written, and then you can stop.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, just earn it. Earn it. That way you'll actually enjoy
Oh
it.
shit!
That way when you're
lasers in
playing the
my
games,
ass.
it won't be in your head, oh my god, I should be writing,
That's
oh my
what-
god, I should be doing something else. And by the way, it doesn't have to be you write something funny. You could just write something about something and then try to extract funny things out of it. Like you could just write a story about like how violent your dad was. like that what you just told me, which is horrific, right?
Yeah.
If you wrote that out, I guarantee you there's going to be a seed of something in there. Something. It might even not even be about your dad being violent. Maybe it'd be about how you react to violence, or maybe how you react to, you know, angry people. I just want everybody to be nice. You could find like a premise in there. So just write an essay. Just write an essay, and write an essay with no expectation of whether or not it's going to be funny.
Yeah, I used to do morning pages. You ever do that?
No, just get up in the morning and write.
Right when you wake up, apparently, when you just start writing.
That's supposed to be the best time to write.
Yeah. Well, you don't have those like filters and stuff, like this sucks. Just freely write it, and then just pages of it, maybe a couple, you know what I mean? And then later you look at it, you know what I mean? Maybe I'll start doing that again. I don't fucking know.
That's how most writers do. When they write in the morning, and then they go for a walk. A lot of them do, and they listen to some of their notes. And they'll go over the idea that they wrote down, and they'll take voice notes while they're walking. There's something about walking, they say, because it's like a very mild aerobic exercise, so it stimulates your circulation, it gets everything flowing. You actually think a little bit better when you're walking.
Yeah, I stole it again.
Oh, okay.
It's real. You're not tired. It's a mild thing. So you're just out there walking, and your heart is pumping, and you're not sitting there sedentary just trying to think. You're actually walking around.
Okay, I'll try hiking then.
Yeah, hiking's good. Hiking's good.
Yeah,
hike after you, then you really have earned your video games, right? Right? And then hike and think about what you write, and then when you play, you'll be playing for fun. You'll be enjoying it.
From this day forth, I'm going to wake up, I'm making an announcement. I'm going to wake up, I'm going to write.
The whole point was to grab it, because
hike,
and hope there's some stuff in it.
I'm going to see you 4 months from now. You're going to be cracked out with a Klingon knife.
I'll never beat the allegations.
You went off the rails. There was too much pressure. I was getting up every morning. I was writing, and then I was hiking, and it was just too much.
Yeah. No,
and my fish died.
I have to do it because now it's incredible. Like, you know, when I do shows with Segura or me and Andrew, you know, because I'm on a podcast called Bad Friends.
It's a funny podcast.
Thank you.
You guys are good together. I want to talk to you about an episode that I saw. But you having to go to Israel, was that on that, or was that somewhere else?
Yeah, was that?
What was that like? Tell me what happened. Do you not want to talk about it?
Do it. Because I'm not saying anything that's like wrong. It's just something that happened. So, I get a call from Steve Byrne.
Okay.
And Steve goes, "You want to go to Israel?"
How long ago is this?
14 years ago, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
12, 14, I don't know. And I go, "Why? I don't want to do a show there." And he goes, "No. You know, I got a call, and they're flying out a bunch of comedians and actors, and it's a free trip." And I go, "Why?" I don't know. They just want to show us the country and their culture. And you get nice hotels, free meals, and you get a tour of like...
Are you not performing?
No.
Nothing. Okay.
So I went there with Jamie Chung, Brian Greenberg, they're actors, and Steve Lopez went out, George Lopez.
Okay.
And we went out there, and then when we got there, they were like, "Welcome." We're like, "Thanks." And they were like, "But every day you have to tweet how great Israel is."
Every day?
Yeah, like put out a tweet.
They told you have to, and they didn't say anything about that before you left?
I don't remember them saying it before.
But they might have?
They could have.
Or maybe they said Steve, and Steve conveniently left it out?
I don't know, but I do know that I feel like if they did say it, that I would have questioned it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Aware. So this is the early days of Twitter, right?
Yeah.
So when was Twitter's only like 12 years old?
It was 10 years ago then, I don't know.
How old Twitter? Oh, there it is. Israel Unfiltered. So 2006.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So 2006, when was that?
Look at your face.
Yeah. I have to tweet? Yeah. But here's what happened. As soon as I tweeted the first thing, I already knew, like, oh my God, I think I'm in trouble.
Why? What'd you say?
I just said, Israel's great. They're beautiful people. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And then, like, it was just like, and they flew us out here for free. And then you would just get 1,000, like, you know what I mean? That were like, you know, Palestinian, you know, and going, you mother, you know, and just, it was like negative. And there was these gigantic wars that would go on in the comment section.
Oh, boy.
It just got really uncomfortable. And then I just remember, you know, yeah, there I am.
Look at you. Nice hat. Bro, you should wear that all the time.
I know, I look cute with it.
Is that the famous wall?
That's the wall, yeah.
What did it feel like to be around that wall? That wall's old as fuck, right? How old's that wall?
I put a note in it. You could write little letters. You know what I mean?
Letters to Jesus?
Yeah, yeah. And you put it in there.
Jesus, when you come
I think mine was like, let me get more pussy or whatever. But
Nice.
yeah. But like
that wall, how old is that wall? 19 BC.
Yeah. But then toward the end, I was just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I think. I was just like,
how many tweets did you make, and did you keep going after they were attacking you?
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You have to,
You have
otherwise
to.
you don't get your hotel.
Yeah. It was like a
What
free
you gonna
thing.
do?
And I didn't know the significance of it until later, almost. Like, you know what I mean? Or not significance, but like what the impact of it, you know?
Right.
Because I obviously, I mean, obviously I have my opinions about it, you know what I mean? That I'm keeping to myself, but it's like, it's not fully aligned, you know what I mean, with what people think that I should be, you know? You have to be careful because I live in LA and,
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah.
Look, it's a complicated issue.
It's so complicated.
And it's terrifying.
Yeah.
When you look at the video of when they do an overhead of what Gaza used to look like and what it looks like now,
I don't know,
it's insane. It's fucking insane.
It's gonna take over a year to clean up just the rubble.
Oh my God.
But it's like 25,000 now?
At least.
At least.
They don't know how many people are dead. They have no idea.
And just
half the population is women and children.
And the trauma. And the fucking, famine. It's just, I just can't even comprehend it, really.
Yeah, and the Israelis tell you that it's necessary, and that they have to get rid of Hamas, and this is the way to do it. But just
I mean, I
Jesus
believe
Christ.
that. I believe that. I believe that maybe that should be, but I think the approach could be different.
Yeah.
Right
Well,
or no?
I don't have any expertise in war.
Neither.
But I'm horrified that they can just shoot missiles into buildings. And they tell people to get out, but then they bomb the areas where they're going to. I mean, the whole thing's nuts, man. It's nuts, and it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous. These Free Palestine marches that are happening all over the world, those are all organized too, by the way. When you get on social media and you see the Free Palestine people and the pro-Israel people, what percentage of those people are bots?
Right.
It's not zero. It's not zero. There's a lot of what's getting stirred up, a lot of the hateful things that are being said, a lot of the crazy things that are being said. I guarantee you a lot of that's being instigated by foreign countries. And that's what's scary about social media and the influence it has on people and the way they feel about a particular issue. And that's on top of the horrific nature of the issue itself. Both of October 7th, which is undeniably horrific.
Horrific.
And then this. And then on top of that, you have this open anti-Semitism that we never saw before, where it's just open everywhere. It's wild.
It's fucking terrible.
It's so scary, man.
But it's also an issue that will never be resolved.
But it's not just that it'll never be resolved. Like, I never thought it was going to be an issue where the presidents of, like, major universities were standing in front of Congress and they were justifying people saying death to the Jews, that it wasn't harassment unless it was actionable.
I'll tell you, that's insane, yeah.
Like, what? And then when the Congresswoman was trying to get them to expand on that, do you mean actual genocide, then it's harassment when they commit actual genocide?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah.
But it's the same thing we were talking about. It's the cult. They're in that leftist cult, and it's not reasonable. It doesn't make any sense. It's all crazy.
Oh, and when they were like, Osama bin Laden could have been Ryan or whatever, do you remember that fucking trend?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking insane. What are you talking about? And these are people, right, that weren't there. I was
That's
there.
a TikTok thing, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden.
In 2000, right, or 2001, I was on Mad TV. 9/11 happened. I went to work the next day. Andrew Daly, one of the actors, his cousin was on one of the flights, right? And I could feel the pain, right? And, we were inundated with the fucking footage.
Yeah.
And just in the moment, it was fucking horrifying.
Yeah.
It changed America.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. And now people that weren't even around then, kids, which is fine, but now they have these grand ideas about, it's insane.
Well, it's also where did Osama bin Laden come from? Well, he came from the CIA funding them, the Mujahideen, to fight against the Soviet Union. They're trained. They're trained by Americans.
Yeah.
Look, there's a certain reality to American imperialism that it doesn't do anybody any good to deny it. We have military bases everywhere.
You're right, yeah.
If you were a foreign country, in a nationalistic foreign country, of course you'd hate America. Of course you'd hate what we do. I mean, look at what's going on right now with this Ukraine-Russia thing. Look at how much money's being funneled through that. How much insane amounts of money.
Yeah, and most of it's like embezzled, right?
Who fucking knows? But again, it's not zero. It's not 0%. It's getting embezzled. And the fact that all of a sudden no one wanted to admit that Ukraine had always been a very corrupt country. There's a crazy Twitter exchange between Candace Owens and the New York Times, where Candace Owens was talking about how corrupt Ukraine is, and then the New York Times says to her, like, what evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? She goes, oh, you mean the links from your fucking newspaper? And just from like 2016 and before that, there's all these fucking stories about how corrupt Ukraine is in the New York Times. They didn't even bother looking it up, because when you're in the cult says you support Ukraine. Do you want Ukraine to win, or do you want Russia to win? Like, what the fuck are you even saying?
Yeah.
How much do you know about why this thing was instigated in the first place? How much do you know about NATO? About how much they're moving arms closer to the Soviet Union? About how Ukraine joining NATO was always a red flag? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Most people that are talking about it don't know either.
I don't know
that
nothing.
was the red line that you could not cross. Ukraine joining Russia, or joining NATO rather. The whole thing's fucking terrifying, because we're dealing with nuclear superpowers. When Xi Jinping tells Biden that Taiwan will join China again, like, that means they're going to take Taiwan. What are we going to do if they take Taiwan? Are we going to? And then Biden says we're not going to do anything. Like, okay. First he said we're going to stop them. Now he says we're not going to do anything. Like, oh my god.
Good, because I'm not moving the stuff up.
And he's only saying whatever the fuck they write down for him. The whole thing's nuts.
That's not
it's
nice.
Like, who's deciding what happens and doesn't happen? It's not that guy, right? So if it's not him, who the fuck is it? Is it the Secretary of State? Is it the press secretary? Who's is it the military-industrial complex? Are they completely at the helm? Will they ever let control of that wheel to anybody else now that they have it?
Is it the shit you think about when you lay in bed at night?
Yeah.
How the fuck do you sleep?
Sometimes I don't. That's a real problem at night.
Yeah.
At night, I have my most anxiety-filled moments about this stuff. I've talked about it openly.
Wow.
Like, I'll really freak out at night, because I legitimately think we are one or two events away from living in the Stone Age again. And I think it could happen in our lifetime, and it could happen to you and I. Like, I'm really convinced that the fabric of society is way more fragile than anyone appreciates.
Yeah.
That most people appreciate, rather.
I mean, I feel it in the air.
Yeah. Well, you saw it during the George Floyd times in L.A.
Oh, yeah. I felt it. Yeah,
That was Mad Max times.
Right.
When they were burning those cop cars on the highway, and I remember seeing that going, I got to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
This ain't going to get better.
Was it that or COVID that made
Both
you,
those things.
and the money, probably like taxes?
No, that was not even in consideration.
Taxes,
it was
okay.
nice, but it was the freedom. It was these fucking dipshits, like the mayor of Los Angeles, telling everybody what businesses they can and can't have open, what's essential and non-essential. Like, says who?
Yeah.
And after a while, when a bunch of people had COVID and then gotten over it and they were fine, I was like, well, wait a minute. Like, how scary is this? And why are we closing everything down? Why aren't we giving people choice? And then when it never.
I bought into it.
Of course you
I
did.
didn't even leave the house for 2 fucking years. I didn't even go to the grocery store, and I had to spray everything down. Doritos, spraying it with. It was insane.
Well, my whole family got it early on, before there was anything, before there was a vaccine, before there was anything. And I didn't get it. And I didn't do anything different. I hugged my kids, I fucked my wife, I hung out with them. I just took care of myself.
You've had a COVID though, right?
Yeah, I got it eventually.
Yeah, I got it too.
I got it when the Delta variant was around. I got it when I was doing arenas in Florida. And I got it because I was hanging out with my friend John Showman. My friend John Showman is a buddy of mine who makes pool cues. And he lives right there, and I got to see him after the show, and we played pool till like 3:30 in the morning, and I was exhausted. I had like fucking 5 margaritas, and then I got sick. But even then, it wasn't that bad. But my point is, like, my whole family got it, and I didn't get it.
They weren't vaccinated?
No, there was no vaccine back then.
Okay, so, yeah.
And I didn't do anything different, man.
Yeah.
I remember I worked out 2 days where I was tired, and I realized I was fighting something off. Like, there was 2 days where I was in the gym. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go through the motions here. I'm just going to lift light weights and just, like, let my body like break a little bit of a sweat, but no exertion. Just get some circulation going. So I did like some kettlebell exercises, like 35 pounds. Nothing strenuous, like just nice and light, and just get the body moving. And then the next day, I went back in the gym. I feel the same thing. Today, same thing. Did some push-ups, did some chin-ups. Nothing crazy like 5 reps of 5 chin-ups. Not just a little bit of exercise. Nothing strenuous. And then the next day, I felt great. The next day, I had a full regular workout. So whatever it was, I fought it off. And so then I was like, well, what is at play here? How much of can your immune system stop this, or is it something that you 100% get? No, it seems very infectious, but it also seems like if you have a healthy immune system, this isn't a death sentence. This isn't Ebola. This isn't. So what the fuck is going on? And then the vaccine came out, and I signed up to get vaccinated. The UFC had this whole allotment of vaccines. But I was there on a Friday for the UFC, and they said, you have to go to the clinic. And I said, I can't. I don't have the time. They said, can you come back Monday? I said, no, but I'll be back in 2 weeks. So I was going to get vaccinated in 2 weeks. And in the 2 weeks, they pulled it. They pulled the Johnson & Johnson for blood clots. And 2 people I knew got strokes. 2 people.
Oh, my God.
2 people.
Wow.
Within the 10 days of taking that vaccine, 2 people I knew had strokes.
Yeah.
Like healthy people. Like weird blood clots. People were getting blood clots.
I mean, it is true that if you were older, though, like 70, and you had some sort of like, you know what I mean, comorbidity. What's the word? Comorbidity, right? That they could die, right? I mean, that's a true thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a Herman Cain, he died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like they die of the flu, too. I mean, it's a bad cold. It's not dismissing what it is. But it's dismissing this control that all of a sudden the medical industrial complex and the government has over you and your job and your choices in your life. For something that now they admit they could have never contained, that it was never going to stop transmission, that it was never going to stop infection. It was all just lies. They lied about the efficacy. They lied about the protection in parts. They put it out on MSNBC. Rachel Maddow, the virus stops with you. You can't get it. Like, it's not true. It was not true. There was no evidence that it did that.
Yeah.
Not only was there no evidence, they never even tested it for transmission.
Wow.
They just tested it to try to see if it makes antibodies.
But what scared me was when Michael Yo, you know Michael Yo?
Oh, yeah.
When he was in the ICU because of COVID.
Yeah.
In my mind, I don't know why, because I know that Michael Yo is athletic.
Yeah.
You know, I thought to myself, oh, if he's in the ICU, I would have died. You know what I mean?
Right. Meanwhile, his mom got it. She was fine.
It's Michael Yo, he's weak.
I don't know what it is, man. It could have caught him absolutely exhausted.
Maybe, yeah.
That's what I've heard of people getting it really bad. It catches them when they go on a bender, and that's just what happened with me. I was drinking till 3:30 in the morning. I think when drinking, first of all, is absolutely terrible for your body and terrible for your immune system. And if you're drinking, like I was drinking these 5 super sweet, super potent margaritas, we were hammered. You know, and then I came from a show too, so I did a show that night. I probably had a couple of drinks at the show, so it's like you're not in a good place to fight off anything like that. You're exhausted and drunk, and then I've been sick that way many times. The times in my past when I've caught a cold or caught the flu, almost always when I'm run down, almost always. So I don't know, maybe Michael Yo was really run down when he got it. I know a guy who got COVID really bad because him and his buddies were drinking. They were drinking and they were partying, and he was really fucked up. And then the next day, COVID hit him bad. But he was weak. Like his body was weakened by a bender. Like they were drunk all night, and then in the morning he started feeling like shit, and then it caught him bad.
Yeah, but when I got it, I was really bad. But I lived through it. It was fine. Yeah.
There's a lot of different things that were at play there. First of all, there was just general metabolic health that was completely ignored. People told you all you have to do is get vaccinated. That's horse shit. Your immune system is complex, and it relies on a bunch of different things to keep it effective. It relies on good nutrition. It relies on sleep. It relies on low stress. It relies on vitamins and nutrients, healthy diet, exercise. All those things were huge factors, and they ignored every single one of them. When you look at the number of people that died of COVID, something like 90+% had 4+ comorbidities. 4+. Cancer, diabetes, heart attack risk, fill in the blank. 4 comorbidities, 90+% of them.
Yeah.
It's not that it's not bad. Of course it's bad. But it's, you know what's worse? You motherfuckers telling everybody what they have to do and not have to do. You motherfuckers telling people they could shut their businesses down and they have to take this experimental medication regardless of whether or not they have natural immunity. Dude, it was Gestapo shit.
I'm with you, but I'm with you.
It was fucking mind control. It was totalitarian, authoritarian tactics. They were limiting people's livelihood, limiting people's ability to travel, shaming people. The fucking government released, during Omicron, which was nothing but a cold, they released this thing. For the people that have been vaccinated, you did your job. For those unvaccinated, you'll experience a winter, what is it, severe illness and death? You're looking towards a winter of severe illness and death? When Biden's on TV, our patience is wearing thin. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing... Hey, motherfucker, our patience is wearing thin with you. You can't even form a goddamn sentence.
Yeah.
You fucking zombie.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Your patience is wearing thin. You're not even looking at data. You're not talking about reality. You're talking to the cult.
Can I ask you, why are they so reluctant to not give us a different option there?
Because it's control. Because whenever there's anything that happens in the world, whether it's 9/11, and through 9/11 they passed the Patriot Act, and there was a devastating blow to free speech and control and just your ability to have privacy. The government had full reign to listen to all your phone calls, read all your emails, and they're doing it right now. And the NSA is doing it right now. They can listen to any time you make a phone call to someone. It's all getting recorded.
Yeah, but when we complain like Biden's a little too old, maybe can we find a different option? They're not even open to the idea of it. It's just like, no, he's the guy.
He's not in control right now, right? So if the people who are in control right now, why would they want to swap out a new person?
Deep state.
Well, for real.
Is it deep state?
Listen.
Yeah.
You can put whatever words you want, but if you don't think that these corporations that donate insane amounts of money to political campaigns have an influence on what happens in the world, you're naive. That's a silly way to think of things. Now, if you've got a guy who basically has no mind, and he is your figurehead, if you can keep him alive for 4 years, you just run it the way you're running it right now.
Wow.
All you have to do is get that other guy arrested a ton of times. Just keep arresting them, keep trumping up new charges.
Yeah.
Put him out there in the fucking news every day, terrible things he's done. He's an authoritarian. He's going to lock all the gays up. If you just say that enough, the people that are uninformed and aren't paying attention, they're going to listen. And then if you have mail-in ballots and if you have a voter machine shenanigans, if you can fucking sway things one way or another, then you stay in power. You stay in power.
So you believe...
Same person stays as the figurehead and the same people run it now.
Do you believe the election was stolen then?
No.
Okay.
I believe that there are, without a doubt, in every election, there's election fraud.
Sure.
It's like, what's the number?
Yeah.
So that's what I say. I don't know what the number is. I know Trump apparently released a whole bunch of documents showing irregularities, showing that the mail-in ballots were incorrect. The mail-in ballots is something Putin talked about recently. He said the 2020 elections were stolen. They use mail-in ballots, but who knows why he's saying
But these things happen every cycle, right? Every election, these things happen. There's irregularities.
Hillary claimed that she won.
Right,
You know,
right.
I mean, John Kerry claimed that he won.
Yeah.
Al Gore claimed that he won. Remember the dangling chads?
In Florida.
Remember that shit?
In Florida, yeah.
The idea
But
of
the difference is,
people
but the difference is that Al though went, okay, I'm going to concede, and
sort of took a long time.
Okay.
You know, the Al Gore, George Bush one, how long did that go on before he conceded? I want to say it was a few months. I don't think it was as simple as just conceding.
Okay.
I think the Al Gore, George Bush one went on for quite a while, if I remember correctly, because I remember being confused, like, wow, this never happened before.
A month or so.
A month.
A month or so, okay.
So think of that. Think of like a whole month where they're trying to decide if it's true.
Right.
It's fucking weird. And there was a documentary that HBO did back when Bush was president, during these times. Well, this was when it was okay to deny the election because it was a Republican that was in office. And there was a documentary called Hacking Democracy. And in that documentary, I think they were using Diebold machines. And Diebold, they also make a lot of ATM machines. They make various machines. But what they had found in this documentary was that there was the ability to have a third-party input. So first-party input is you're the voter. Second party is me, I collect the vote. Third-party input was also there. And so they used that on the documentary to change the vote. So they used it to change the numbers.
Wow.
And they showed that they can do it.
Wow.
I'll send you something, Jamie. I don't know if this is true, but someone said that someone had just done this recently. Here, I'll send you this because this is just something that someone tweeted. I don't know if it's true, but I wanted to send it to Jamie so Jamie could research it. But what this says is that in federal court in Atlanta, Georgia, computer scientist and engineering professor J. Alex Halderman was able to hack a Dominion voting tabulator in front of U.S. District Judge Amy Totenberg using only a pen to change the vote totals.
That happened this time.
Supposedly.
Wow.
Now, this is a tweet from just a couple of days ago.
Wow.
Oh, it was a tweet from when was it? Anyway, I don't know if that's true, but that's crazy if it is.
Yeah.
This is actually from 2 days ago.
Wow.
This person tweeted this. Now we'll look, see if that's horseshit, and see what. But here's the thing: when you have computers, if you have a phone, like with Pegasus was the first one that, by the way, the Israelis created Pegasus, and Pegasus was a software that's what they used to get Jeff Bezos when they got his dick pics and all that shit.
Oh yeah, good ones.
It's got a solid dog. When they did that with him, what they did was someone sent him a link in WhatsApp. I think it was the head of Saudi Arabia. Sent him a link in WhatsApp. He clicked the link, and then Pegasus was downloaded on his phone. Now you don't even have to click a link anymore. Now they can get Pegasus on your phone. All they need is your phone number.
I could have Pegasus now?
They probably do. You probably do.
You have it?
I'm sure.
Oh no. How can we detect it? Is there an app?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think, according to Gavin DeBecker, who's a securities expert, these things are constantly evolving and they get better all the time. They don't tell you when they're better.
Yeah.
They just have better technology.
Yeah.
And but he's aware of Pegasus too, and he said with Pegasus too, all they need is your phone number.
Yeah. But,
hey.
But Joe, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
What? Can't you just shut it off and not? I mean, there's so many people in this country just walk around and they just don't. All these things that we're talking about right now, they don't think about it. They just live their lives. Don't you think that that's a happier life or no?
It depends on whether or not your voice actually matters. So if you can change the way people think and you can change the way people look at things, and then those people vote in such mass numbers that you can't make stealing the vote possible. Because enough people realize it's horseshit to the point where the overwhelming majority, you would have to have fraud that's so apparent that no one would buy into it. It'd be a national scandal.
We need whistleblowers.
We have them. We put them in jail. And, you know, look at Edward Snowden. He has to live in Russia now. Look at Julian Assange. She's fucked.
Yeah.
They've been prosecuting that guy forever. And if you ask what the crime is, it's nothing.
Yeah.
He's a journalist.
I just feel so stressed out right now.
You should.
Why?
Because that's the reality that we live in.
It's stressing me out.
That's the reality that we live in. We live in a very dangerous, complicated world.
Yeah.
Halderman, a University of Michigan computer scientist, changed results of a hypothetical referendum on Sunday alcohol sales. He flipped the winner in a theoretical election between President George Washington and Benedict Arnold, the Revolutionary War general who defected to the British. He rigged the machine to print out as many ballots as he wanted.
Wow.
All he needed, was a pen to reach a button inside the touchscreen, a fake $10 voter card that he had programmed, or a $100 USB device that he plugged into a cord connected to a printer, rewriting the touchscreen's code. Halderman delivered his presentation during an election security trial evaluating whether Georgia's voting system is vulnerable to manipulation or programming errors. All in-person voters in Georgia make their choices on touchscreens that print out paper ballots. Now, I believe Georgia was supposed to update their machines, and then there was a talk of when they were going to do it. And I think it's also taken into consideration, other than just corruption, it might also be a budget issue.
The headline says election officials say these vulnerabilities are
merely speculative. Oh, merely speculative. It's safe and effective. Our election is safe and effective.
Yeah.
These people dropping dead.
Yeah.
40% increase in all-cause mortalities.
Yeah.
Ages 18 to 34 is nothing to concern yourself with. That's normal.
Yeah.
But it's merely speculative.
Yeah.
These people all have your best interest in mind.
Is that a cigar?
These are little baby cigars.
Can I have one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You're okay with nicotine cigars?
Yeah, I'm not gonna inhale it.
You want a real cigar, a big one?
No, the little ones.
You want like a real cigar? These are good.
I like them.
Yeah, what's up?
Is Cuban?
Yeah. No, these are they're from Nicaragua. These are JRE cigars.
Oh fuck.
They're actually really good.
Yeah.
Here, I'll open it for you. This is what I think, man.
Okay.
I think evil's real. And I think evil exists in many forms, and it exists in callous disregard for loss of life, for profit. That's evil, right? And that's a real thing. Like, you could say evil is the devil. Here's a little lighter here, buddy. You could say evil is Satan, and evil is demons, and evil is, exorcisms and shit. There you go. Look at that, baby. But also, evil is profit over human life, which is real. Evil is cobalt mines in the Congo. When you watch pregnant women mining for cobalt, getting toxic fumes in their lungs, while some of them have babies on their back. That's evil. That's evil. They're living in dirt floors with no sanitation. It's horrific conditions, and that is in everybody's cell phone. In everyone's cell phone is the labor of essentially people so poor they don't have to choose whether they're slaves or not. They just there's no other option for them to work.
But there's a powerlessness that one feels. Like, what is little Bobby Lee gonna do about any of this? So it's like a lot of times I'm just like, everything that you said, I'm with you, but I'm just saying that, like, it stresses me out.
It should.
Yeah, and I want to walk around a little bit more free, and
Hey, you deserve that.
Yeah.
You're a comedian, man. You provide laughter and you help people, and if it's fucking you up, knowing about all this shit that's happening in the world, that can get in the way of your job.
Yeah.
Look, it's not an obligation to pay attention to everything.
Okay.
But it is something that I think would help people break out of the cult. Because that cult, it's like, you think you're a good person if you buy hook, line, and sinker everything that the left says. That's crazy. These are the same people that want war. These are the same people that are encouraging censorship. These are the same people that are trying to silence dissent. That's all totalitarian shit. And just because it's done for trans kids or for Black Lives Matter or for any social cause that you think is like undeniably worthy, it's still the same thing at the end of the day. The Patriot Act still controlled people in a way that was never allowed before. And it did it under the guise that we have to stop a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
So even if they don't do evil shit to make these things happen, once these things happen, they take advantage by doing evil shit. And they enact control over the people that they never had before. And that's what they did during COVID. And the redistribution of wealth was insane.
Yeah.
The redistribution of wealth to big corporations
Like
and companies.
Gates profited that.
Oh
big.
my God,
I mean,
so many people did. Billions of dollars was moved.
Yeah. Well, it just stresses me out. You want to talk about the movie?
Yeah.
Can we talk about the movie I'm promoting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your movie, Bobby?
Oh, I'm barely in it. And they're making me, but it's like...
But they're making you do promo and you're barely in it?
Well, I have 4 scenes.
What's it called?
It's called Drugstore June.
What's it about?
It's about a girl, Esther, right? And she works at a pharmacy. I play the main pharmacist. And it's basically, she plays sort of like a Gen Z, girl that's kind of out of touch. It's kind of like a Juno, but it's more modern. And it's, what I like about it, Joe, is this, okay? It's just that, can I talk about Hollywood real quick?
Sure.
There's still gatekeepers, right? And for me, it's like, I think I'm perceived as dangerous. I don't know why. Because I'm on a podcast, I say shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And it's like, I'm always the 4th option. It goes Ronnie, Jimmy, Ken Jeong, right? And I like acting, right? So it's like, I think this is cool because it's like, everyone that's involved in it are dear friends of mine. You know what I mean? Pretty much everyone in the movie are people like Miss Pat and people that I know.
Oh, cool.
And it's cool to like
Look at you.
Yeah.
Let's watch the trailer.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm gonna give you a consultation for plastic surgery.
That's not what I do here.
But just if you were, what do you think you would do to my face?
I'd probably start with your mouth.
Like lip filler?
No, I would sew that sucker shut.
I'm a loser. Your Facebook group is right. I have no life. Did you ever seen this psycho?
Oh, I messed it up. I need a coffee break.
You haven't even clocked in yet.
I haven't been getting paid for any of this. Oh.
Give me a double macchiato.
I brought you some hot chocolate. Oh, you're interrupting my stream.
Okay,
Bye, June Squad.
well, thank you, Chad.
What? Ew.
I heard the pharmacy got robbed.
Miss Pot.
What the hell happened in here?
What's your name?
At Forever June on everything except Snap at June Forever.
Your real life actual name.
June. This is not Queen June's private castle.
June the Almighty.
Oh. June?
Oh my god, the poor man that ends up with her.
I think I'm gonna start doing some investigatory work.
Y'all heard anything about a pharmacy getting robbed?
I don't watch the news. All I do is smoke weed.
Do you feel safe here? I'm looking for information.
Hey, baby boo.
June Squad has a lot of time on their hands.
Take it easy. I'll tell you what you want.
What are you doing here?
I'm collecting evidence.
You watch too many movies.
You are not a police officer. Help us out here.
God, mugshots are so sexy. Can I take this home?
No.
Not.
Did you watch it?
No.
So that's the first time you've seen the clip?
Yeah. Well, Abby, you know Abby Leviton, my manager.
Sure.
She saw it. She was like, "It's pretty good." And when she said that, I was just like, "Oh, I don't want it." Yeah. But you know, no, I gotta promote it.
I'm sure you're great. I'm sure you're great in it.
Yeah.
You're hilarious.
But I want to say though that it's like, you know, it's our friends. It's like, you know, you and your friends got together and we made a movie. And I heard it's great, and it's gonna go into theaters.
Yes.
And all these things. I'm gonna see
Cow.
it.
We can get a cow?
I can't watch myself. I'm just something. I've been in movies. I get invited to premieres. I leave.
Yeah, I don't want to watch me.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Oh, that's me in Death and Ramen.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good in this.
It's in a short that just came out on YouTube. It's like 15 minutes long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I'm okay in that.
So you want to get into acting. You're enjoying it.
Can I ask you? You don't like it?
No, I don't like the process. I love movies.
You're great in news radio.
Thank you very much.
Huge laughs.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Stand-up's more fun.
It is, but why can't you do all of it?
Because I don't want to deal with all those people.
Yeah.
That's why I did Fear Factor. I didn't want to deal with actors anymore. When Fear Factor came along, I was like, oh, this is perfect. Not that there's anything wrong with that, and the cast on News Radio were amazing. But
Incredible.
It's just you deal with a certain kind of person that is 60% insane. 60% of them are insane.
Yeah.
40% of them are cool as fuck.
Yeah.
But it's just like, they're not fun to joke around with. They're shitty, they backstab, they undermine you, they go to producers and, you know, try to rewrite your words and say that it conflicts with my lines.
Yeah.
There's like weird ego shit goes on with them. They're weird, man. They're weird people.
They are weird, but what the jobs I have now, like I did Reservation Dogs, I'm on Sex and the City, the new one.
Oh, how's that?
I said no to it for the first couple of times. They were like, you want to do it? Because I just didn't think that it was the right fit. I had never seen it. I know it's this big cultural thing.
Yeah.
But I just basically says, all I want to do is feel comfortable, dude. I said that to MPK, the showrunner, because I don't want to go in there and feel like people are mean and I'm stressed out. I don't need it.
Yeah.
And he comforted me. He was like, no, we want you on the show. And I would go to New York, and everyone was super sweet. Like I put myself in situations that aren't that. I've had fucking directors call me a pan-faced gook.
What?
Yeah, I had a director call me that once.
Was he also?
No, he was a white.
What?
Yeah.
How long ago?
In the 90s.
Wow.
I don't want to call the director. He's a big director.
Holy shit.
And he called the other actress a whore.
Oh my god.
He's like, get on your mark, you pan-faced gook.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is back, when it wasn't woke.
Is he alive?
Yeah.
So he's doing movies still?
I want to so badly tell you who it is, but...
What's his name rhyme with?
No, I'm not playing this game. I know the internet.
Will you tell me later?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're going to go through your IMDb, and they're going to find some likely candidates. Maybe we should do that.
Yeah. Let the internet do it.
Maybe we can play Warmer.
Right.
Warmer?
Yeah.
Warmer?
No. One time this director, I worked for this
Is he
director.
Italian?
No, I'm not playing this game. Fuck you.
Okay.
One time I fucked up on a line, and he made the whole everyone, like the cameraman, everyone, and the wardrobe form a circle. They put me in the middle of the circle, and he goes, point your finger. And they all pointed their finger at me, and he goes, repeat after me. You're the worst actor on planet Earth.
Oh my God.
And they all did that, and tears welled up in my eyes. And I remember a wardrobe lady looked at me, she goes,
oh my God.
yeah, I mean, I had Michael Bay do something to me.
What Michael Bay did to you?
He grabbed my face aggressively.
Whoa. Why? What'd you do to him? Did you grab his balls? Did you wake up with you licking, sucking on his balls?
I don't do that. I do that for comics.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do it when I'm like on a... No, I did this, so I booked this commercial with Eric Stone Street. Right, you know Eric, he's on Modern Family.
Okay.
He plays the fat gay guy. Right?
Sure.
So we played Tower Boys with Kim Cattrall. So I forgot, it was a Pepsi commercial, I think. And she was in this bathtub. And I had never acted before. You know, Joe, like, I'm I come from the same place you come, which is open mics. And I didn't learn how to act. I don't know the fuck that.
Right.
I don't know what a jib camera is or a mark or any of that shit, right?
Right.
So I had this scene where I had to bring these, I had to bring these towels into a it was like stacked. That was the joke. And he would go, your face needs to be in the light. And I go, oh, I don't know. So I try to tilt. Every take, the light! Right? And then like by the 8th one, he came from behind the thing and he grabbed my face like this. He goes, here! And like tears. Well, no, don't feel bad for me. I'm a survivor. You know,
that's your Holocaust. That was your Auschwitz. Being in a movie and Michael Bay tells you to put your face towards the light.
Yeah, but in the 90s, I experienced that shit, right?
Well, that seems like you really weren't putting your face towards the light, and he was freaking out because they could only do that take so many times. I'm kind of on Team Bay. On that.
Really?
Yeah, he just turned your face.
Oh, you're right.
You're making it sound like
you're right. You're right. You're right.
Beat your ass.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But also when you come from a background like me.
Yes.
With your dad fucking acting crazy.
I get it. Yeah.
When people scream.
Right.
It fucking
triggers.
You feel it.
You got triggered.
Yeah. Like what's a RoboCop? What's his name? The original RoboCop? Peter Weir.
Yeah.
He's a screamer.
Screams.
Yeah. So I was on
Screamed at you?
Yeah. I was on Magnum. He does it to everyone. Right? Oh yeah. Back in the day, we wouldn't have sides. You can't remember one line. He would like yell shit like that, right? And every time he would do it, I would like tense up. I'm not a pussy, dude.
I get it.
I'm a warrior, okay? Wow. Yeah, and then, right? I just went to the showrunner. I go, next time I'm on the side, maybe not him. So they just did it, you know. But anyway, now I do shit that's like where I feel like I'm wanted.
Right.
And I'll do it.
Right.
So it's not like that crazy bullshit where back then I needed it.
Right.
Like,
when someone would say something horrible to you, you just had to
absorb it.
But there's also no recourse back then. I mean, that's how you get to like a Harvey Weinstein, right? A guy who has just ultimate control, can do whatever the fuck he wants, and does. Ruins people's lives and careers if they don't accept his advances. That's where, that whole business has always been about powerful people abusing the people that had to listen to them. From casting directors all the way up to producers.
It was different then, yeah.
Yeah. Look, Tarantino was in here and he was talking about this old school director who had, his office had a bedroom where he'd take the starlets, all the starlets, had to fuck them.
Oh my God.
He had a bedroom in his fucking office.
Oh my God.
So everyone just assumed if a casting, thing was going on and a girl came into his office, he fucked her.
And 20 years ago, I would have done it, I think.
You think so?
I think that if... I think that if it was a huge director, right?
You would let him fuck you?
No, I would suck his dick maybe.
Really?
I think I wouldn't say I wouldn't tell you.
Well, there's definitely...
I would just cry.
You could have fielded some offers if that was out there.
What?
You could have gotten some offers if that was out there. Maybe you weren't open enough with your desire to make it.
Yeah. I just think that back then I was I had no money.
Right.
And then in my mind I'd be like, oh, this is the way it's supposed to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
So imagine if you're an actress, right, and you come out to Hollywood from fucking Kansas. You're 20 years old, and you are all of a sudden in this producer's office and he's 50 and he's been banging stars for 20 fucking years and you don't know how it all works, and he explains to you, listen, honey, this is how it works in this business. You're like, well, I mean, okay, do you want to be an actress? And you're kind of mentally ill anyway.
Oh, right.
And you're like, yeah, I do so much.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, no one has to know about this. Oh, okay, you won't tell anybody?
It's terrible. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, and that's probably what they did forever.
It's so fucking terrible.
Yeah.
And I know, we have problems with the word woke, but, I think in many ways, Hollywood wokeness is also good.
Yeah, that way.
I think
now in a stopping the abuse way. But the problem is, there's like, in Hollywood in particular, there was an overcorrection, and crazy people like Amber Heard got involved. And started manipulating the truth to sort of gain sympathy. You've got a lot of those cases too. The Chris Hardwick case. There's a lot of those where the reality is so different than the truth.
Right.
And everybody just assumes that the woman's not insane and that she's telling the truth. So but you're gonna have to have a few of those if you're gonna have to have real change, like a real correction of abuse. You're going to. It's just like if you're gonna accept trans people, you're going to have a bunch of instances of perverts pretending to be trans. If you're going to say, hey, we have to stop abuse, you're going to get fake abuse. You're going to get people that come out and say
I know, man. And that's the way Hollywood is,
it's the way humans
bad.
Are. It's the way humans are.
Yeah, but in the sense of a show like Beef getting greenlit, with a mostly all Korean or Asian cast, I think in that way it's good, right? But there is an overcorrection in terms of
It's good because that show's good, right? That's why it's good.
Yeah, you're right.
It's good when the show's good.
But they would even if the show was good back then, 20 years ago, they would never.
That's true.
Yeah, they would never wrote it.
Better about acceptance.
Yeah.
But it's still, I think art has to be, particularly stand-up is the best example I can speak about that. It has to be a meritocracy. It has to be what is actually fun. At the mothership, we have a fucking very clear mandate. No one gives a fuck. If you are gay, if you are straight, if you are trans, if you are black, if you are Asian, if you're white, they don't give a fuck. Are you funny? That's all it is. Are you funny? And that's our goal.
Yeah.
The goal is, and that's what comedy used to be. I had this conversation with Ali Wong once, and she was like, do you think comedy's meritocracy? And I was like, ultimately it has to be. Because at the end of the day, what's funny is what people are going to come see again. And you could pander and you can get away, you can kind of be half-assed and be treated like you're better than you are. You see that all the time when you make those lists of the best stand-up specials of the year, and some of them are like, what the fuck are you saying? I know. You're so crazy if you think this is good. And they're only saying it because it's the right demographic.
Yeah.
And you can say that if they're talking about the right points. Even if the stand-up is clunky and awful and unoriginal and just garbage, they'll tell you it's amazing.
And I don't want to kiss your ass. May I for a second, though? Just accept it.
Okay.
All right? I feel like... Here we go. I love it. Just hear me out, okay? I just feel like, in a way, you carved the way, for me specifically, because before I did Tiger Belly and Bad Friends, I mean, Joe, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I would do half rooms. You know what I mean? Even though the 8 years of Mad TV and all the things I had done, right? And I couldn't get an audience, right? And now, I mean, it's just like, it's night and day. I mean, it's I mean, the path that you laid down, and even back then when you used to do, remember you used to do it at the Ice House, and I used to pop in, back in the day, right?
Yeah.
It's sort of like, I think it just kind of like subconsciously absorbed it, and it became a path for me, and it changed my life. Because
That's
now,
beautiful to hear.
What?
That's beautiful to hear.
And when I go on the road now, it's like I get people that are like really,
they're fans.
They know me.
Yeah.
They love me, and I love them as well. And it's a different fucking deal, dude.
You are a creature of the internet.
I am.
Yeah, and you should be. And the internet changed the game. The internet also made it, instead of a famine thing, people had an abundance mentality. Because when we first started in the 90s, there was only a few shows you could get on. You got on Mad TV, I got on News Radio. There's only a few shows, and you were really lucky if you were on a show. I remember we would talk about it all the time. Like, oh my God, I'm so lucky.
Miracle.
Crazy. We're on TV. Oh my God, we're so lucky. But there was other people that didn't get your spot, and they hated it, and they were mad at you. Like if you cast for Mad TV and other comics at the club, I know you experienced that.
Oh yeah.
And they were fucking jealous and bitter, and they would talk shit about you. He fucking sucks on that show. He doesn't do anything, and they just angry that it didn't happen to them because it could have happened to them.
Yeah.
Now, instead of that, now we're valuable to each other because now we're a community of podcasters and comedians. And instead of us being like in competition with each other, we all feed off of each other and we all support each other. It's a much better environment for stand-up. It's a much better environment for comedy clubs. It's like everything's better now.
It's also the connection with East Coast too. It's like before I felt like there was like a rivalry almost, right? And now it's like when I go to New York and as soon as I land, I don't even call the seller will call me and go, "What spots do you want?"
Yeah.
And then like all the comics will come by the pod. You know what I mean? It's like a family.
It's fun.
It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, that happened during the podcast revolution. That's what changed everything.
You think it's going down now?
Going down?
The podcast revolution. Yeah, are we still?
It's happening.
I know.
No.
Are we in downswing or upswing?
No, it's not a downswing at all. If you pay attention to the numbers, more people are listening now than ever.
Yeah.
All the podcasts.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And it's awesome because you get to see people for who they really are. No bullshit, no filter, no nonsense. You can't nonsense people for 3 hours. You know, at a certain point in time, your fucking demons will show their ugly face. It's really who you are.
Yeah.
And it also shapes who you are because you get to kind of like experience feedback and examine how you think about things and why you say the things you say. And how much in the early days, like how much of what we used to say was just for shock value. Like you would go on a morning radio show. You would try, I know. We would try to say as shocking things as we could because that was the way to get attention. Especially like Opie and Anthony.
I know.
I know. We don't have to talk about it.
We don't. I could vaguely go around it. I'm just like at the time.
We all did it.
Yeah, I was a survivor.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, this is the culture.
Yeah, this is the culture.
And also, I'm like a LA comic. I'm an open Anthony with beasts. Patrice, Norton, all those guys were fucking beasts.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, and then, you know, at the time, you know, and then later, and then now, you know, but it's like.
But now it's a much more honest thing.
Yeah.
Because now you do your own thing, right? And if people want to see Bobby, they know how to find Bobby, and they seek you out. So it's not like some random person's tuning in, like, who's this guy? And then you have to say something crazy to get attention.
Yeah.
Now it's just you could be yourself. You know, that's the difference. Like, if you got 1 million views on Tiger Belly, that's 1 million people that really want to watch your show.
Wow.
That's not random.
Yeah.
You know, if you get 1 million people that are on, like, some Comedy Central show, 1 million people watching that, they're flipping channels.
Yeah.
They like, how many of them are looking forward to it? How many of them just stumbled upon it? It's probably quite a bit. Most shows don't have like loyal, dedicated viewers, unless they're like streaming shows.
Yeah.
Most, like, if you're watching Stranger Things, that's what you want to watch. But there's a lot of things that are just not that popular, and the numbers are like still not as good. The podcast thing is a wild thing.
I drive down the street in LA and I see a show. I'm like, who the fuck are?
Who's on that?
No one's gonna watch that.
I mean, maybe,
but like,
it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that they're still doing them. I don't want them to go away. They tried to kill that, man. This fucking last strike. Dude, I had so many friends that stopped doing stand-up and just been writing that went into a panic. Because they have mortgages and they just started. Camille started doing stand-up again, right?
Wow. It was hard.
He hadn't done stand-up in 7 years.
Wow.
And I know Owen Smith was getting back on the road again. We had him at the mothership. But he's a guy that I was always saying, like, that guy, that's a velvet prison for that guy. He's too good.
Yeah.
He's too good at stand-up to not be huge.
Yeah, I love him.
He's one of the best comics in the country. He's like top 20 in the country without a doubt. No question at all.
Owen Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm making a list of top 20 in the country, Owen Smith's on that list.
Yeah. He shouldn't wear sweatpants on stage, though.
Who gives a fuck? Let him wear sweatpants. He got big ass dick.
He's big dick.
Let him
yeah, you're right.
He's funny.
He's so funny, that guy.
He's so good.
Big dick, too. That's a good thing.
He was in town just a couple weeks ago. We all sat in the balcony and watched his set.
Yeah.
He did my show, and then he did my show on Thursday, and then he did the weekend he headlined. And he said it was awesome.
I just also want to tell your fans, I have a pretty medium-sized dick.
It's regular.
Thank you.
I've seen it a gang of times.
I know. But online they're like, it's like a minion.
No,
it's normal.
It's a regular dick.
It works. It's great. Squirts.
There's
the whole
nothing
thing.
wrong with it.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Every other day it squirts.
Yeah, every other day. Yeah. It works. It's great. Yeah.
It's fine.
I got that out there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
People are rude. judging you by
Yeah.
something you can't control.
Yeah, but it's been a real blessing, man. It really has. And
The podcast thing's a blessing for all of us, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, it changed stand-up. It really did. It created way more theater acts. There's so many more theater acts and arena acts. Guys like Schultz and all these guys, and they just releasing their stuff on the internet, doing podcasts, becoming popular through podcasts.
Yeah.
It's an amazing way to live.
I mean, I was in Hawaii with Segura was in town. I was just there vacationing, and Segura goes, "I'm doing a show. Do it." So they didn't announce me.
Oh, that's great.
Right? It was like 6,000 seats, whatever, right? And when they, and I don't want, it's not a bragging thing, but when they said my name,
Yeah.
and I walked up there, I had never felt that before in my life. It was
How
a
many
pure
days
love.
are you in town for?
I leave tomorrow morning.
Shit.
I know.
Why don't you change your flight? Do my show tomorrow night at 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay.
I'll change.
Bert's gonna do it too.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
He's in town?
Crush is in town.
Oh, I'll do it.
Yeah.
It'll be
let's do
fun.
it.
It'll be fun.
Oh my God, they're gonna go bananas.
Okay, good. That'll be great.
my God.
The beautiful thing about those shows, Shane will be on the show too.
Oh.
It's gonna be awesome.
Okay.
I'll have you go before.
Hard hitters, man.
Yeah.
No, dude, here's the thing, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, here's
And
the
this
thing,
is
dude.
what's great about it.
Dude.
I'm not afraid.
Dude, you gonna hand me the
No, you
grinder, dude?
I'll follow you. It would be
You hate
hard.
me, dude.
Very difficult.
You're munching over there. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah,
I
But
lost
I would
my
try-
teeth.
I wouldn't be
It's a
afraid
good
of
spot.
doing it.
Listen, the show's gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
It's gonna be amazing.
All right.
Hinchcliffe's on the show. It's gonna be
It's
amazing.
gonna be a long
Brian
Okay.
Simpson's here.
I love him.
Almost
he's
8
the
hours.
best.
Yeah.
He's so good, dude.
It was good to see also
that
old
what you
friends
want?
last night. It was great.
Yeah.
Like I missed them.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We took all the
Slow
good
boy.
people.
You fucked us.
I didn't. I made
Dang.
life better for these folks. It's a better place to be, man. It really is. It's a better place to live. There's less traffic.
And so many people last night after the show were like, "Move
When
here."
are you moving here?
And I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna talk to Andrew about it.
You should.
But we have to move together.
Yeah, but look,
Or we could have it be like a house that we come every once in a while.
You
or something.
should.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
should. Look, Santino would love it here.
I know he
would
would.
love it here. He likes doing TV shows too, though. That fucking idiot.
Yeah, but that's his. I know, but it's a different craft, and it's I'll
It
tell you
is.
something.
He always wanted
guys
to be
like
an
Schultz,
actor.
but guys like Schultz and these young guys, right? It's not a part of their dream.
Right.
But when I came to LA, I was like, I
was
want
the
to do
dream.
movies. I love movies.
I get it.
I love watching it.
But here's the thing, Bobby.
Yeah.
You can always still do movies. I still get offers for movies. You can
Yeah.
still do them.
Yeah, I am doing them. Yeah,
100% could go back and do them.
Yeah.
You're a free man,
I know.
and you've got some cash.
I know, but
You get a nice
comics
place,
make
you get a
fun
nice
of me
place.
about it,
You should
and
see
I don't.
Hinchcliffe's apartment. Oh my god. Hinchcliffe has this fucking insane apartment.
I know.
With this giant balcony, which you can get here in Austin, would cost you $20 million in New York.
Wow.
Oh my god, it's incredible.
Yeah.
The life there is amazing. The life in downtown Austin.
Yeah.
There's so many great restaurants.
I know.
People are cool as
Tonight I
fuck.
go to the pasta bar. It's gonna be great.
Oh, that place is great.
Great. Yeah.
Dude, it's incredible here.
I know it is,
And
dude.
there's so much live music here. I mean,
Well,
Gary Clark Jr. has a club. He has Antone's. He's one of the owners there. He's there all the time.
Last night after the show, this tall blonde that would never talk to me in LA came up to me, gave me a side hug,
Ooh, side
and we connected eyeballs. And if I lived here, I think I could. Right? And I'm like, that also is an incentive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I'm
Texas
single.
girls.
I love Texas
They're
women.
so nice.
I know.
They're so womanly.
I love womanly.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah, I love it too.
I don't like it.
Anyway, really good to be here.
Great to have you. You
So-
wanna
so-
leave? You can bail if you want. Panicking?
You're gonna keep going?
Yeah, keep going. Over
Why?
Well, we can stop.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
No, we're talking.
2.5 hours is.
That's good enough.
That's huge.
That's plenty.
Yeah. But if I leave, you're gonna keep going?
No.
All right.
I'll stop.
Let's just stop now.
Okay.
So the next time I have other things I want to talk about.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Well, thanks
Bobby.
for having
It's
me
a
on.
beautiful podcast.
So great.
It was beautiful.
Thank you so
It was
much for
perfect.
having me.
My pleasure, brother.
Watch the Drugstore June.
So now that we cracked our ice and we did this, we'll do them more often, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, 100%. And
Yeah.
please consider moving here, man. You
I
do
know,
an awesome addition.
it's a thing.
Like I said, Theo's considering it. Paulie's considering it.
We have some tour doing.
Paulie Shore is a different human being now.
I know.
Paulie Shore is so loose and so friendly and so silly on stage,
Oh, I love him.
and he's killing.
I
Killing.
love him.
He went up in the little room,
Mm.
and I hadn't seen him in years. And I go, dude, that was so funny. You were so loose.
Yeah.
And he's like, at the comedy store, I was always tense.
Yeah.
It's like it's hard for me to be free.
He's
a different person.
I wouldn't be in this business without him, and that family.
Oh, her. I mean, that's why she's here.
She
That's
said
why-
two things to me as a young comic. Okay.
Okay.
She said it's a sin to support mediocrity, right? I still don't know what it means, but I still have it in my heart. But then one day I was at Bully's restaurant, in La Jolla with her. when Freddie Soto used to drive her down, he would used to go, "Come eat with us."
You're
I miss
doing
Freddie
great.
so much.
I do too.
Yeah, yeah.
I want you to know.
And so one day we were sitting there at Bully's restaurant in La Jolla, and she goes, "Do you know what makes a star?"
I love you.
I go, "What?" She goes, 50% of the people have to love you, but it's okay with that the other half. It's all in the same.
I thought my
Right?
recoil was.
And it's like, when I read bad comments now on, because I get some because I'm, like, I've risen, right? I just take that into the thing that it's like, it's attention, right? It's not personal.
You know what I would tell you to do?
What?
Don't read them.
Yeah, I haven't.
Don't read anything.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you don't
need to
read?
know. No.
Yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah.
no. I don't read articles about me. I don't read shit.
But if you read it, would it hurt your feelings?
It could. Yeah, it could.
Okay.
It could bother you.
All right.
You're a human being.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
If someone says something, especially if it's not true, and it's influencing people in a fucked up way, or it paints the least charitable version of you.
But people also don't realize that I'm a sensitive guy.
We're all sensitive.
Right.
They're sensitive too. That's why they're lashing out. The reason why they're writing mean shit is because they know what hurts them. A kind person, a happy person, wouldn't be writing shitty things about you. They're doing it because it's that old expression: hurt people, hurt people.
But
Most
when they
of the
make shit up, dude. The other day I read. I'm sorry. I read this. This is what I read. I heard Bobby Lee abuses his animals.
Okay.
Like, why the?
Because they want to hurt your feelings. They want you to get angry. They
I
want
get my
you to get
cats
upset.
Nobu.
I believe you.
Sashimi,
really?
dude. Yeah. I get them the best. I go, what's the most expensive shit? The healthiest shit.
But should they have all those oils and stuff on this?
It's not an everyday event. Like, every other month.
Every now and
yeah,
then.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, Gunner's
Isn't
boat
it
for-
weird that cats hate water but they love fish?
I know.
It's kind of crazy, right?
It's crazy. Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
weird. They love fish.
They love fish. Yeah,
They
yeah,
don't want to go nowhere near that fucking water.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I don't abuse my animals. I love animals more. Yeah, I know. But it's like insane.
Of course you don't. Of course.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't read it. And
Yeah, just don't read it because even if you read 100 things that are awesome, one that sucks is gonna like stick in your head because that's how a human mind is designed. It's designed to find danger and conflict and look out for it because it can hurt you. And so when you see that one thing, that's the thing you're going to concentrate on. It's the one person that hates you. Why do they hate me?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what if they're near me? That feeling of hate is the same feeling that you would get if there's someone that's dangerous, that's from another tribe, that's looking at you over the hill, and you think they might want to kill you. Like, ah, fuck. And you have to think about them. You don't think about your friends that love you. You think about the danger. And that's natural. It's a natural inclination of the human mind.
Right.
So you do that with social media too.
You don't seek out the danger then.
No, don't do it, and don't spread it either. The people that spread it, you don't realize what you're doing, but you're also affecting yourself because you know that what you're doing. Unless it's like the person going after some legitimate Nazi or something. You know what I mean? Like most of the time when people are attacking, they're attacking someone to try to hurt them because they know that they can be hurt too. It's like a lot of the people that are doing this shit on social media all day long. We know them. They're mentally ill people. I don't need to name any names, but you can. But there's some of our severely mentally ill people that are just liars. They're insane. They're full of shit. They're on medication and in therapy, and they're just lashing out at other people's behavior. And it's like they don't realize that, like, to be a good person also means to be nice to everybody. It doesn't, just because someone has a differing view on something, you can't demonize them and turn them into a non-human. But people do that because they're terrified of that happening to them.
Yeah. And I also don't, like, when people try to do things like that, I'm not mad at them either. I don't have, like, thoughts of revenge or, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I just feel bummed that, like, they feel that way or whatever, you know what I mean? But I have love for people.
I know you do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I have love for you, Bobby.
Okay.
That's
Anyway,
a wrap.
thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's up, boys? What's
going
happening?
on? Not
Welcome
much.
aboard.
I'm all strapped in.
You got your paper in front of you. You're ready to go.
Yeah, this was just here.
Just hit the blunt. You're ready to fucking take some notes, dude.
Exactly.
You seem like a guy ready to take notes.
That's pretty
We'll
accurate.
jot some notes.
Counterpoints. Well, actually.
You'll see some notes. You guys started out together? Yeah. Nice. Lived together. Grew
Nice.
together. I was his best man at his wedding.
Oh,
shit. This is my guy.
Gave a speech.
Wow. Gave a speech.
The speech was nice.
Concise. Was it good? I was fucked up.
Unbelievable.
Were you?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I was like... Bud Lights? Yeah. How many? I have no idea. A wedding? Dude, you think protect our parks or something?
Yeah. Became an abstract
A
number.
wedding. I like wet my pants. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta give a speech. I was like, I'll be alright. I'm used to giving speeches. I got up there, I was like, Matt's wife, you're crazy. Matt, you're fucking nuts. This thing might be crazy enough to work, folks. That was it. That was the whole speech.
This thing might be crazy enough to work. Isn't it wild that like so many people get married but half of them fail?
Yeah.
Like you would think that more people would be like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm divorced. This is my second time around.
Oh, really?
I got married relatively young though.
But I think then it's like a practice run. Like you learn, like, oh, I could fix this. Let me try this again.
Yeah. I mean, girlfriends. That was just like, that was like free play mode. It didn't even count. Getting married is fucked up. When like you're like, I got married the first time because it was like I was like, yeah, I'll get married, I guess.
When you
that was all I thought. I was
when
like,
you got
cool.
divorced, was it a pain in the ass? Like, was it a big one?
I mean,
or
yeah.
was it fairly?
I mean, it wasn't like, you know, we didn't have kids, so it wasn't like, you know. Like,
But did you have to go through financial bullshit?
no, I didn't have any money.
That's good.
Yeah, I had absolutely nothing.
Bro, watching people get drained, watching like rich dudes get drained, and you see them going from not having to worry about anything to like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like, how am I gonna cover my bills?
Yeah.
I've
Like, get
seen
rid
that.
of
I've
houses.
seen that multiple times,
Yeah.
man. I've seen guys get divorces. Just like Leon Edwards in the head.
Yeah, just slap.
Just get
Yeah.
stiffened up.
It's a miserable endeavor. It sucks. Even if you're not losing money, it's
That's
pretty
when we
shitty.
met. That's when me and Matt met.
Yep.
I was like, we started hanging out, and then he started getting a divorce, and I was right there for it. It was nice. It was
I
nice
moved from a marriage into a house of like 5 comedians. We all just it was fucking sick. On an air
Fucking
mattress.
Nice.
Did 2 years on an air mattress.
That's nice.
My air mattress would deflate, and I take it back to Walmart in the box, return it, get a new one.
Bro, if my wife ever leaves me, I'm buying a ranch and I'm inviting everybody to live there.
Yeah.
Usually
Just
women
go build you some houses. I'm gonna
women
buy
do
a
initiate. the divorce.
giant chunk of land and
Big
I'll
crowd.
build everybody a house. Let's go.
It'd be like Stanhope's, though. There'd be a
Let's
fire
go.
eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, Stanhope's roof, its ceiling caught on fire. Like,
It was
what,
in his attic.
like, what was going on up there?
It was in his attic. It was an electrical fire.
Oh yeah, man, that shit happened.
And he has like a metal roof, so the roof didn't catch fire.
Oh no,
So
just
shit
the
just
house.
burned. Yeah.
Is it fixed or is it
I
fucked
doubt
for
it.
a while?
I think he's fucked for a couple
Is he
months.
still living there?
No.
I could see him living there with the big hole in the ceiling.
It would mean nothing.
Fucking viewed
It
the
would be
sky.
nothing to him.
It hardly rains out there
Yeah, but
anyway.
it gets cold at night.
It does get cold. Isn't that wild? It's like near Mexico, but it gets cold as fuck. The desert's weird.
Yeah, I've never been. I want to go.
Well, why does it get so cold? Is it not
The sand.
retains
It's probably
heat?
the sand.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm guessing, but
I would guess
I
it
feel
is,
like
too.
the sand is just fucking,
Sand, yeah.
doesn't do shit.
Didn't Francis Ngannou have a very similar story about crossing the Sahara? When he crossed the Sahara, didn't he say it was like really fucking cold at night?
Yeah, it's freezing.
What?
I don't get it.
It's like sand doesn't retain heat. Is that what it is? It
Yeah.
doesn't hold the heat.
Water just passes through. It's fucking bullshit, actually.
Bullshit.
Fucking doesn't do a goddamn thing.
You know
it's
what's
hot as fuck and cold as fuck.
What's that?
Lack of humidity.
Lack of humidity. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, the Sahara Desert used to be a fucking rainforest.
Really?
Yeah, that's like the normal path of things. We look at stuff through such a narrow window that we think, oh, the desert's the desert, the jungle's the jungle. But there's a natural path that goes back and forth between things becoming like rainforest and jungle, and then things becoming sand.
We talking about the ice caps too? How apparently that was lush. Someone told me
Oh,
that
yeah.
used to be lush forest. That became. We're in an ice age right now, technically. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
I heard if we have polar ice caps, that's technically an ice age. But I could
Oh,
be wrong.
really?
My cousin told me that.
Your cousin might be on Reddit.
His cousin's
My
definitely on
cousin-
Reddit.
Go through our
He's
conspiracy.
definitely on Reddit.
My cousin was reassuring me. He's like, dude, the ice caps will fully melt and it'll just be lush and we'll all move up there. You know, hundreds of years.
Well, if global warming does keep accelerating, that's the people that have the most optimistic view of it, they say all the places that are wicked cold will just move into those.
I was listening to that guy. He was talking about how like the Midwest, like Minnesota and shit, that'll be like Canada.
Yeah.
It's going to get a lot warmer.
I'm going to recross the Bering Strait.
You got to get back.
I'm going to go back
I think
to
it's the
Pangaea.
opposite though. It's going to get more water. You're looking at it wrong.
So I get my time.
If an ice age happens, then you can make that walk.
Need that.
Yeah.
That was my favorite at Jones. He was like, fuck global warming, the ice caps are growing. And everyone was like, shut the fuck up. And then one quick Google, you're like, God damn it, he's right.
They're growing?
Antarctica is.
So Leonardo DiCaprio is wrong?
Leonardo DiCaprio can get
He talked to the scientists.
All these fucking scientists, even the scientists don't agree. Because like there's a mass group of scientists that will tell you, and this is undeniable, that human beings have had a big impact on carbon emissions. But you know that volcano that just erupted? Where'd that volcano just erupt?
I mean,
there's one
Iceland had a
that
big
just
one.
cracked.
Oh, recently?
Some guy put this, I would like to find out if this is true. Some guy put this on Twitter that there was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done.
Really?
I don't know if it's true. It sounds amazing though.
I like it.
I've heard math from the parts per
Shut down some
million.
cucks with that kind of talk.
I like it. I'll be at the cellar trying to dish that out. They'll be like, where did you find that? I'll be like, don't worry about it.
You see, people worry about all kinds of things, but super volcanoes is what you really should worry about. They've knocked humanity down to just a few thousand people in the past.
Really?
Yeah, 70,000 years ago. We've talked about it before. I think it's called the Toba. Is that what it is? The Toba volcano? It's a super volcano. I think it's near Indonesia. Fact-checked, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass. Dude.
Yeah.
They probably typed that up in real time.
So this was June 8th of 2022. So this was one they were talking. God, I wish I saved it. It was one of those things I was looking on Twitter. I'm like, wow, better Google that later.
That one little burp by Mount Etna.
But he said he was going to release data that proved this.
I mean,
one little burp by Mount Etna has already put more than 10 times the CO2 in the atmosphere than mankind has in our entire time on Earth. Don't worry about a scam is in the works to tax your minuscule footprint. Oh, this is a meme that someone put out? I didn't see a meme. I saw someone's tweet. They might have stole the meme and tried to be clever. Or the meme might have come from this guy's tweet as well. Same allegation has been shared here in 2016. An iteration posted on Twitter June 2nd is retweeted nearly 9,000 times. Yeah, it might all be horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, but my thing is,
That's a lot though.
That,
Look at all
looks like a lot of stuff.
it's a big ass cloud. I'd say that's 40% CO2 if I had to put my eye on
if I
that.
had to just one glance at it.
Well, it's just funny to be like, nah, the Earth's not warming up. Just no, does anyone know the temperature of the entire Earth?
Both people are silly. The people with limited research that say it's nothing to worry about, and the people with limited research that say we're all gonna die. Both people are silly. The ones that make the most sense to me. I had a guy named Steve Koonin on the podcast. He's a physicist who got into that's what he is, right? Koonin, and he I forget how he was tasked with going about looking into climate change. But what he found was that the periods of ups and downs have always existed. Like this idea that the Earth has ever been at a stable temperature that stays like this, that's just not the case. It goes up and it goes down, and it seems like it's always done that forever, and it varies wildly. Like they have these big giant spikes up and down. But this is over thousands and thousands of years, right? Maybe millions of years, where they're predicting like how long. But for sure, we're having an impact. But the question is, like, how much impact? Like, what is the difference? And would it be happening anyway? Would it be warming up anyway? If we didn't do anything to fuck up the environment, then we could look at the environment for what it is. We could say, oh, look, it looks like it's warming up. Well, we know we're not doing anything about that.
Yeah.
If we had no impact, but we know we have an impact.
Yeah, but the thing no one thinks about is we were like, we escaped from nature in like a blind rush out of just being constantly destroyed by like floods and eaten by predators, and we set up this whole system so we can like eat and not all die.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, fuck this, and it's like, I mean, we can definitely take it to better, but Jesus Christ, man.
A little bit of appreciation of what we've done. it's amazing what people have done, but yeah, for sure we could do a lot of the shit better.
Dude, like plastic bags, they could figure out different technology for something that doesn't sit in the ocean for, you know.
Well, they can make biodegradable plastic.
Why don't? That's my thing. Why don't they?
Well,
That's
it's
a
not
practical
get to it.
Damn.
Plastics as
What did you say to me?
they are now, I think most of them are just made with fossil fuels, right?
Yeah.
Most plastics. But I know they're putting out like biodegradable plastics that are made from plant.
Oh, he's going to
You
jail.
can actually make plastic from hemp, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. I read that. I was like, what?
I don't like it. I gotta bring my own bags to my grocery store. And I forget them every time. So then I buy one. Now I've had a whole
canvas
full-
bags?
I got a pile
You didn't
of
give me more
bags.
buds.
Get a
in the
stick. Get a stick with the
You did not give me nuggets.
bandana.
I might, dude.
Bud.
Get some beans, dude.
It is a
Send
good
my
move.
girl went out for beans.
It is a good move that they just don't just give away bags anymore. Like, even though it's real convenient,
No.
it's probably better if you bring a bag.
Not mine.
It is.
Yeah.
You know,
But who's gonna remember that?
nobody. Yeah, but we've never
I walk
remembered
outside
it.
my front door and go, fuck, I forgot a bag.
But isn't that a thing
I
that
don't
you
feel
can
like I'm
adjust
locked
to?
in. We'll adjust to it, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on if you're a walking apartment person versus someone who drives.
Have you looked in
Like,
the
if
top of
you're
your
driving to the
machine
supermarket, it makes sense to just leave a bag in your trunk.
Yeah.
But if you're a walking person in an apartment and you're in the city and you forget a bag, that's annoying.
Or just do paper bags and burn them.
Yeah, but then you feel
Slap them knees, boys. Ooh, you got
bro.
quick
Goes up in
scope,
the air.
bud.
Oh, it goes away?
Goes straight through space. Goes out of space.
Oh, you
I don't
too.
know what these fucking pussies are talking about, dude. Go on.
Get him, child predator. Sacrifice the child predator. There you go. Things are right where they need to be now. Oh, I had you.
It's fucking not real. I'm sick of it.
I had Randall Carlson on my podcast. He's an expert in collisions, like cosmic collisions on Earth. And he said, he goes, global warming is not good. He goes, but what's really bad is global cooling.
Oh.
He goes, global cooling is terrifying. Ice
I had
ages,
you.
That's where everybody dies.
Yeah.
That's where there's no food. That's where you're fucking starving to death.
Dude, how do we make it? How do we make it through the Ice Age?
How do we?
Well, you'd
How
have
did
to
we?
move. You move.
Oh my god.
You know,
okay.
or the hardiest of hardy people, they hunted and gathered, like the Inuit.
Oh,
they
Sexy King
basically
Phil.
can't grow any vegetables.
What a fucking bullshit life.
What?
Scary life,
In a
dude.
fucking
No
ice
scope
cave.
didn't
You
do
live in an
anything.
ice house covered in animal skins,
Hopefully you stab something in the next month.
and you're just
Get to
looking
eat it.
for fat. You're just
Yeah.
His
looking
name
for
is Sexy King
blubber
Phil.
to eat. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
what your
shit,
body
wrong
uses
way.
for fuel.
Yeah, but imagine how much you could just like slide on ice though. Like you're
Yeah,
walking.
Probably
be
a lot
fun.
of sliding.
That's
Probably
And
good at it.
fucking in there.
Probably nasty,
Dude,
dude.
fucking in there.
Oh, they're probably.
Oh my god, Ronald
Yeah.
Reagan just killed
Get
me.
in there together.
Imagine fucking
snuggle.
in an ice house that you made with
It
a
is
fire
lovely.
in the center of it, on animal skins of animals you killed,
Oh,
knowing
yes, I
that
love
there's no doctors anywhere. So if your woman gets pregnant, like you're pulling it out of there.
Johnny Skin
in the middle
Flute
of the
trying to come
tundra
for my
with
neck.
Polar bears around your ice house.
Oh. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but they had no concept of doctors.
They had no
I mean,
concept
of
of
course
any
there
other
were, of course
life.
there were
Medicine
people
man?
that figured shit out.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like he wasn't like fuck. I wish I had a doctor.
Dude, if you grow up like that, that's how you live. And
Yeah.
people are adaptable as shit. I had this dude on Sonny from Best Ever Food Review yesterday.
You're
and
ugly,
he went
bro.
and lived with these tribal people
They're
and
noob-tubing
hunted
now?
with them and ate what they ate. He reviews like exotic foods from all over the world. And like he's like with these
Got 'em.
tribal people slurping blood out of the carcass of a goat that they just shot. They're slurping it up with their hands.
Oh.
And you can tell he's like barely getting through
Yeah.
it on camera, but it's like that's their normal life. For them, it wasn't gross at all. It was totally normal. This is how you get food.
Get 'em!
Yeah.
You know, you don't
Get
let,
'em!
let the blood go to waste. You slurp it out of the body cavity.
Damn.
Neanderthals'
That's the
healthcare
bros.
skills helped them survive through the ice age. What?
Yo, you're so ugly.
Damn, dude.
It basically
that a
just
Get out of the
no, they feel
spawn.
like they found people with broken bones and not sure exactly how it did it, but since they were in such small tribes, if they lost someone, it would have been catastrophic to the group. So they all had to work to keep everybody alive, also too.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, they probably eventually figured out how to set an arm, right, and put a stick there and
wow,
tie
you were
it down.
camping like some pussies,
you know?
Just sitting in a fucking igloo.
Yeah, and bro, they don't always grow back good. You know, there's a lot of like
the mangled arms. Dude.
yeah, but there's a lot of like bones they found of people. That's a hard life.
Oh,
man.
they're monsters like
Yeah.
tigers.
Oh, jeez, you're getting shit bit off all the time.
I'm thinking more about your cave wife.
Yeah, what
Before
kind of
like women had words, and you get home and they just be like, ah, and you're like, ah.
No words. Just
No,
yeah.
just
I got you.
You gotta be like,
I bet they were horny all the time. I bet all they did was just fucking throw spears and go gather
Bottom of the
food.
board, guys. I'll hold it down.
the more
for
we're
you.
talking about it, the more I'm coming around on
Yeah,
this. How
because
sick that shit would have been.
They
dude.
must be so primal, those people.
You don't know where the fuck
like
you
the
are.
earliest early
You're so sexy, Phil.
people,
Die.
like people from like 300,000 years ago, whatever a person was back then. They must be so horny.
Yeah, well, that's why they had
We
all those
broke
hairy
even,
and shit.
baby.
Yeah.
Looking to fuck and throw spears and
Smelling each
fighting
other.
off animals.
Well, that's why they had all those fucked up rituals, because they, in their world, like violence, they just like put on a pedestal.
Here I
That
go.
was like the coolest thing.
Here
That was
I-
like the
here I
ultimate
go.
life force back then, just getting squashed
Get
by
it,
like
get it,
animals and
Glow.
rocks. So they would reenact it all
Get
the
it,
time.
Glow.
Could you imagine if you could go back and get like one of them Neanderthal
That's why I'm fucking up right now. I gotta.
dudes and like enter them into a wrestling tournament? I'll just teach him a few moves.
He'd bite right away.
He'd bite immediately.
First guy to grab.
But like a Neanderthal is probably so much stronger than people. Their bones are different. They're built different. They're like 5'7", 200 plus pounds. They're built like chimps.
Yeah.
Like big, powerful chimps. Ugh.
You'd have to put him down, dude. You can't have him.
Do you think that they fucked us or we fucked them?
We seduced them. I think we seduced them for sure.
Yes.
Imagine me
human
laying in wait, dude.
One of those guys came by.
Plus, back then, like having a powerful woman would be very attractive because then you'd have kids that could survive. Like
Yeah.
Your gene pool, your gene line would keep going on.
Yeah.
Going for China.
Makes sense.
You want one night in China.
China the wrestler. You want a bulky ass bitch.
China.
Dude.
She was probably the hottest, dude.
China would have been a
Dude, I did Fear Factor with
Seen
China,
that.
and after she completed one of the stunts, she got out and like full flexed and goes, "Who's the man?" She said, "Who's the man?"
yeah.
I guess it's just what you say.
Yeah.
She had a wild voice.
Big lady.
She did.
How tall was she?
I don't know. But when women take steroids like that, they develop a male midget's voice.
She's like, "Here's the man."
Didn't X-Pac take her down?
You shouldn't say midget, so.
Yeah, look at this. Julio was on it.
Nice.
Julio won it.
Damn.
There she is.
Damn, dude.
Hasselhoff. bro.
Hasselhoff.
thing that
Hasselhoff's thinking
sucks-
about it.
Dude, this squad is nuts, dude.
The thing is, yeah,
Julio
you know,
Hasselhoff.
3 of them are dead.
Yeah, dude.
3 of those
That
people
might
on
be a
that show are
cursed
dead.
episode, dude.
Oh my god.
What did
Yeah.
China die of?
Kelly Preston died, China died, and Coolio died.
What took China
Wait,
out?
Coolio's dead?
I don't know.
Pile driver.
How long has Coolio been dead?
Kane broke into her house.
She did porn for a while.
Oh yeah, it was the one night in China. That was her porn.
Oh, that was the name of
Wasn't it X-Pac who was? I think
You
X-Pac.
fucking love X-Pac.
2 years.
Who's X-Pac?
The wrestler. D-Generation X.
This is like my favorite story of.
It's bull. It's
Matt
true.
told me the
hear
story.
about
He was
that.
like, dude, I saw X-Pac once. He's in an airport.
Dude,
I guess I'm
was
not
like
tapped
12.
in.
Like, yo,
I was 12.
X-Pac, what's up? And
I
he
gave
didn't
him
even
the
look
sauce,
at
like,
me.
I guess
X-Pac,
I'm
I gave him the
fucking
sauce,
not.
He goes, you
dude.
didn't even look at me. I was like, dude, every
He didn't
dude
even
looks
look
like
at you?
X-Pac. No, it
Yeah,
wasn't him.
A lot of dudes look like
That's
X-Pac.
he saw a guy that
What?
looked like that in the
Yeah,
airport. It was
you
like
could-
X-Pac.
I saw a
could
guy.
be dead. I know 5 guys that look like that.
Every dude looks like
Just
this.
from jujitsu class.
Dude, I was 12. He had a cut sleeve denim vest.
Bro,
Every gas
if you live in a Mexican neighborhood, you see that dude every day. You see that dude every day.
Young Pac.
Oh, that was
X-Pac does rule though. The Bronco Buster, I did not think it was gay.
No, yeah.
There was not one part of me that thought it was gay.
What's the Bronco Buster?
The guy gets put in the turnbuckle and he's like sitting.
Uh-huh.
X-Pac jumps and puts his dick in his face. That's it. That's his closer. It's
That's a
over.
good closer.
It is pretty sick.
That's
And he
pretty
gets up and
solid.
says, "Suck my dick."
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So this is what he does?
There it is, dude.
He's getting ready.
Actually,
this guy's got his girl sitting on his lap, and she's nodding like, "Yeah, fuck his face."
he's gonna
Here it goes.
assault this man.
Fuck, dude. This was the
Oh
ice
my
age.
God,
This was the ice age.
That is insane.
Suck it.
That is insane. That's his finishing move.
See Triple H.
You imagine your finishing
Hell
move.
yeah.
Imagine pitching that in a meeting. Vince, here's my plan. I'm gonna lay a dude against the turnbuckle. I'm gonna fuck his face, and then I'm gonna do like this here. Suck it.
Genius. X-Pac, you've done it again.
What do you think about the Saudis buying the WWE? The rumor, the unsubstantiated rumor. that the
not very
Saudis
Siggy
are
You met
buying
Lemaire.
WWE.
He's an autistic man. He loves WWE, and he's not happy about it.
Yeah, he was very mad last
He's
night. in the
upset.
green
Why?
room.
I know all about it.
All him and Tony would do was talk about it last night in the
He
green
likes
room.
wrestling.
Dude,
They
they're
were
gonna-
very upset.
Are they gonna let like the wrestlers hit women and shit?
Well, that's the thing. They're saying they might not. Their conspiracy is no women. They're gonna be able to bulldog all. It's gonna be Attitude Era again.
Let's be pulling women out of cars.
Dude, they're gonna 3D May off the fucking jumbotron. Remember they did that? There was
They're
an
gonna
old
bring him in to do that on checks.
What?
There was an old woman in the WWF,
Take
and
the
these
gorilla
two
boots
dudes.
in
You remember
the,
Dudley? Wasn't it Dudley?
Dudley twins.
In the
yeah.
junk
They
drawer.
tossed like
Dudley
an 80-year-old woman off the
In the junk drawer, what?
Jamie.
What did they do?
That'd be sick if
Doesn't
they-
matter, even if the gorilla glue it, you think that's gonna stop the
This is
almighty
Saudi
jelly
Arabia.
bean?
Saudi Arabia saw this and was like, "We're in. We're
No,
very
that's not
interested."
Siggy at
Oh,
all.
no. She's got a neck brace on.
Are you okay?
This is a long bit, so I'll kind of zoom
It
in.
happened to all three of y'all
There's
in like
Larry.
1 week.
Mad it brought her out. She's standing up there watching.
Oh my god.
And
Mark
She's
Henry.
yelling and screaming.
All of you are gonna have to.
And so they roll her.
The Dudley boys.
The Dudley boys are
I'm
so
giving you all the money.
Bubba Ray Dudley.
so granted that
What are they gonna do to this old lady?
Things are power bomb.
Oh, he's trying to push her down the ramp.
crowd. The crowd.
No, dude. They want it.
I wouldn't do that.
This is blood. Dude, this is the arena. Spill her blood.
This is hilarious.
The mob.
Feed her to the lions.
This is actually a great. This is a great idea. This is funny.
Says.
You'll see. It's really not that funny.
Everyone's thought about doing this. No! No!
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? He just did a lateral drop on a table.
Dude, power bomb in your
What do they
grandma?
call that? What do
That's
they
a power bomb. That was a
Yeah.
power bomb through a table.
I'm listening.
Dude,
What?
the fact that your brain carried this for 22 years. This has been in your brain for 22 years.
Bro, what kind
Did
of
you give it the
damage
smell
is that
test?
lady's brain? I mean, I don't care what you say. That lady got impact from that. There was some impact involved in that.
Damn, wonder if there was like a nursing home pipeline to the
He's not
WWE.
like she's not protected there. Look at her hands. That's
She's
a real
older.
old lady. Bro, that
This
probably took
packed more than
memories.
He's talking shit.
my
Oh, no,
Subi
it's
was.
Mark Henry. He's saying,
probably
"I
like,
love
are you
you."
okay?
They killed an old lady.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
That's fun.
He's rubbing his head. He's like, I'm gonna get this pinned on me. Fuck it.
What the fuck, man?
I'm getting arrested. Damn, dude.
So yeah, they used the WWE's not afraid to put hands
It's
on women.
coming
dude.
back. It's coming
Now
back.
they did get away from it. Now with the Saudis, we might be back to the classics. putting geezers through tables. It's fucking crazy. That was probably in like Rochester, New York. Rochester, are you ready for Raw?
Fuck yeah. Oh my god, that's so nuts.
You ever go to one of those? A wrestling?
No, Tony's been trying to get me to go to
It's so
WrestleMania
fucking fun, dude.
forever.
It's so fun.
Forever, but now that the Saudis bought it, allegedly. Is that
Yeah.
real? What's the still not real?
Damn.
Did we Snopes that yesterday?
They were still investigating it.
It's gonna be cool. If the Saudis get it, there's a chance it gets better.
Who owns it? Does Vince McMahon still own it now, or is he
Well,
focusing
they
on
kicked him out because he got busted with a bunch of floozies.
Yeah, he's,
What?
Paying a bunch of ladies with
Who would've-
company cash.
Who would have thought all
or
that money
something.
went to that?
Gotta keep people. Look, if you look like that and you're 7 years old and you're the head of the WWE, you're slinging dick.
You're
What do you want him to do?
What do you want him to do? I'd be more disappointed if he wasn't slinging dick.
if
He's
he was
Vince
a
McMahon.
faithful married man,
He's a gigantic barbarian man who's like 79
Yeah,
years
he's
old and
awesome.
works out with a chain around his neck. You ever see how jacked he is?
Yeah, he's fucking ridiculous.
Show me a picture of
He
Vince
was.
McMahon jacked. No, still jacked.
no,
Oh,
I watched him get
shit.
stunnered at WrestleMania.
They're coming hard.
Did you see the?
Lemaire,
Not on my face though.
Lemaire was hanging out with me and he was like,
Oh!
WrestleMania
I got him.
today.
I
And
got
I was
him.
like, I don't give a fuck. And then he started
I got
like,
him,
putting
guys.
up old highlights
You don't need to
to
thank
get
me.
pumped for the thing.
I did it for
Dude,
you.
I used to love Stone Cold.
It was.
Look, dude, look at that.
Dude, he's
No,
super
obviously.
jacked and he's 150,000.
That's from the front, dude. See him from the side. He's got the fucking.
What does he got?
He's hunched, dude.
Coming,
Oh my
PB,
God,
and wait.
Let him do his thing.
Obviously, I'm not
I know
truly
that. I know. Yeah,
criticizing,
of course
but
not, of
when he
course
got
not.
stunned.
I'm talking about I'm talking about his extramarital affairs.
Oh.
You're giving him a hard
Whooping
time about
him.
his physique, Shane?
Oh!
Really?
Joe?
No,
That sounded
What?
personal.
Get him, PB.
I'm
Yeah.
stunned.
Show him where we're
Yeah,
from.
he got
He
stunned.
looks good. He looks good. I think
Not a
he's
long way I'm
80-something
from.
years old.
Well, that's incredible.
he looks better than Schwarzenegger.
How old is he?
Ooh!
Let's guess.
77.
I say he's.
Granatas.
I didn't see it.
Did it come up?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
I say he's 80 years old.
Review the tape. I didn't even
Yeah,
see it.
what's the discuss? You were saying you said
He said he looks like shit.
No, he was because back like 10 years ago he was like
Yeah, he was
yoked,
yoked,
cover
yeah.
of fucking
Back when
Men's
he was
Health.
70.
Back when he was 70. And I thought
Coming
that was
left.
gonna be the same guy that came out in WrestleMania. And now you can see it's
Oh,
age. You can see
Frecky
it's wearing.
Land.
Let me see.
Yeah.
He got stunned and it was he couldn't even.
You're
So
saying
what's
he
his
didn't recover
age?
from the stunning.
He got stunned and couldn't go down.
He hated Stone Cold, bro.
Here's
Stone
the
Cold
match.
stole his youth.
But Jamie, how old is he?
77. Yeah, he had it right.
How old is it?
77.
77.
Yes, he looks great.
Bro, he looks fucking great for 77. 77, you're supposed to be a dead man. You're not supposed to be pro
He
wrestling.
would whoop my ass. Obviously,
Yeah.
he would beat my
He's-
ass. Dude, he'd slap me.
Bro, he's older than my mom. Look at this. Boom. Not a lot of fucking hit behind that.
What's going on?
I'm telling you.
Oh, he threw him into the turnbuckle. Pat McAfee goes down.
McAfee goes hard on this.
He sells it very well for him.
What are you saying? This isn't real?
No.
What the fuck are you saying, Jamie?
Dude. When we saw him, he was in a neck brace.
Dude,
He just got
hectic.
thrown through a table.
McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that, kids. Those guys get busted up more than anybody. When I've had those pro wrestlers in here,
Oh, God,
like Diamond
yeah.
Dallas Page, his body had been through fucking hell. That's why he invented that yoga. He's got his own yoga system, and he's like helped all these wrestlers that are all fucked up completely rehabilitate their body and get their motion back.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, it's like a hardcore
fucked
yoga.
up.
The dude's in incredible shape, man.
I haven't seen him.
He can stand
Oh my
up,
God, I'm
grab
getting
his
blown
foot,
the fuck
and do a
up
split.
everywhere.
I remember DDP. He ruled.
And he's in his
What?
60s. Grab his
very
foot,
based.
standing
Standing?
up right now, no warm up, and he holds it up like a split. Not bullshitting.
Really?
Yeah, he did it in my studio.
That's weird.
I was like, that's insane.
That's weird.
He was showing
I
me
saw my
some of
dad
his
do that. I'd be
exercises.
Like, what the fuck, Dad?
Guy's in amazing shape, and his back is fucked. Like technically, he should need surgery.
Yeah.
Like it's all bone on bone and shit. But he does that yoga routine every day, and it keeps him healthy and mobile, and he's not in pain. The guy, it's incredible. He's so flexible. It's like, how did you do this? When you see him like move around, you're like, you are a pro wrestler, and look
Yeah.
at you.
He hit Beetlejuice with a guitar.
Did he?
Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show. He hit it with a guitar.
Yeah, he smashed him with a guitar.
No.
Now he's doing yoga. What a world.
God.
I guess if you're dedicated
Suck.
every day to yoga, you probably help your body.
Oh,
I think those guys, if you're that busted up, you kind of
Yeah, those guys
have
are
to do
fucked.
something every day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not going to be mobile. Like you
Ooh,
really
too,
have
you
to
can't
fix.
be.
If you
Get
just start
'em.
eating pain pills, which a lot of them
Ooh.
do, that's a dark road. And I mean, you got to think about how many times a year those guys were on the road. You know, I talked to Jake the Snake, and he was explaining like his evolution in the game and how long it took him and all the road gigs and shit, and just like, dude, those guys were doing 300 nights a year.
Yeah, every day.
Oh.
Never help.
Every day they're smashing into each other and slamming each other and fucking, and some
I
of
had
them
'em. Get 'em,
they don't
PB.
like each other, so they want to
Yeah.
hit each other hard.
Yeah.
I can only imagine the feuds going, like the real
Bodies and
feuds
shit.
going on.
Oh, dude.
I was just talking to
Ooh,
someone.
behind you.
Seriously, fuck you, brother. I'm not fuck, dude. No, they're all fucking, especially back then, roided out, lifting every day, drinking every day, fighting every day.
Yeah.
They were, for like 5 straight years, they hated.
Was it
they
Jake
would
the
do
Snake or was it the Undertaker that had the broken eye sockets? Was it the Undertaker?
Weren't there
It
like
was the
5
Undertaker.
He had
Undertakers?
a special mask.
He shattered his fucking eye socket in the middle of a match. This Mexican dude landed on his face. His move, instead of fucking your face, he would drop his butt on your face. So he drops his butt on, who was it? It was like a famous guy. Mysterio? No?
That's
This
crazy.
dude landed his butt on his face and broke his eye
Yeah.
socket. And so he's like, ah! And he's got to finish the match. He's gonna finish this match with
Undertaker.
Is that why his eyes started going up like this all the time?
That was
Well, he actually said he ran into a close.
Nice.
Reading a quote from him.
Oh,
But
he ran
it was
into
out-
a
it was that
Don't
guy.
let them win. They're noob tubing.
Okay.
They
I
suck
thought-
wieners.
I thought the guy landed on his face. Didn't you
He
think
says
so?
he's like he was 6'8", 500 pounds. I ran straight into what was supposed to be a clothesline, but he was so gassed, and I ended up hitting a spot in his arm.
Actually, Jamie, I
Dude,
think
you
he
suck.
broke his eye socket twice. I think, if I remember correctly, he broke both eye sockets.
Well, this is him.
Jesus.
According to this, it says this is what he said on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh. Yeah, both eye
Basically, that
sockets.
was-
Yeah. See, that's right. One was because the guy was completely out of shape, a lot of similarities. The other one, I think, was the butt to the face.
Oh.
I think he's saying he broke both because we showed another one that he did where the guy wasn't as big who landed on his face. I might be remembering this wrong. I have a very limited memory for pro wrestling.
Yeah.
I watched it. Go, yeah, that's great. They threw the grandma through the table. That's
Through the grandma through the table was pretty awesome.
I'll delete that by the end of the week. By the end of the week, I'll have no knowledge that happened.
You'll never forget
dreams about
Dude,
it.
I remember.
You're right. You're right. Rey Mysterio did hit him, and it cost him.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Mysterio, and
Oh,
he
he hit him
landed.
with the
I
Hurricane
think
Rana.
he landed with his butt on his face. See if
Well,
you
Rey
can find
Mysterio
it.
is super small. That's not the butt face. He got hit in the face by him, I think.
But Rey Mysterio would be hopping
You
around.
said
like
he's
that.
super small.
That's
yeah,
bony. Bony,
I
bud.
think
We're only
he
up by
landed on
one,
his
guys.
face.
Oh, dude.
I think that's the reason why he got him that way, because he landed with his butt on his face.
The dead man.
Oh,
The dead man.
we got it!
Senton?
Imagine
And
waiting
landed
for
on
that.
the Undertaker's head. Yeah, he landed on his head with his butt.
It's ready when you want to.
Yeah, he mistimed the move and landed on his face and broke his face.
Dude, imagine looking forward to that all day. That guy's gonna put jump on your face with his ass. You know that's coming. You're like, fuck, dude.
Oh, but the other
Fuck.
guy fucking your face.
Yeah.
Fucking your face, and you have to lay there like you're out
You
cold.
have to-
in front of
50
the
fucking
arena. And
kills
this
with
dude
that
gotta
fucking
get-
bang,
bullshit.
bang, bang, and then suck it right in front of you. That's your job.
Yeah.
Remember the wrestlers that never won? There'd be like Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin would come out and just get smashed
Yeah.
every time.
That's what I mean. That dude has to sit there and get his face fucked. The whole crowd's like, "You're
What are you
fucking
talking
gay."
about?
And then you gotta
No,
go
it
back.
wouldn't.
Everyone's like, "The guy who fucked you is awesome."
You probably got
You
like
gotta sit in the
700.
locker room. They're like, "Nice work, kid."
That's what's
The
so
divas
weird
don't
about
even look at you.
wrestling. How enthusiastic
The divas.
people get.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy.
They
It's
get
crazy.
so fucking angry at the bad guy.
It's crazy.
They fire him up. Those bad guys will come out and be like, "Delaware,
Revolutionize the game.
what a bunch of fucking
Honestly.
retards are you?"
I don't know why you haven't got me a
And they're all just
contract
like,
with a cheese.
Well,
you tomorrow,
They'd
you
have,
get
Arab, they'd have Arab dudes come out and be like,
I don't know why you haven't got me
"America
a
fucking
contract with a
sucks ass." And these
Yeah.
dudes are like, "Take that the fuck back."
Wasn't that the Iron Sheik?
Yeah, Iron Sheik. They had dudes come out for everything. There was Russians. They have everything.
Not true.
Back in the day, like The Rock was part of Nation of Domination. They were like
Yeah.
black African extremists that would come out and be like, in front of all the white people, like, no.
Did you ever watch the Andy Kaufman films?
Yes.
When he
Wrestle
was doing
Girls?
pro wrestling? That was crazy.
hilarious.
The fact that he decided that was what he's going to do.
There they are.
Bring that down to South
I
Carolina.
think the CIA assassinated 3 of them actually.
Yeah. 2 of them were FBI informants.
Jamie, see if you can find some of the
The
Andy
Rock
Kaufman
was a snitch, dude. He snitched on Farouk, dude.
He told me we make you a movie star. Just got to give up your brother.
You got to snitch on Farouk. He did it.
He put a bomb in Farouk's house.
Imagine it turns out the Rock's working for the FBI the whole time.
How could he
Man.
not be?
Yeah, at this point, how could he not be?
How can you think they made so many Jumanjis, dude?
Yeah, it's fucking intelligence written all over it, dude.
That's Mockingbird, bro. Jumanji's Mockingbird.
Jumanji was a fun movie, man. How dare you?
Jumanji's.
Dude,
wait,
hit the record.
first one?
Hit the record. Hit the record.
Wait, the Robin Williams one was incredible.
No, I went to see the Rock one with my kids. I loved it.
All right, with kids, maybe, dude.
Check the
went-
record. I praised
had
Jumanji.
I had a rough
I
one.
praised Jumanji.
You like Jumanji? Yeah,
praised
you guys
it.
have kids.
It's a good movie.
I was
I
in,
watch it
you have
before.
kids?
Bro,
I watch it
I was in
before.
Boston by myself. I was doing comedy. I had to kill a whole day. I had nowhere to stay. I went to a Panera Bread by myself. I'd never drank coffee.
There's
before in
demons
my
coming
life.
into the house.
I was like 30. I never drank coffee. I was chugging cold brews all day.
Yes.
I didn't know it would give you a panic attack. I had it. And then I went and saw Jumanji by myself at like 2:30 p.m.
Oh my god.
And I was in there just like, holy shit, dude, I'm a fucking moron. I saw Jumanji by myself.
I feel bad.
And then I called Matt, and I was like, man, I want to quit comedy, dude. I'm so fucking sad.
I've been in a Panera for 4 hours drinking iced coffees in a booth by myself.
10 hours.
Oh, no.
I spent a whole day in a Panera. I had no money.
Dude. Yeah,
That's $0.
Well, I
Saved up to see Jumanji.
You gave me so many fire movie recommends, and finally I came out of Jumanji. I was like, Shane's gonna like this, and he gave him a panic attack. I was like, fuck, my bad, dude.
That fucked me up.
How crazy
I was
was
in
it?
there by myself watching Jumanji, just
Dude.
It's like, this is for real a low point. This is like a fucked up thing.
Dude, I used to.
I'm an adult. It was a weekday, 2 p.m. in Boston.
That is a weird thing.
And that was before. Yeah, that was like. This could capsize. My whole life could capsize.
My life, it was capsized. I was swimming.
True.
Dude, my ex-girlfriend gave me her old laptop, so I had like a Chromebook that was like a $90 Chromebook.
Your laptop was
I
bad.
was by myself. I would find websites that had old games. I was playing like SimCity 98. Chugging cold beer. Dude, this is fucked up. Now I'm saying it.
I need a
there's a
sniper
movie
for this
theater in the
map,
park.
guys.
I'll
It's
go
gonna
see
be,
whatever they have. Jumanji
it's
at
gonna be a long
2:30.
one.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, those days on the road in the early days, they can be. They feel.
It was really sad.
And also, if you're working with people you don't like you show up in a town in the middle's a douche.
Dude, remember we went to? I went with him to Florida. He got booked to go to Florida, and he was like, I'll just come with you.
Oh, what the fuck? What are you doing in here, butthead?
Yeah, we did a whole southern tour.
The whole southern tour. He brought me. I don't think anyone wanted me there at all. He brought me there. I forgot underwear first of all. I didn't pack underwear. I had no undies the whole time.
I was a feature, and I was like, I got a guy I'm bringing. That's great.
That's hilarious. The headliner stole his jokes. Yeah. The headliner was a guitar guy, and Shane would go up. I was.
No, you're
constantly, and Shane would
ugly.
go up. He was doing well, and the headliner
What are we doing
started just
inside,
like
guys?
just bombing on a
What
guitar,
are we
and
doing
he
inside?
started doing callbacks to Shane's bits.
He did the whole.
And then he started just incorporating them into it. It was the craziest
my
shit.
act. By the last couple
Dude.
shows, he was just stealing the
It
thing.
was crazy. Dude.
Hit him!
But he was
Hit him!
gonna
Yeah,
do it, so I
good
was
job,
like,
guys.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You know, I was new enough to be like, at least, you know, he's
One
saying
second, baby.
that was good.
Right.
True.
But that was, dude, it was me, him, and the headliner in a comedy condo in South Carolina. We just fucked with this dude. He sucked so fucking bad, dude.
we were in the back green room, and there was like a plastic. You know, the plastic's supposed to look like crystal.
Yeah.
It was like plastic, like table stuff with lunch meat, and this guy's just crushing bologna, being like, "Guys, I'm on the road all the time. I can get pussy anytime I want." We're like, "Okay, dude."
We were,
Yeah, right.
he was like, man, if I was your guys' age, if I was single like you guys, I'd be getting pussy too. I could go out there and get pussy if I wanted, but I'm not gonna. Like, dude, he was standing eating lunch meat on a tray in a club in South Carolina.
He's a guitar act.
Yeah, we're in like a closet, like a Mexican bowling alley. He's like, "Dude, I can clean up out there, dude. You guys have no idea." We're like, "Dude,
Oh God.
pretty sure you're just crying when we came in here."
He was absolutely. That was
Maybe
a
here.
fun fucking trip.
Dude, that was so fun.
It was so funny. Me
I'm
and him
putting
were
this out.
young and
I'm
just
putting this out.
bullying a headline, just fully like, "Oh, is that what you
gotta put it out.
said?"
You're gonna have to do it.
Condo, and he'd be like, "Yeah."
Those weird headliners that like no one knows who they are, but they can kind of headline, and they go to some places and they've been doing it way too long.
Left, behind you, Fury.
They can achieve this very high level
Good
of
shit,
toxic
Fury.
bitterness.
It's Sith.
Yeah,
They're
you
behind us
around
now.
them, and then they have a couple beers, and they start looking at you sideways.
Dude.
And they tried it. They're like, "Oh, dude, that was the guy." He was like, "Oh, you guys are doing a podcast."
Got stabbed.
I guess we'll see, huh?
Don't waste your time. Fucking dickhead, dude. Yeah, that was very funny.
He was just a bit.
What year was this?
Fuck, man.
You suck.
15.
But in his defense, back then, how many podcasts were there?
I don't know.
I think people had already figured out that you could make
Yeah.
I got killed.
15, yeah.
There was enough. He just was saying like every.
Oh my God, I don't know.
Trust me, I tried it. It didn't work. It's not gonna work for you guys. Dude, you suck.
I think the market's oversaturated now, but I still think people should do it. Like if I was a new comic, like if you're a new comic starting out now, you should do a podcast, even if no one's gonna listen. Just keep doing it. Just do it and keep doing it, and then it'll grow. But there's so many of them now.
Yeah.
Like trying to get an audience now, it's so much harder than it was 5 years
Yeah,
ago,
but
6 years
I
ago.
feel like if you're actively trying to get an audience, it comes. You just have to just talk. Like, I talk to myself when I drive anyway. I'll just talk and like, damn, I should have recorded. It's so fucking good.
You talk out loud.
Yeah, I talk out loud
and
constantly.
You're like, damn,
it's
I'm good.
fire, dude. While I'm
It's
driving,
so good.
I talk to myself all the time. My kid will be in the back seat, and I'll be talking to myself and turn around and be like, I can't stop.
You like that one?
I can't stop casting.
You're casting. You're
That's
locked in.
your thing always, is talking to yourself?
Sometimes I'll just talk.
Oh,
I don't realize I'm doing it. I'll be
Stubbs!
thinking, and I'll just start talking. I'll
Jesus
be like,
Christ, if I recorded what I was saying in a car.
classified.
Be a quick pocket. Yeah.
I don't think
Biden
I've ever
would have
talked
it.
to myself in the car.
Really?
No, I
do
don't
it
think so.
constantly. It's good.
No.
It's fun.
I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, dude.
Like talking out loud?
Yeah, it's talking to yourself.
It'd be a good way to do
That's
a
fucking
podcast.
crazy.
Like
Yeah,
if you had a Tesla, especially if you have a quiet car, you could like set up a camera and just do a podcast while you're driving.
Damn it,
Dude, I'm
man.
telling you, you
Didn't
access.
Bill Burr did stuff like that, but it was like more like him driving around like, God,
You
look
give
at
a
this
tour.
fucking guy. Yeah, he was giving a tour.
That
It
was
funny.
good.
Yeah, those
You
are
give
good.
tours of like towns
Yeah.
and shit. You driving and just talking must be
Talking.
for real terrible.
Oh,
Fleshing out the ideas.
oh,
Well, that's
Oh,
the way a lot of
oh,
guys
oh, you're all
come up
dead.
with
You're all
material.
dead.
Like that's how Dylan does it. He comes up with
Podcast.
so
Oh,
much
I
material
wanted to
with
kill
his
you too.
podcast
Yeah.
all the time. He's ranting about things, and
That was
some of them
easy.
you keep.
Easy
You know, some of
peasy,
them are
lemon
like, genuinely
squeezy.
good ideas.
2%, I would say. Generally, my
But that's
thoughts are like,
if you fucking sling 10 around,
Yeah.
you get pick up 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice.
I was trying the ones you and me workshopped a couple jokes this week.
oh yeah,
The seller did not like them.
good.
So maybe I gotta
The
get
seller
him to go.
wasn't that excited about it.
Missed him. He's coming behind you.
He's not gonna word it. I don't know how to
How
word
many
it.
sets did you do down there?
Oh, where'd he go?
It's like 5 or 6 a night.
I missed him.
And so each set. The
Oh,
artist is
come on!
I probably tried it twice and then scrapped it because I was talking. Me and Matt did a podcast that day, and we were talking about if there was like a parent sex, like pride parade. Like if you're, see, it doesn't work.
No, if your parents flaunted their sexuality.
The way gay people do it at the pride parade. Like if it was your dad and your mom on a float, like, and even a gay guy would be like, ew. And then I was trying to say like, look, I'm happy you guys are doing it, but that's how we feel. We're like, ew. I'm glad you're doing it, but gross, dude. And didn't work.
Yeah,
Still
it's
didn't work.
I mean, it's funny.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It's a fair point.
it's a good point.
I mean, again, do what you want to do.
The dog general worked.
Did it?
I might be onto something there.
The dog general.
That fucking dude that retired in the military with the dog mask. I don't even know if it's real. This guy from the military retired, and he was wearing a fucking leather dog mask in his uniform, like in front of the flag.
What?
It might be fake. I might have got tricked, but either way.
Let's do 100 guys.
using
We
it
can
on-
pull ahead.
He was like,
We can do
Commander
it.
Bow Wow's retiring. Arf, arf. Like that was the end of it.
Fuck!
But they were
Wanderer,
using it
to your
on
right.
Twitter, they were trying to make fun of the U.S. military. They were like, here's China's military, here's Russia's military. And it's like skinheads that are like, eh. And then here's ours. It's a bunch of trans people and the dog guy. And the joke is, for real, that's absolutely more terrifying. Like, that's a truly scary military. That we had a furry with fucking missiles behind them.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's like an actual
They're all mid.
lunatic.
That's a problem.
If it's real,
It's probably not real, but I like
it might
it.
not be real. Dude, there's footage. There's footage that
Also,
comes
another
out of
joke
this
that's
war.
for fucking 8.
There's footage that's come out of this war that is different than any footage of any war that I've ever seen because it's on cell phones.
Yeah.
There's so much cell phone footage from this war.
Dude, planes are flying low over like
Got you,
shit.
Scopes.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like one-on-one combat situations
Fuck!
with guns.
Get him, get him.
Like, I've
Nice.
seen a bunch of them now.
6
And
more kills,
one
guys.
I saw yesterday was this guy was in a gunfight in the woods.
Oh
So
my god, I almost
he's
blew
hiding
myself
behind
up.
trees, and the trees have like chunks of fucking wood missing.
Oh, how'd I
from it,
not
'cause
kill
a
you?
Bullet just hit it. I mean,
Oh, they're up
like
by
a fucking
2.
movie,
We need to hold
right?
back.
And he runs to these Ukrainian guys that are in a foxhole, and he's got the drop on them. And I don't know what he's saying. Like he's saying surrender, give it. And the guy reaches up to grab his gun, and he ices the both of them.
Damn, bro.
Down, at close range.
RIP!
Yeah.
From 3 feet away, and you're watching. It's like, holy shit!
Jesus.
Like this is what they're going through over there. This is the real war. This is really what war's happening.
You got hot
Filming
toilet
cell
on, bro.
Now imagine a furry. He's in a drone just like, what are they doing down there?
It's like Spaceballs. He's up in the ship.
He just sends a drone strike.
Well, that would be the scariest thing if someone had real drone, like those dog drones with guns on them. And they just sent those after people.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just send like a bunch of we definitely have like war robots. Why don't we just be like, yo, here, use our war robots. I guess you can't. I guess.
I wonder if a friend. I don't know if this is true either. We'll find this out. What was the other thing that we were just trying to find out?
Dog General.
Dog General. Is that real?
Come on, dude.
I support the Dog General.
Well, my
I
friend
know
was
Dog General's out there.
telling
He's
me-
probably listening right now. Ooh, row.
When my friend was telling me when he served overseas, because of the Geneva Convention. That's real. That's not real, bro.
That's
That
fucking real
is so photoshopped.
That's so real.
They're not gonna let that guy wear a
The Dog
mask.
General.
That's scary, for real.
Exactly. They want to make fun of us for having trans and furries in our military. Good luck fighting those dudes.
Maybe that's just what he does during like formal events. And regular times, he's just a straight up killer.
We should bomb other countries and make fun of our trans military members.
For real.
Yeah, fuck that.
You gonna fuck with us?
What was the other thing that I was gonna look up? We're gonna look something else up.
I know what you're talking. Fucking
Jamie, I can't believe you're not finding a Dog General, dude.
What was the other question I asked? There's the guy with the mask, and what was the other one?
Rain video stuff?
No, there's something. I know what you're talking about.
God damn. The last thing I had up was Andy Kaufman stuff. But
No, there was.
Yeah,
You're
we're
talking about
going-
cell phone
we're all over the
videos.
road.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Talking about cell phone videos.
Talking about
Russia,
you talking
Ukraine.
in your car.
Oh, sending robots into
drone robots.
drone robots.
There he is. That's real.
Going to the dogs.
That's real?
In our
No.
midst.
American conservative, dude. Talking about.
Celebrate Pup Pride.
Oh, dude.
Wait a minute. So this is gay officers only wear these masks?
No, I don't know what
But
this
that's
is.
Scroll back up.
This guy's
What does
stealing
it say?
valor.
Scroll all the way up.
He's stealing
It
valor.
says celebrate pup pride with the armed forces. Gay officers pretend to be canines for sadomasochistic sex games.
This is the classic website, theamericanconservative.com.
Dude, that's like the Washington Post to me.
True. True.
They're the same. They're all the same now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay, so the guy likes to wear a mask.
I know, that's the point. And then
So
China and Russia were trying to make fun of us. They were like, look how weird we are. And it's like, bro,
Dude.
our guys will fuck your guys up.
There
Look
was
at
a thing
guy.
another thing I wanted to ask, but I forget. But there's one thing. Someone told me that during the overseas war, during the because of the Geneva
There you go.
Convention, you aren't allowed to have like hollow point bullets in your pistol. you have to have. It's an unfair advantage.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You use musket balls?
No, you have to use like practice rounds that you use at the range. Is that true?
1899 prohibited use of international warfare bullets that easily expand or flatten the body.
Dum-dums.
It is a common misapprehension that hollow point ammunition is prohibited by the Geneva Convention, as the prohibition significantly predates those conventions.
But they still do implement that, though. My friend
you
who
finish
served was explaining to me the rounds that they
Well, you
made
got
them
it.
use over there.
What?
Yeah.
You gotta be
They tried to
sick.
outlaw fucking night vision, dude.
Now I don't know if that was just his unit. I don't know. But that's crazy.
They tried to be like, this is unfair, what you guys are
Do
doing.
you know how crazy it is? Fair and unfair when it comes to
Damn it, they're on to me.
Weird 2015 DoD law war manual returns hollow point bullets to armed conflict. So I don't
Well,
know.
I think
Imagine
he was,
passing that
But it's
bill.
overseas, you said, I guess. Right?
Yeah,
those back
he was
in here.
overseas.
It's time for some dudes' heads to fucking
Well,
explode.
I don't know if that's true, but that was what he had said.
And did they have hollow point bullets in 1899? I guess was what this.
Yeah, but doesn't this stuff go out the window when like guys start fighting for their survival?
It
You know?
certainly
They're
should.
like, well, I don't want to break those rules.
But when you're seeing a scene like I saw with the foxhole, and you know like that, this is what these guys are going through today, and it's all done on someone's fucking Samsung Galaxy, so
damn.
it's like clear video. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's real close up too. It's like, oof.
It's kind of embarrassing at this point. It's like, dude, you guys are really, what are we doing? You guys are shooting each other in the
War?
face right now.
Yeah.
It's kind of, at this point, it's kind of
It's still
embarrassing.
happening.
It's like, come on, man.
Wow. Civilizations, when they evolve with war, you never kind of get them out. I think the only chance we have is if we keep like all moving to a new place with a new agreement. Like the reason why the United States was so much different than anywhere else is because the majority of the people just said, "Look, let's get the fuck out of here and start a new place because this shit's crazy." And then everybody was like, "Hey, where'd you guys go?" And then that place, the new place became the shit. And
Yeah.
that's really what America is. But then eventually it gets fucked too. Like we don't have the same like physical wars on our borders because we're luckily surrounded by water, but we're still engaging in it all over the place and ramped up. It's like we're involved in so many different conflicts all over the world. It's almost like the only way you're ever going to stop that is if people keep. It was like, all right, this one didn't work either. Let's keep going one more time. Antarctica, here we go, and take over that one, and then do that for a few hundred years, and then fuck that up, and then everyone learn. It's like the lessons that people learn in civilization. They take forever. They take forever.
True.
We're still doing the death penalty. We know how many people are innocent that are on death row. We know. We know we're killing innocent people. They're like, yeah, but fucking win's a win. Win's a win. Yeah, I mean...
One innocent person's... That's
that sucks,
Imagine
dude.
being falsely accused the whole time, and you're like,
Dude,
no.
I've had multiple men like that on my podcast because of the stuff that I do with Josh Dubin, who used to be an ambassador for the Innocence Project, and then he went off to... He's released dozens of these people, and the stories are hard. Well, you're crying. I'm
I might have
doing a
heard one you
podcast
had on here.
I've had a few.
The guy with the little girl, and it was DNA reversed it. Maybe it was on here.
Yes, there's been a bunch of them.
They're like, we saw you with her the last time. That was all it took.
Yeah.
And then they found he couldn't afford DNA testing or something.
Well, there's one guy who was an immigrant who walked into a trailer after this woman had murdered someone.
Get off of my
and
cock.
His footprints got everywhere, and they blamed him, and he was in jail for 20 years, like that kind of shit.
Why is he walking around?
Well, it's like, what the fuck's going on? Like, imagine
he's
you
checking
go
up on it.
check in on people, and you open the door, and someone's been knifed to death. And you're like,
Dude, you're
holy
so
shit,
annoying.
and you're just realizing you're trying to turn the lights on. Like, what the fuck's going on?
These guys
and,
suck, bro.
And he's an illegal immigrant. He's from another country.
Yeah, so he tried to hide.
And then the woman blames it on him, and it's just crazy.
Oh, it fucking sucks.
And it's just such a flawed system. And the thing is, like, there's an incentive for a prosecutor once they're starting to try a case. They want to win that fucking case. They got a record. They have a reputation, and so they're trying to win. And when it's like a government prosecutor or, you know, like a district attorney, and they know there's some information that would exonerate that person, they're just like, they don't give a fuck.
That seems like a problem, making it like competitive for
Yes.
lawyers.
It's very bad.
To be like, I want to win, or like DAs that are like, I arrested the most people.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah.
Then they run for office. It's like, remember that? And they're like,
I was tough on crime, and then all of a sudden, 10 years later, being tough on crime is racist. You're like, I wasn't tough on crime. I'm the vice president.
Yeah, man.
I didn't call them super criminals.
Super predators.
Yeah, super predators.
Right.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He's getting jammed up on like manila folders when he was like kissing 12-year-old girls on camera.
I don't know
Joe Biden.
jack. I don't
Hanging out
know
with Clinton.
jack shit about politics. But if I had to guess, they're trying to get rid of him.
Yeah.
That would my guess would be they're trying to get rid of him. If all of a sudden his own aides are sending these, instead of like taking these classified documents which you have located and go, well, let's not do that again, and fucking locking them up somewhere. His own aides
self-reporting.
Dude,
come on.
That
dude.
sounds sus. Well, no one self-reported that fucking laptop.
I know.
That
was Russian disinformation. That reeks of Russian
they
disinformation.
got a hold
Oh my
of
God,
the
I have Patrick
social
Star.
media companies and lied to them. They did whatever the fuck they could to keep that from happening. And even this, they discovered this before the midterms.
Yeah.
So they didn't release the information until after the midterms.
I mean, dude, everyone said this a
going
million
crazy.
times with like the news. If that was flip-flopped, if it was, Trump's kid, that would have been all over. It would have been like, this is the fate of our democracy, rest in the sons of the
100%,
blah, blah, blah,
100%.
blah, blah,
And the
blah,
media
blah.
would have gone right along with it.
Yeah, and it's like so obvious and it
Ooh.
sounds trite, but it's like, dude, why
Oh
do
my
this?
God.
What's the incentive to be like, nah, fuck that guy, not that guy? It's like, that kind of freaks me out.
Dude, there's a bunch of us that are just unrepresented. It's the reasonable middle. The reasonable middle of the world. Unrepresented. You got radical left and radical right. You got people that are all in on the Republican Party and you should never get an abortion even if you've been raped. You got wild shit on that side, and on the other side you got men can get pregnant. You got all this chaos.
Oh my
You
God,
got,
you annoying
FTX.
douchebag.
He was just making mistakes. No big deal. We should barely even attack him. We don't even need to bring him in. Come on, guys.
Yeah, why would they let that guy off the hook?
The number 2 donor to the Democratic Party.
Oh, duh.
Number 2.
Yeah, like
Just by George Soros. And they're like, whatever. No one's freaking out.
My
Everyone.
favorite is the Republicans hanging on to that Santos dude.
That is wild.
The Republicans are like, no, he's a good dude.
That guy
He's
should
just-
be in jail.
Santos is the guy who was like, I'm Jewish.
Oh, that
And they
dude.
were like, "You're not Jewish." He's like, "I meant Jew-ish. I'm like a Jew."
He's a master of the English language. He's a master of the English language.
He lied about so many things.
He lied about
I
everything.
found out about it on the podcast, and then
It's
I went on
hilarious.
a deep dive. I'm
It's
like,
so
this guy's wild.
Dude.
I was looking at him yesterday. The first article that came up was like, he lied about being a volleyball star. It's like, that's the funniest
Well,
one.
you ever see Biden lie about his education? Have you ever seen
Yeah,
that
yeah,
clip? Where he lied about his education, they fact-checked him on the news.
What did he say he was?
Oh my God! He just flat out lied about his
I
credentials.
think it fucked him up in that debate.
Oh, for sure.
He was running a while ago, and he got
Well,
fucked
he
up
ran
on-
for president in '88.
He like plagiarized the speech.
Yeah.
He did that.
Dude, we used to do Joe Biden night at Stitch's Comedy Club in Boston, where we'd all do each other's acts. That time, Joe Biden lied about his academic credentials. So watch this video, because it's fucking crazy.
He was 76th of 85.
He was so silly.
He might have gotten it wrong though. He might have been like 85 to
I mean,
top.
truthfully,
What's
a guy
that?
who
I don't know
finishes
what the
76
Oh,
would
that's
get it
the
wrong.
video.
It just says it's the road to the White House.
No, this is the video. I've
There
seen
he
it.
is.
He argues with this guy.
And the other question is, could you quickly, I think we
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect. I went
Beast.
to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class that have a full academic scholarship. In the first year in law school, I decided I didn't want to be in law school and ended up in the bottom 2/3 of my class, and then decided I wanted to stay, went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I won the international moot court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only need 123 credits, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
You rewind that and look at the guy who wants to fuck him
No, but now
so
let
bad.
it go on.
Did you see how happy that guy was? He was like, "You're doing it, Joe."
I know. Now,
I'm not questioning your IQ. I'm just saying that with the people that we have elected to office in recent years, I think that we have to question their credentials very
You were the most
strongly.
annoying little fucking prick. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Damn.
I'll make this whole game about fucking you up. Watch.
It seems to me if you can speak, you're at a liability in the Democratic Party anymore. It seems to me you've all become heartless technocrats. It seems to me that you forget that what happens is we've never, as a party,
okay, pause
we have
this.
never...
This is now nonsense.
Biden rules.
Yeah.
Now go to
Pretty nasty, dude.
go
fucking love
to
Biden.
the article where it says what his actual stats were. Because someone fact-checked him on the news. It's not in that clip. There's one that they played that clip on the news and then fact-checked it.
That'd be a nice edit, like cutting that to like now him just fucking bumbling around on
Technocrat.
stage talking
Oh, yeah.
nonsense.
He's actually 70th in a class of 85, so he wasn't in the top half. But there was a bunch of other stuff that he lied about in that clip too. In the news clip where they check it, this like hardcore news guy goes, actually, the true story is, and he just lays it all out. And
Oh, that blows.
it sucks a
Can you
fat
imagine
one.
if
Yeah,
you're
there
lying
it
and a
is.
dork
Plenty
comes
to do.
in?
Yeah.
The new questions stem from taped remarks of Biden during an April campaign appearance in New Hampshire.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship,
Yeah,
the only one in
scoot
my...
ahead a little to the where you can't. Oh, okay. That's okay. Keep playing.
That's crazy.
in my class to have a full academic scholarship. Went back to law school and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only need 123 credits.
Biden now concedes he did not graduate in the top half of his law school class, that he does not have 3 degrees from college, and that he was not named outstanding political science student in college.
Newsweek says Biden actually went to school on a half scholarship, ended up near the bottom of his class, and won only 1 degree, not 3.
Joe Biden ranked 76th in a class of 85 at the University of Syracuse Law School. I mean, this guy comes off this whole thing as a flyweight.
Now Biden says Newsweek is right. His memory had failed him.
His memory had failed him. My memory had failed him. But his memory seems so good right there. Like that'd be so scary if you could maybe those are early signs of dementia.
Yeah.
You could rattle off facts that you think are fact.
Oh boy. I'm
Maybe
fucked.
He got through
maybe
it.
He believed it.
Yeah.
My memory failed me. Maybe his memory fails him all the time. Maybe he's just like hanging on, just has a prepared speech for if Bob asked this, I say that.
I'm about to win.
Yeah, I'm gonna ram it down his
Tiebreaker.
fucking
Okay.
throat. The guy's like, I think you're an idiot. He's like, actually, I got the highest IQ on earth, motherfucker. It just, that does hurt when the dorks come after you, though.
Yeah.
You're up there lying. Can
Well,
you imagine
especially
if they did that?
those are the mainstream dorks.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
Got
Sam
him.
Donald.
Those back
Bodied
in the
him.
day, the real
Yeah.
dorks.
He got
Real
bodied.
Heavyweight dorks
The
got him.
journalists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I exaggerate when I'm angry, but I've never gone around telling people things that aren't true about me. That's not
an oxymoron.
You just lied right
I
there.
lied, but I never lie.
He just lied right there.
Oh my God,
'Cause
they're
he
so
lied. He said he had
sicky.
3 degrees. That's not an exaggeration. That's a lie.
Yeah.
Babe.
You know,
That's hard.
saying you're in the top half of your class is also a lie.
Yeah.
It's exaggerating. If you say I fucking killed it in college, but then they find out you're in the bottom half of the class, well, that's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a lie,
He
too.
could be like, I was in a lot of clubs. I played, you know, intramural sports.
Yeah.
But nah, he fucked it up.
He went for
He
it.
lied. And he called black people super predators. And
No, that was Hill Dog.
he didn't. Did he say
I
that?
think it was Hillary.
It was just Hillary.
him.
He called him
I think
super
there's him on
predators, too.
tape. I think he's been on tape.
He's
yeah.
had some rough ones. He had some rough
I
ones.
think they get these terms that they like to throw around, and then they start using them with each other, and it's like sort of a signal that we're all on the same page.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, whatever it is, whatever term they're using to try to push things across. Hillary Clinton, not Joe Biden, used the term super predator.
Reuters. Let's go.
Son, let's
Jamie,
go.
Jamie. This
Let's
makes up for the lack of
go.
dog general info.
Joe Biden, let's go. Yeah, Hillary, boy. Oof.
Yeah.
I know women want a female president. You got one in Tulsi Gabbard. Go get her.
Yeah.
That's one that you could really get behind.
Who do you
Nope.
like, Matt?
In terms of
Who are you trying to endorse?
I want Yang, dude.
Yang's a beast.
I hope he starts. I just want a new part. I don't care what he does. I just want a new party to win. Be fun. Just like knock the other
You were
two
Yang
out.
Gang early.
Yeah, I like the idea of just
You liked
fucking.
UBI at first.
You like universal
What, you a
basic income?
communist?
No, I thought it was a cool idea. Try it. My thing is just try it. We should do wild experiments. Just
Dude,
try it out.
I thought it was a cool idea until people started getting money during the pandemic and they didn't want to go back to work. And I was
yeah.
like, oh no, this is what
Yeah.
happens.
Then you try to go to Starbucks at a rest stop.
Yeah, you'd have a collapse of
One
the service
person.
industry. You'd collapse of jobs that suck.
Yeah.
But you would also have a resurgence of people doing what they actually want to do. It wouldn't be everybody, but it would give a good chunk of people an opportunity to try something that they've always wanted to do.
Ooh,
They don't have
almost
to worry
killed
about
myself.
subsistence, right? They don't have to worry about food and rent, and then they can go pursue a dream. But how many are going to do that? I don't know. Is it worth trying? It might be. I don't know. I mean, but human nature, the problem with human nature, like people, if you give them stuff and make them so they don't have to do anything, they don't do things.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people. But a lot of people wouldn't. They would look at it as an opportunity. It's almost like you need to educate people as like what gives you meaning in life. And I know being lazy is like very attractive. It draws you to it. It's so comfortable to just sit on the couch and play video games and do nothing. But you're gonna get depressed. You're gonna get depressed. You need a task. I think everybody needs a different task, and everybody has like a different level of need. But you need tasks.
Yeah.
This
Forward
is-
motion.
Yeah,
this
but
is
have you
just
played
me speaking.
Bannerlord? Have you played Bannerlord?
Dude, if I played games, man, I'd have a fucking problem. Jamie can tell you, I have a problem.
Yeah.
I get psychotically
Bannerlord is
obsessed,
so
and
nice.
I'll play 8-10 hours a day,
Yeah,
and I'll fuck up my life,
Yeah.
and I'll look pale like a vampire. I'll come on the fucking
What's wrong with that?
Dude, I was playing Quake. I would play all night long, man. I installed a T1 line in my house back when I couldn't get good internet because I was living in the mountains. I was like, what can you do? And they go, well, if you got a business, we can run a T1 line. I go, well, I got a business. Let's run a T1 line.
Just you playing Quake?
They had to fucking dig up the street, lay pipes and shit.
Oh, they had to send like the boring missile drill.
I went hard.
Damn.
So I could play Quake.
How long did this last for?
Oh, I had to quit cold turkey. I realized it was a real problem.
Fuck, I'm not excited about that. I'm headed that way.
James?
I plugged in the Xbox 360 this week and started playing NCAA 14. Took 8 hours.
There was my
Yeah,
friend Rob was a manager at the Comedy
Yeah.
Store, real nice guy. And one day he said, you know, he played EverQuest all day. He had a real problem. And he goes, I'm so good at making money in EverQuest and so bad at it in the real world. And I was like, this is profound.
Yeah.
Like, because he was having this, you know, he's out in public. He left the house. Because, like, for him, it's a big deal to, like, shut the computer off and leave the house. He's, like, so immersed in the game. So he's hanging out with us at the store in the back bar. And he's like, I got to do something, man. I got to do something. I'm like, you got to quit. Like, they're fucking great. I love them.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not an anti-video game person. I fucking love them. But I know for me, they're too fun. I was like, why am I just sitting around answering emails that I have to answer when I can just be in a world of murder?
I gotta be
rampaging,
honest.
shooting
I gotta be
rockets
honest.
at people.
That's exactly where I'm at. Dude, I get emails and I go,
Fuck out of here.
I literally put the phone down.
Yeah, man. It's a
Mountain Blade
time,
Bannerlord, dude.
It's a time suck.
Yeah, I get addicted. I can't do it. I get too, and I suck too. I suck at them.
That's very
that UFC.
frustrating.
The UFC is my favorite.
We
shit,
lived
dude.
together, and I was like, I'm gonna get good and beat Shane, and I played all day. He was at work, I was at home. I was just
In
fucking
his
like, I'm gonna kick his
garage.
fucking ass. I'm gonna kick his ass, and he came home. He was like, what's this? Beat my ass, and I stormed up. I get so mad too, and
He ran up the steps.
I can't handle it.
It's so hard, man.
I can't handle it.
I play what's that karate game? Is it Dead or Alive? It's a fucking great karate game. Where you get to pick all these different, and my daughter kept jacking me up because she was playing against. She was using this little lady, and this little lady does this little fast move. She like spins
So
around and kicks you in the head.
So frustrating. Yeah, we'll do a different move. That's fine.
My
do a
daughter
different
kept
move.
fucking me up.
Jump
she fucked me
that
up. Like,
bitch.
she was so happy, and I was so upset with myself. I was like, I can't believe that. Yeah, I was that girl. She's hot as fuck. Yeah, and she Dead or Alive. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It's a fucking great game. It's so addictive. And you can like use some martial arts strategy
So
in that
fun.
game if you know like good techniques.
Yeah, I'm the only one that can do ground and pound in UFC. I'm the only one that can do jiu-jitsu in UFC in our video games.
So you know how to hit arm bars and
I
stuff?
can crush 'em.
Dude, it's
How do you learn? Do you learn like pressing certain buttons at the same time?
Timing, all that, stamina, all that. Yeah.
Wow.
It's very fun.
Bro, doing the voiceover for that was one of the most brutal jobs I've ever
Really?
had. It's so long. Because you have like these lists of all these things that can possibly happen, and all these
Yeah.
fighters' names, and all these different scenarios.
How long does it take?
Hours and hours and hours, many, 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 many days. Yeah, you're working. You're at a fucking sound booth, and you know you're constantly
gotta
drinking
scream.
water because I'm screaming. So I can only do it because it's like, oh, you know,
Yeah.
you're doing shit like that. So you have to do. I'm trying to do it like a
You
real
weren't in
fight
the last one,
taking
and
place.
it fucks me up.
I'm like, is it?
You weren't in the last one. I genuinely was like, damn, dude, I need the fucking. I
Daddy's
need it.
busy. Daddy's busy. It's too much work. It's so much
Wow.
work. I was in the one before it, but they used my old stuff. So I only did like 2 of them. Then I was like, that's it. Can't do it anymore.
yeah. Can't you just re-license the sounds, but just take the other ones?
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta use the new guys and stuff.
Yeah, it's new names, new people. So that means new sessions and this fucking thing, reading off the paper. Yeah, it's not coal mining. I
Dude,
get it.
get off my
I
fucking
mean, but
dick.
guess what? I'm busy.
Yeah, but you get in your head. If you're like just like trying to say things right, it'll kind of spin you out.
Well, it's also a huge strain on your voice, because the way you're talking during a UFC fight, like if you're doing, it's like you're pushing your
Wow, that was
vocal
wild,
cords.
by the way.
That's so fucking annoying.
That's actually weird.
That was a gear. That was a gear. You shifted gears.
That was
Yeah, I
a
got a
Tesla,
gear.
dude.
Biting off other people.
How wild is that car? Is
That's
it wild
scary.
to feel that?
It's insane.
That's scary.
I took them on the ride in the Model S Plaid. Yeah, it seems so normal, right?
Until I
you just-
noticed your fucking steering wheel.
Yeah.
Halfway through the ride, you're like, this thing's cool, right? Have you ever been in one? I was like, I think I've been in a Tesla.
Hi, y'all. Thank you for watching. Long stream today. Appreciate it. Hope y'all have a good one. Take it easy, as always.